Public hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-2023 and related documents for the infrastructure, transport, regional development, communications and the arts portfolio, excluding communications and the arts. All questions on communications and the arts go to the department's appearance before the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has before it a program listing agencies relating to matters for which senators have given notice, and the proceedings today will begin with an examination of the corporate matters within the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts. The committee has fixed Friday, the 16th of December of this year, as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretariat by the 22nd of November 2022. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. And I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a direction to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate from the 13th of May of 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or it consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. And witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Could I please remind everyone present to switch off your mobile phones or render them inaudible. If they do ring through the hearing, you will be buying the Lamingtons. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the budget estimates 2022-2023 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Regional Development, Mr Jim Betts, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, and officers of the department. Now, Minister, do you or Mr Betts wish to make an opening statement?
I don't, Senator or Chair, but I did just want to mention as Assistant Minister for Education, it's World Teachers' Day. So a shout out to all the teachers out there who do such a magnificent job.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Betts, as your first appearance in front of this grand committee, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of remarks. As you rightly say, this is my first Senate estimates hearing, having started in my role as Secretary of the Department just a couple of months ago.
Sorry, Mr Betts. Colleagues on my right. Mr Betts is the Department Secretary and it's his first appearance in front of this grand committee and I can't hear his opening statement. Mr Betts.
Very quiet. Can we turn it up, please, Joe?
There was also a bit of gossip going on. So, Mr Betts, and with a bit of volume, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, this is my first Senate estimates hearing, having started in my role as Secretary of the Department a couple of months ago. In my short time in the role, I've been extremely impressed by the dedication and professionalism of the staff across the Department and its 31 agencies. That is in no small part a tribute to the work of my predecessor, Simon Atkinson. I'd like to take this opportunity publicly to acknowledge Simon's outstanding contribution to the Australian Public Service and the community that it serves. And I'll endeavour to follow in Simon's footsteps, not least in ensuring that this committee and its members are supported in their important work by everyone in my department. Before I conclude, I would like to acknowledge the requests I've received some 48 hours ago from Senators Canavan and Rice to provide additional portfolio-related material. My department will endeavour to provide as much of the requested information as possible in advance of the committee's next hearing on Monday, the 7th of November. Due to the scale of the request and its recent arrival, it hasn't been possible to provide the documents here today. And I'd like to note in advance that we will be able to provide much of the requested information at a program level and accompany this with the type of project-by-project lists which on previous occasions we've provided in response to requests from the committee. To illustrate the scale of what we're undertaking, the regional portfolio comprises 3,000 active projects and over 16,000 projects in total, and analysis at a project level is therefore pretty resource intensive. But as I've said, we will do our best to comply with the Senators' requests as fully and as rapidly as we can, and I give you that personal undertaking.
Thank you, Mr Betts. Look, I've just got a few questions I want to go to and then I'll go to you, Senator Canavan. And you're leading the charge today, Senator Canavan? Okay. From the opposition? Yep. So Mr Betts, could you please explain the process a government would need to go through in order to give effect to its funding commitments in a budget? What happens?
Yeah, so the normal process which is followed when a budget is handed down is that pretty rapidly after the budget statement, which is usually accompanied by second reading of an appropriation bill, that's debated in the Parliament and then within a relatively short space of time is enacted. We are not in that situation in terms of the budget that was handed down in March, where obviously the federal election followed hard on the heels of the budget statement. But the normal process is as I've described it.
Okay, so now there's a normal practice of budget night letters, and I'm led to believe it's the Minister for Infrastructure writes to his or her state or territory counterparts on the budget night with a list of infrastructure investment program budget outcomes. Is that correct?
That is a normal practice, yes, and that's certainly the practice that we've followed this time.
Okay, now did that happen after the March 2023 budget when that was handed down?
March 2022, I would have to...
22, 23, yeah, sorry.
That predates my time in this role. I might have to ask Mr Hallinan to answer that one.
No one's rushing to come up, but feel free.
I think so, but we'd have to confirm it.
Okay, I think we're going to have to confirm that. Yeah, we'll check on that for you. And let you
All
know.
right. I mean, it was only 6 months ago, but I'm happy that someone will come back to that. Okay, now I want to reflect on the previous budget that was published earlier this year, the March one. So do you know whether the measures and funding published in that March budget passed the Parliament?
I believe that, as I've said before, that whilst supply legislation was enacted, that the relevant appropriation bills were not, and therefore there will be components of that budget which were not enacted. Those things that were reflected in the pre-election economic and fiscal outlook report, which in a way provides the authoritative view on what constituted hardwired government policy, but there were a number of things which were announced in the budget but were not formally appropriated.
Yeah,
Dave
Mr.
Hunt,
Hammond.
Deputy Secretary, Infrastructure Group. Yes, we did budget note letters in the March budget.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Allen.
So that was a yes, we did budget note letters in the March budget.
On the night.
Sorry, just quickly, did you introduce yourself?
Yeah, he did.
Did you?
No, he did. It was
I'm
just
on
very
list.
quiet.
Okay, I'm on
Yeah.
list. Yeah, just... Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry, they weren't. You did.
Yes, we did.
Okay, good. So sorry, I'll come back to you, Mr. Betts. So I take it there were a number of projects that weren't.
Yes, there were a number of projects which were contemplated but were not formally appropriated.
And we could get hold of those fairly easy, couldn't we?
I'll
Not
we'll
now,
try to
but-
get you that
Yeah,
information.
no, that's all
I
right.
can't guarantee it. But
Okay, so can you... No, that's all right.
oh, yeah, I said we could take that on notice, but if we can get it to you sooner rather than dealing
Yeah,
with
I'd
it.
appreciate that if you could come back, before we go to the smoko break or something like that. So can you tell me why that is the case, that they were announced on budget night but weren't formulated, weren't official, weren't funded?
I think it was simply the fact that the election was called so soon after the budget, and therefore the government didn't have time to take the normal legislation through the Parliament.
Is that, to the best of your knowledge or any of your officials, has that happened before? Have we had a budget and snapped the budget and then called an election where there's a lot of promises made but nothing formulated? Anyone know about it? Anyone with history in the department with that?
Oh, look, not in my time, Senator, but it was an unusual, elections are called when they're called, and if Parliament can pass the bills or consider the bills before an election and Parliament's prorogued, then they usually do.
Okay, but I'll tell you why I say that, because I do know that there was a statement made by the former minister, Mr. Joyce, where he'd said, and I'm going to quote it, it was out of The Guardian. Well, you can laugh, Senator, but it's Mr. Joyce's words. So if you want to have a giggle, take it up with Mr. Joyce.
Not giggling.
So, before we start getting in the gutter early in the morning, it was quoted by Mr. Joyce, and I'll read his words. When he was asked about it, that one point referred to infrastructure commitments contained in the March budget as being law. Now, Hansard's not going to pick up my fingers doing this, but that's what Mr. Joyce had said. And in fact, I think the former leader of the National stated about the budget exactly. It is about what is actually in the budget. It has been legislated, and this was on the 12th of April. Would that be correct, Mr. Betts?
Well, I'm not sure of the specific commitments to which Mr. Joyce was referring at the time. It is fair to say that there were a number of, for instance, grants under the Community Development Grants Program, some $116 million worth, which were committed and were included in the pre-election update which I've described, but there were others where a general allocation was made for the Community Development Grants Fund, but not tied to specific commitments, and those were the things where there was a mismatch, if you like, between what was hardwired into the budget and what was contemplated publicly.
So, and I will not put words in your mouth, Mr. Betts, I wouldn't dare, but there's quite a significant difference between real projects or just election commitments. And that's what I interpret a lot of that to have been. So you don't have to agree publicly with me there, but anyway. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Senator Searle, and congratulations, Mr. Betts, and thank you for appearing today. I just did want to follow up on that letter I had sent you. Thanks for mentioning that in your opening remarks. I did note you mentioned this morning you'd, I think, take best endeavours to have it before the hearings. Could I humbly request if we could receive that back by Wednesday next week, a week after we sent it to you?
We'll try to give you as much as we can by Wednesday next week.
Okay, I just make that request, and I appreciate this was before your time, Mr. Betts, but the request made by myself on behalf of Coalition Senators, and by the sounds of it, some Green Senators as well, was entirely consistent with requests made by the opposition before the election, and typically that information would come back within a week. So that's why I put that date on it.
Yes, so my understanding was that generally speaking it was 10 days to 2 weeks in advance, but notwithstanding that,
Look, I appreciate we've got a difficult situation here with estimates being just a few days after the budget, the government's attempt to avoid scrutiny here in this estimates process, but I know that's not your fault, so as soon as we get that information would be appreciated. And we don't need it fully complete, if you like. So if I could humbly request if by Wednesday next week, if you can provide what you can, and if there are some, as I appreciate you've referenced in the regional portfolio, there's lots of individual programs, but in some of the, in particularly outcome one, there's not as many. So if by Wednesday next week we get whatever information you've got, that would be greatly appreciated.
Done.
Thank you. Yes.
Senator Canavan's request, and previously the information was provided both in paper and digitally. If you could ensure it's provided in both formats.
No problem.
Thanks, Mr. Betts. I might hand over, if we're through you, Chair, if Senator
your time.
Mackenzie
It's opposition's time,
could
sir.
take over.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. Mr. Betts, can the department explain the usual algorithm used within the department to distribute funding to states?
It will vary across different programs. I'm not sure that there is such a thing as a formal algorithm when it comes
Or
to...
methodology, shall we say then?
Yeah, well, I might hand over to Mr Hallonen, since he's at the table, who can speak to the infrastructure investment program.
Yeah, Senator, it really does depend on the program.
Okay, so walk me through the
being funded.
programs and let me know the methodologies used for each.
So for our main spending program in the infrastructure space, there isn't actually a formula that drives the spend. The spend is driven by agreement between the Commonwealth and states on major projects for infrastructure, and that's established through the national partnership agreements on land transport.
Can I
That's
just ask, sorry, Mr Hanlon.
Yeah.
Then how does one ensure that there is, and I appreciate it's not an exact science, but that there is a fair distribution throughout the Federation of Commonwealth funding through these MPAs?
So governments consider the distribution of funding and the number of projects by jurisdiction through their budget process and through cabinet consideration processes. But I'd also point out that it's not a simple calculation of what's involved in the infrastructure spend. It also interacts with GST distribution and allocation. So it's a fairly complex consideration that includes distribution of GST across the country as well through treasuries. So this really, you're going to go to the heart of, with this question, you go to the heart of ComState financial relations, which is probably best in the Treasury space. But I will try not to say anything incorrect. GST aside, it interacts with GST. So $1 spent in an infrastructure program will affect the GST distribution across a jurisdiction as well. So there'll be an on and an off calculation.
So in terms of the percentage breakdown, and my understanding was it was roughly akin to population. And Hansard note, Mr Hanlon, it's nodding to my question. As an approximation of fairness, can you provide a breakdown by percentage of the expected funding allocation for each state and territory in this budget?
Across the totality of programs.
Ideally, because I appreciate that sometimes to get that approximation, you're going to have to use different programs differently, tweak things.
I think we will almost certainly have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I probably don't have a per capita breakdown.
No, what's the percentage out of? I'm hopeful, Mr Hamlin, that you would have a percentage of how much of the infrastructure portfolio spend is going to New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, Tasmania.
Yeah. So for the infrastructure program, I can give you the spend per jurisdiction. I haven't got it aggregated to a national basis with a percentage breakdown, but we can work
That's year 8 math,
and,
we can do that.
Yeah, and bring it back to the committee and table it later today if you like.
Later today?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. And I'd also like to, once you do that, can you compare it to previous distributions of funding? I guess one of the questions the opposition's interested in understanding is why New South Wales, as the most populous state, has, in the figures you'll give back to me, will show that they received significantly less funding than Victoria or Queensland, and try to understand how that occurred and what methodology was used to arrive at that outcome.
Okay, certainly.
So
You can't tell me that now?
No, so the outcomes of the budget are decisions of government, and as I said, there's no specific formula for allocating funding through the infrastructure program by jurisdiction. Usually, every year we'll have a conversation about which states get which amount of money, but we usually end up talking about the project specifically with each state because they're lumpy. So if one jurisdiction has a really big project, then they might get a big lump of funding going into that jurisdiction, which will take some time to flow through. So we use a 10-year pipeline estimate as a general principle for figuring out the distribution across jurisdictions.
And on the basis of that 10-year pipeline, New South Wales is to receive $23 billion over the next 10 years under the infrastructure investment pipeline, as against $19.4 billion for Victoria and $20.6 billion for Queensland.
Over the 10 years.
Over the 10 years.
But I was looking at the forwards. So,
Okay.
yep.
I don't have the full.
Understanding how things have changed in their profiling from this budget and the previous budget.
I can give you the figures over 10 years. All of those jurisdictions have got increased funding over a 10-year period.
Yes, you'd expect that. So in terms of that, Mr Hallinan, this is a discussion you have with states, as you said, that can be a bit lumpy depending on which projects are agreed, which aren't, when they start, blah, blah, blah. So what conversations have been had with the states in the lead up to delivering this budget?
So through this budget process, there were fairly detailed discussions with jurisdictions, I think both at officials level and at ministerial level. We had to start off with, we had a discussion at the Infrastructure Transport Ministers meeting mid-year, I think it was August, which was about establishing what this budget process might look like from a Commonwealth state negotiation perspective. And following on from there, we would have, I don't think we had, it's probably impossible for me to say how many conversations were had, but it's an ongoing negotiation that happens both at an officials level and a ministerial level with the jurisdiction. And there would have been quite substantial consultation from about August through to delivery of the budget, Senator.
So conversations, but in terms of documentation going between requests from states, so that happened with each and every one of the state jurisdictions?
It did,
And so the agreed position is what we see in the budget now. So you do know the projects that have been reprofiled?
Yes.
That have been delayed?
Yes.
And you know the projects that may have been no longer a priority, cut from certain states?
Yeah, there are cancellations as well, yes.
Yep. So can you run me through the cancellations and the delays by jurisdiction? Thank you.
I can give you cancellations. I can talk those through now at a fairly high level. The project deferrals and changes, there's quite a lot. I don't think I'd be able to do that in a sensible way at the table.
Well, okay, so I'm very, very confident that I'm absolutely confident that either you on the laptop or someone in this room or someone in the room behind will have the list by jurisdiction of delayed projects and cut projects by state. This is an important question for the opposition. This is Senate estimates. I'm very happy to take as long as you need to give me that information, Mr Hallinan.
It'll take a while.
And we can start now. That would be great. Thank you.
Sorry, before we go any further, and very important, Senator McKenzie, and I don't want to cut you off for your time, but Senator Whish-Wilson only has one question, and then he wants two. I'm channeling Senator former Senator Nash here, has a couple of questions here. Can we get to Senator Whish-Wilson, then we'll come back to you?
Yes, and Mr Hallinan can get the officials he needs to the table in the meantime.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. Look, it might seem odd asking you a question about national waste policy, but the previous government had a National Waste Policy Action Plan which was formulated in 2019, and a key component of that was around sustainable procurement by the federal government. And page 19 of that report, it looks at government model sustainable practices, which is basically, to cut a long story short, buying recycled content locally and using it in things like road base. So my question is, do you have any kind of ballpark figures on how much the federal government would actually spend on things like asphalt through its various infrastructure programs on roads?
I don't have that information to hand.
It-
I'm happy to inquire as to whether we could get that information for you.
Yeah.
But clearly, it's a multi-billion-dollar,
Multi-billion,
multi-year
yeah.
expenditure program. Obviously, more going into rail these days than used to be the case, but still a significant investment in roads, and asphalt and pavement would be a significant part of that. And clearly, there is significant scope for the additional use of recycled material in those forms of construction, and that's something that we are very keen to pursue, not least in the context of the government's net zero policy positions. But I can try and get you that data.
Yeah, could I ask about that then? That was my question. I'm assuming we're talking about billions of dollars in federal infrastructure spending. This policy goes back to 2019. Has there been any action so far? Like, for example, have you got a working group with the Department of Environment and Energy around how you're going to increase local content, recycled content in things like asphalt or pavement, whether it's recycled plastics, tyres, glass from bottles? Where are we at with it? Because we should be at least a few years down the road and starting to use this stuff by now.
I might need to ask for assistance from one of my colleagues to answer that question, although they may have been tied up attempting to trigger the answer to the previous question. Did you hear any of the Senator's question?
I'm sorry, I did not.
It's around what action has been taken since 2019 to give effect to government policies in relation to the use of recycled materials in road construction. Yes,
specifically Australian recycled material was obviously a big part of the whole National Waste Plan, was for government to provide a source of demand for recycled products to get them up and running, especially all their investment in recycling. So I think I've spoken to the recycling industry in the last few days, and they're saying basically there's bugger all being used in national projects like on asphalt and pavement. So are you aware of any kind of, at least government plan, or have you got working groups looking at this?
Certainly, I think there's a testing program happening through, it might be the Road Research Board, that is ARB, that is looking at use of recycled materials in road construction. And I think the materials that they've been testing have been recycled glass, rubber, and there might be one or two other things as well. That's off the top of my head. So I know that there's a research program happening, and I know in jurisdictions as well, on various projects, there's recycling of material going into programs. In particular,
I know local government, there's been some trials in Ipswich and some other places, but you don't have, like, for example, when you buy asphalt, presumably you get that from commercial suppliers. Has there been any discussions with those commercial suppliers around why aren't you sourcing locally recycled content?
So we're not involved in the purchase of the asphalt or the construction of the roads themselves. That's handled on a state basis or a local council basis. We will fund a project.
Can you direct that kind of procurement, for example? Can you make your contracts subject to that procurement?
Through agreement with the jurisdiction, that's certainly something that could be considered as broad policy context through an agreement with the jurisdiction. Each jurisdiction in the country is doing something on recycled materials in construction projects, and most of them will have some example projects or exemplar projects that they will promote on use of recycling in their construction. I think there are a couple of big ones in Victoria at the moment where they've used recycled bottles, plastic bottles, into sound barriers and sound walls. I know recycled glass is going into quite a few different roads across the country. But I can't give you specifics.
We're talking really small scale stuff though, aren't we, compared to...
It's fair to say that this practice is in its pretty early stages of development. There are some good pilots going on that I'm aware of in Victoria. I've actually got a meeting with ARB, the organisation that Mr Halloran referred to, on Monday, and had discussions earlier this week with Lend Lease and a number of other private sector entities. So this is something which is an active area for development. We are contemplating new model national partnership agreements as part of the infrastructure investment program from 2024. And I would like to see the use of recycled materials, including locally recycled materials, as a feature of that discussion with the jurisdictions, so that we can have greater confidence that best practice is being adopted in all of the road and, for that matter, other infrastructure projects going forward.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to, thank you, Chair, I look forward to keeping in touch with you on how that develops, and I may put some more detailed questions. And if you could just take on notice that Road Research Board project you mentioned there, Mr Allen, and if you could provide me with the details of any details you've got on that.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you, thanks.
Thanks, Senator Wishwaston. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie.
Mr Hallinan.
Just before Mr Hallinan gets, I might just provide, I think it's important to provide some context to this in terms of the budget. Obviously, relatively new government, you've got to consider what we inherited. There's obviously the $1 trillion of debt that's being widely publicised.
We've heard them all week,
There's
Senator.
also the significant budget deficit as well. And what we found when looking at some of the promises, I think as the Chair has uncovered, not all of them were properly accounted for. So they went around making announcements.
Point of order.
Point of order. Senator Mackenzie.
Chair, I asked a very direct, sensible and relevant question of the official about how the budget before us is broken down by states and to articulate some of the delayed and cut projects that have been part of this budget. He agreed to give that information to me, and I'm humbly seeking you to draw the official to the question I asked.
Well, I'll come back to the Minister, and I've sat in these many times when the Ministers want to make statements. The Minister is being informative. The Minister is not being snappy and yelly and screaming at senators, which I have witnessed over the years. So I want to hear the end of Minister Chisholm's statement.
That was
then we'll
Senator
go to your
Keneally.
question. Then we'll go to the official.
So you've got
To
to
the Minister.
consider the economic circumstances that we inherited and the record that we had from the previous government. Then there's also some of the politically motivated funds, and I think probably the best example of that in this portfolio is the Urban Congestion Fund, which was used politically through Melbourne,
Sorry, Minister,
Sydney
I
as
have
well.
another point of order. What's your point of order, Senator McDonald?
Oh, Chair, I was just going to make the point that there was an opportunity for a statement at the beginning of proceedings. I certainly don't want to interrupt the Minister providing useful information to the committee, but this is not actually responding to a question from the opposition. It's not really assisting us with
There'll be plenty of time to make
examination of the
political points
budget.
today.
Yeah, I hear you, Senator McDonald, but I'm not going to cut the Minister off because I'm interested to hear too, and then we will get to the officials. You will have your time.
So I think
Minister.
I've talked through some of those challenges that we inherited as a government, but also part of our function of a government and what we talked about is increasing transparency and accountability, and that's something that we want to bring across all government, but particularly infrastructure as well. But also what we want to do is work collegiately with the states, and that hasn't happened where we had the previous government making funding enhancements without actually having a partner to deliver it. So that's what we've been doing in terms of working through what is feasible. And the other thing you've got to take into context is the broader economic circumstances around the high cost of materials, the shortage of labour as well. So all those things have had an impact as you put together the budget, and particularly relevant in infrastructure as well.
Thank you, Minister. And I will say, just for Ms Helen Cairns, we know that the challenges for labour and materials is not a new issue either. It's been around for the last couple of years, and we've even raised those concerns in this committee with previous ministers at the table while announcements were flying out left, right and centre. So I'm well aware of those challenges too. So, Mr Hallinan, are you able to assist Senator Mackenzie?
So can I propose
Yes, Mr Betts.
that we take this in two chunks? The first is the Senator has asked a question around cancelled projects. There are some 36 projects which have been cancelled as part of the infrastructure investment program. We can provide some details of those. As far as the deferrals or movements backwards and forwards within the broader infrastructure program, which is largely a question of reprofiling and timing, there are some 800 projects that comprise that program, so that will take longer to source that information. But if the Senator would like us to start giving you an indication, more detail around the cancellations, we're happy to do that now.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so there's probably two parts. One, I think we're also going to get a document we can table for you that would make sense for this committee. So I'll just run through the cancellations as I've got them here. First is through cancellation of the Urban Congestion Fund, there was an unallocated pool that had yet to be put to any particular projects. There's $768.8 million there.
Mr. Halloran, just that number again?
768.8 million. There's unallocated funding for major project business cases. That's 7.8 million. The Port Botany to Kingsford Smith Airport and Mascot project. That's $9.1 million. Unallocated funding, the Pacific Highway Woolgoolga to Ballina. So this is a project that was completed, but there was still some funding allocated towards it. That's been taken back. That's $4.7 million.
Yep.
Dixon's Long Point Crossing is $27.8 million. The Sydney to Central Coast Faster Rail Planning Project is $20 million. That was superseded by the government's commitment to high-speed rail. The Balgowlah Interchange, that's $50 million. That's a project which was to...
And excuse me, Mr. Hanlon, and like, I don't know all the place names in Australia. Which state's that one in?
So Balgowlah is Sydney. It's the interchange for what would be the Beaches Link Road into the harbour crossing across from Balmain or Rozelle.
Right.
And
North Shore.
with the North Shore. Yeah. That's been withdrawn. The project won't be required for some period of time, until such time as the Northern Beaches Road is actually underway and in progress. The commuter car park upgrade T8 East Hills line in Macarthur. This is New South Wales again, $14 million. The commuter car park upgrade in Gosford, $29.5 million. The commuter car park upgrade in Panania, $7.3 million. The commuter car park upgrade in Hurstville, $6.8 million. James Roos Drive and Hassel Street grade separation planning funding is $4 million. Heathcote Road, the Avenue to Princess Highway, planning funding, $17.5 million. Wakehurst Parkway is $75 million. So that's a list from New South Wales, from Port Botany at the start of the list through to Wakehurst Parkway.
So can I just point out that within that list there are projects which are cancelled, there are project underspends, there are sums of money that were unallocated, so it's a mixed bag of different types of cancellation, if you like. It means different things in different contexts.
And that's what we're trying to unpack, Mr. Betts.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd appreciate the more detail, the better.
The more detail, the better? Okay.
Well, so we can actually understand cutting, post the forwards.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll provide that where we can.
We can keep going. Victoria now. Monash Rail is $475 million. That's one where the jurisdiction was not supportive and would not construct the project. There was funding, very small amount of funding in the ROSI Initiative's Future Priorities, which is actually $100,000. It's not substantial. Napoleon Road upgrade, Listerfield Road to Kelletts Road, $46.5 million. The Wellington Road duplication, $103.5 million.
Now, that I've heard a lot from local members about that particular project, given it not just for the congestion point, but as an additional exit for particularly those people in Mount Dandenong, obviously subject to a lot of bushfire risk. So,
I can give you
was that a request of the Victorian government?
So for that one, it was a negotiation and agreement between both parties.
I appreciate that, Mr. Hallinan, but there's been a lot of discussions, phone calls, officials' meetings, ministerial meetings to arrive at this and the list of 36. So, as you said, with the Monash Rail, that was a request of the Victorian government refusing to build that, and therefore it's sensible the Commonwealth doesn't keep that money on the table. My question about the Wellington Road upgrade was that a similar case to the Monash Rail?
I think, in fairness, it was a negotiation between the two parties on that one. So the sort of lens that was applied broadly in the cancellations and terminations was whether or not a project was deliverable, whether it was deliverable within budget, and or whether it had substantial challenges in support of the community or support of that the government to deliver it. So for Wellington Road, I think the key consideration here was it was going to cost at least another $500 million over and above the $100 million that had been put to it in order to deliver it. So the government's choice was, and agreed with the state, was not to proceed with it. Dorset Road upgrade, that's $46.5 million. Again, a substantial additional cost required to implement that one. It's another 120 on top of the 46. The Dorset Road extension, that's $73.5 million. This is a pretty complex project. Again, these are negotiations with the jurisdiction, but contextually, to deliver the full scope of that project would have been an extra $320 million and quite a complex delivery through the location it was intended to go. The Glen Ferry Road level crossing removal, it's $254.4 million. Again, insufficient funding to deliver it. It's another $120 million to deliver the full scope. Commuter car park upgrades in Bentley, that's $8.6 million. Commuter car park upgrades in Ferntree Gully, that's $15 million. Commuter car park upgrades in Hampton, it's $12.4 million. Broadly with the commuter car parks, Senator, I'll just give you the one explanation. There was either a challenge with the delivery location, i.e. there wasn't land available to do it that would be made available for the construction, or the construction itself was going to be substantially more than that was budgeted for it. Commuter car park upgrades, Belgrave Lilydale Lines, Boronia, that's $19 million. Commuter car park upgrades, Belgrave Lilydale Lines, Heathmont, it's $3.9 million. The commuter car park upgrade, Sandringham Line, North Brighton, $6.3 million. The commuter car park upgrade, Sandringham Line, Sandringham, $3 million. The commuter car park upgrade, Pakenham Line, Narre Warren, $14.3 million. The commuter car park upgrade, Doncaster Park and Ride, $2 million. The commuter car park upgrade, Belgrave Lilydale Lines, Heatherdale, $4.5 million. The commuter car park upgrade, Sandringham Line, Elstonwick, $8.6 million. The commuter car park upgrade, Pakenham Line, Officer, is $5 million. And that's Victoria.
Yep.
And the only other jurisdiction where there were cancellations was the ACT.
Yes.
And in the ACT, the Canberra Southwest Corridor upgrade package is $50.9 million. The Kings Highway Corridor, which is an ACT New South Wales sort of border corridor, $30 million, and the Baboyan Road upgrade, $5 million.
So they're all the cuts. And as you say, some of these were as a request directly of state governments, others were a negotiated outcome for the variety of reasons that you suggested. Was there specific correspondence around states requesting the negotiation to be around this group of projects, for instance, that there was a list and some remained in and some remained out?
Look, there was, I think...
How does the process of decision-making?
Yeah, as far as the correspondence goes, there would have been letters to commence the progress, the whole activity, and we sent some letters at the officials level. I think we sent a letter from the Minister as well. I'll just confirm the dates of those things for you later.
As sort of the opening
Yep.
gambit.
And it was actually really just about identifying the principles for what would be applied in this budget process for negotiation. So it wasn't the Commonwealth saying we want to terminate the following things, or we
No.
want to. It was to say this budget, actually the strategy is about moderating the forward pipeline. The market in construction at the moment is overheating. We need to find a way to moderate that market by deferral of projects, and if there are projects that you don't wish to proceed with, or that we could mutually agree are not of high enough priority to continue with in the existing conditions, we'll also consider those. So the broad strategy for this budget, and was articulated with the jurisdictions, was really about moderating conditions in the construction market and making sure that the schedule of activities agreed with each jurisdiction was the schedule of activities that was the priority both of the Commonwealth and each in particular state.
So why were the ACT ones cut?
The ACT projects, I think that was a negotiation, and from memory, some of that funding was diverted into the second stage light rail project.
Oh, right.
So it was about prioritisation and joint
Yeah.
prioritisation with the jurisdiction.
And so the $2.2 billion for Daniel Andrews' re-election, the suburban rail loop, and I know you won't typify it as that, but I will. The reprofiled projects from Victoria that you spoke about, the delayed projects, the negotiated projects, were all of the monies cut from those projects put towards the suburban rail loop? And if so, what was the gap then between?
So I probably wouldn't describe the budget operating that way. So we would have a list of reductions or deferrals, and then a list of spends, and we tend not to link one to the other, and we tend not to do that either within the portfolio or across government.
I appreciate you won't do that, Mr Hallam, but
It's-
others a little further south than us might.
They possibly, but to be in terms of the government decision-making processes around, I've worked through finance. That's just the process. We'll do a list of saves, a list of spends, a list of deferrals, and then we consolidate it all at the end. So we don't tend to identify a one-for-one change in project priority.
So so going to the Corros, we've opened the gambit. What do you guys want to talk about? They come back with a list. And did you receive responses from all jurisdictions?
I'll have to confirm that with, in terms of written responses, I'd have to confirm with...
if you could. And I appreciate that will be budget considerations. So but in terms of the process, I'd appreciate understanding which jurisdictions responded to the department and the minister's correspondence.
So every jurisdiction responded.
Yep.
The question will be how complex the response was. So some have got a relatively small portfolio of projects, and others have got a very long portfolio of projects. So the nature of the engagements with each jurisdiction differs. So it's hard to say there's a precise approach with every state.
And so they asked for the projects that they wanted to cut or delay was their decision, and then but here's a list of projects that we'd like you to consider funding, or was it only a conversation about delaying and pushing out the
Look, it'd be.
pipeline?
I think in the context, it was testing ideas between both parties. So it's not. It was a negotiation between the Commonwealth and every jurisdiction with both parties involved.
Okay, so and lots of meetings, lots of phone calls, lots of letters. When did the government, and Minister, this might be a question for you, when did the government inform state and territories of their funding allocations in this budget?
I think the budget night letter, Senator, as we talked about earlier in response to the chair.
Yep, so that went out as usual on budget night
That went on budget night.
to all
yes.
jurisdictions.
Yeah.
Yep. I just might leave it there.
Can I
if there's other
clarify something?
questions.
Sorry, Senator McKenzie. We'll
Yeah,
come
of
to you,
course.
Senator Cameron. I just want to clarify this because I'm listening intently. So, Mr Hallinan, give us an example of a community car park upgrade. Like, is it a car park at a shopping centre, or is it a car park at a train station? Are they a mixture of everything? What are they?
So that was the commuter car parks program under the Urban Congestion Fund.
Under the urban congestion, okay.
So as those car parks were attached to train stations, and within easy access to the train station. So the locations were anywhere from right sort of embedded in a train station through to about 500 metres away.
Okay, so then I heard you say clearly that some were cancelled because there wasn't land available. Did I hear that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So I have to ask the question, how the hell does someone throw a bucket of money at a community upgrade when there's no land? How does that happen? Is there a dartboard? Was there a dartboard in the former minister's office or something?
Look, I wouldn't speculate. There were a series of projects identified as election commitments in 2019. And there was an audit into that program.
Sure, but I'll make it easy for you. I'm still gobsmacked that we can have a government announce a heck of a lot of money going to a car park where there's no land to improve it. So you don't have to do it now. Can you supply the committee with examples of those? Is there one-off or is there a few of them?
We can take on notice any projects that in that group if there wasn't land available, land couldn't be made available.
I'm only saying because that's what you said.
There'll probably be a couple, not many.
It'll still be very interesting to know. Okay.
I think, Chair, it goes to the difficulty of what we inherited, where quite often, obviously, in the lead up to the 2019 election, they went around the previous government made a lot of political promises, and then they had no delivery partners.
Order, colleagues.
Just read the TPs.
Well, I'll tell you what, Senator McKenzie, I picked that up because I was listening intently to the evidence given by the official. All right, I don't have a written piece in front of me to ask that question, okay? And I find it absolutely gobsmacking that is evidence of sheer incompetence and stupidity, but I'm sure that you may have some differences of opinion that we can throw buckets of money at projects where there's no, he said the F word, fun room. Okay, you'll come back to us with that, Mr. Bernard. Now, Minister, carry on, you will be heard.
That's right, and I think we were very clear that as part of the budget process we wanted to identify the waste and rorts. Obviously, I think this is an area where there were substantial focus. The fact that promises were made that couldn't be delivered, didn't have delivery partners, didn't have land, and also the costings as such to be delivered would have blown out, shows you that we did the responsible thing. And part of that motivation is also just trying to rebuild the trust that people have in politics at the same time. So it sounds like a lofty ambition, but you have to start, and that starts with delivering on what you promise, and that's what we've done in this budget.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Senator Canavan.
Have land available for the National Fast Rail, High-Speed Rail project that you've committed $500 million to?
I'm happy.
Do you have the land available?
I'm happy for the department to add to this as well, but obviously
you don't know the answer, so I'm happy to.
Obviously, that was a promise that we made in opposition and intend on delivering on in government.
Minister, but it sounds like you do not have the land. Can we just establish that? Does the government own the land for the fast rail project? High-speed rail project?
Sorry, Senator Canavan, I'm just going to, something very close to Senator McDonald and I. We have a national nation-building project called the Inland Rail Project too.
Well,
so if we're going to start, but let's get some consistency.
Point of order, or are you just trying to interrupt my line of questioning?
No, Senator Cameron, I'm just saying, let's get some consistency. We're specifically...
Well, that's what I'm asking for,
We are
Senator
specifically... Well, you want to talk about the Inland Rail with your mate...
Hang on, Senator Sterle.
So, anyway,
you gave me the call, Senator Sterle, you as chair...
And I have just come in, Senator Canavan, and said we'll have some balance, and I find that question...
That's not exactly how this
The officials can take that on notice and come back to you later.
Sorry, point of order there, Senator Sterle.
The officials can take it on notice.
You've been here long enough. It is not your right or in any way power to take questions on notice. That is a power for the minister. So point of order, Chair, it is not on your behalf to take points to take questions on notice.
And you know what, Senator Canavan? I'll let the official answer that, but I'm jumping in first because I know what's going to come.
Can I just restate the question? Does the government own the land for the fast rail, high-speed rail project that it has committed to?
I don't think you can compare a commitment to set up an agency to do planning work compared to what you can a promise on a car park in suburban Melbourne.
Hang on.
So I think they are substantially different things that we're talking about there.
But I'll just ask again. It's a yes or no question here. Does the government own the land for its high-speed rail commitment?
And as I said, what we've done is we had a commitment to set up an agency to do the planning work.
I'll just keep asking
which
it.
is what we've done.
Does
No,
the
you
government
won't.
own the land for the high-speed rail commitment?
I've answered the question.
No, you have not. Does the government own the land for the high-speed rail commitment?
We've set up an agency to do the planning work, which is what our commitment was.
Can you take it on notice?
Well, provided an answer.
You have not. You've not said. It's a yes or no answer, Senator Chisholm. Have you
No, it's
got
not.
the land?
Well, it's not. We've set up an agency to do the planning work, which is what our commitment was.
So you do not have the land.
All right, it's not going to go.
So you don't have the land. Hang on, Senator Still. Okay, I'm not moving on.
Order.
So how
The
is
Minister,
it different?
Canavan, the Minister has answered.
You made an allegation before that it was somehow irresponsible for a government to allocate funds to a project where it did not own the land, vis-a-vis the commuter car parks. We have a situation here where exactly the same situation exists with your commitment
is
to the
nothing
high-speed rail.
like.
How is that any different? So you, by your own words, you are already starting off on an irresponsible path because you do not own the land.
I'm going to stop this right now. I'll tell you what I will do. I'll shut the
Can we
mics
have a-
down. No, I'm telling you, I'm ruling.
I think we need a private
ruling.
meeting, Senator Still, because you are
Oh,
interfering
I'm
with my
happy to
questions.
have a private
You're playing
meeting.
defence for the government. This is an absolute farce on your first day of
Senator
budget estimates.
Canavan, stop.
You're meant to be chair, Senator Searle.
Don't you tell me what I'm meant to be.
we have a
The
private
Minister.
Can we have a private meeting,
I'm
please?
happy to have a private
Let's
meeting.
have a
But we're not
private-
having a private
because
meeting
this
till I say it when I'm ready to have the private meeting, which will be very soon. The Minister has answered the question, and you can continue with the rant and rave, and you can look at the cameras and do whatever you need to do, Senator Canavan. As far as we're concerned, the Minister has answered the question, and you can ask it 6, 7, 400 times more. Ain't going to make any difference. And I'm very happy to have a private
Alison
meeting.
Wonderland.
And we'll have a private meeting. But I tell you what
Yeah,
we will
let's have a
do.
private- can we
We
have a
can't
private
start the
meeting? We need to
private.
just
We can. Excuse me.
rediscuss.
We'll have the private meeting, but we have to contact members of the committee to be here. So, I don't know, it might be 15, 20 minutes.
Our members
No, I don't care. All members of the committee will be called and we will take the time that needs to get them
Okay,
from
well,
other
let's do it.
rooms.
Well, I think we only have one
So,
member.
on that, we will cease. We'll have a bit of time out and I can't tell you when we'll be back.
Could I ask that people here for the corporate session can be dismissed now?
No, Mr Betts, there's still questions. I'd like to say yes, but there are still many questions. And with the new ruling in the Senate that came in, well, it's not that new now, it can go on, unfortunately, all day and all night. So
It would sound so good in opposition, Sir, when you did
we're going to
that.
have a private meeting. We're going to suspend for a private
Well,
meeting.
hang on. If you,
That's what you've asked for.
yes, but you're going to contact it's only Senator Wish-Wilson that's not here.
It is not only Senator Wish-Wilson, I'm not going to have this debate
everyone else is
publicly.
here.
They are not here, and I think you should just
Senator White.
count again. So we will suspend at the request of other senators.
Well, can I suggest, sorry, through you, Chair, that we can continue questioning while we make that request, and then we can have the private meeting
No,
when they're here.
you've
Well, look,
you've just called.
because you can't. You are trying to now delay the scrutiny of your own government
Excuse me.
because you don't have the answers. You don't have the answers. We're an hour in, and Senator Chisholm can't answer
I'm making
basic
it
questions
very
about his
easy.
government's policy.
Senator Canavan, I'm making
So-
it very easy. You have requested, and I'm always so collegiate to help out my colleagues on this committee. You've requested a private meeting, and we shall now suspend for a private
No, we
meeting.
won't. That is
We're
absolutely-
suspending for a private meeting.
This is not how it works.
Everyone, I'm happy to say we're all back in love with each other again. Can I welcome Senator the Honourable Carol Brown, Assistant Minister
We're
for...
just doing a quick changeover. Sorry, Chair.
I know, I'm not welcoming Senator Carol Brown. Oh, okay.
No, sorry, we were changing
I had
over.
a whole list for Senator Brown.
We were changing over at the end of corporate.
Oh,
Right, good.
sorry.
Got
Sorry.
a special page for you, Carol.
So sorry you missed that, Minister. We're all back in love again. I'm happy to report. Thank you for your indulgence. And during the break too, there was a request from Senator Altman Payne to just ask some questions so she can get off to another committee. And Senator Canavan has agreed to that. So thank you, Senator Canavan. You have the call, Senator Altman Payne.
Thanks, Chair. Morning. My questions are around joint projects with state and territory governments and more specifically around the Brisbane Olympics. But I'll start off by just asking if you could clarify for me, on what basis does the government, the department or minister evaluate funding decisions to joint projects with state and territory governments?
Okay, well, I might ask Mr Hallinan to answer that question on the basis that he's in charge of the infrastructure investment programme and the processes around, for instance, the Land Transport Act.
Sure. Senator, in terms of assessing a project for expenditure, there are reasonably detailed guidances established under the Land Transport Act and the Notes on Administration. Usually we'll take into account things like deliverability, for want of a better word, the objectives of the project, the benefits against the costs, and if there are any alternatives available that could deliver the same objective for a different price. Specifically in relation to the Olympics, we're not at that stage yet. We're at a stage of negotiation with the Queensland Government on what an agreement with Queensland might be for funding of the 2032 Brisbane Olympics.
So has that changed from the 50-50 split that was announced by the previous Prime Minister?
So the former government had announced a 50-50 commitment with Queensland. I don't think we'd reached a formal agreement on governance with Queensland at that stage, and where we're up to now is under the current government, we've been asked to negotiate with Queensland on what an agreement for the Olympics may look like.
All right, so just for clarity, and this may be a question for the Assistant Minister. So the previous government had said it was going to be a 50-50 split. They also indicated that decision-making would be both at the federal and the state level, that it was a joint project. It was different to the Sydney Olympics in that that was largely looked after by the Government of New South Wales. Is it the case that the position that the previous government had indicated, 50-50 joint decision-making, is up for renegotiation?
I think the Deputy Secretary...
Well, it might help if I add a little bit of detail. The previous government's commitment was subject to a range of conditions that would need to be negotiated with Queensland. So I think in the former Prime Minister's announcement, from memory, the commitment was to 50-50 as long as there was a 50-50 governance with Commonwealth appointed boards, independent delivery agencies, things of that nature. And that was all subject to a negotiation with the Queensland Government, which was yet to be undertaken or finalised. So the current government has asked us to start that negotiation. And the current government hasn't put terms out publicly, I think would be the best way I would describe it.
Okay. So at this point in time then, has the Minister or the Department raised any concerns about any of the infrastructure projects that have been proposed by the Queensland Government?
We're not at that stage yet.
Okay. Are you able to tell me what criteria you will have for evaluating Olympics infrastructure funding?
I think in broad principle, if the infrastructure is around land transport, so movement of people between, from accommodation to stadiums, those sorts of things, it would likely fall similar assessments to those that we do for land transport infrastructure under national partnership agreements. If it's for things like stadiums or facilities for the Olympics, that'll be subject to the negotiation with the Queensland Government that we're commencing.
Okay. Are you able to tell me how you'll be assessing the impacts of Olympics infrastructure decisions? So is that going to be on an economic basis, a social basis, or both?
There will be different types of investment. As Mr Hallinan's explained, there will be transport infrastructure, which we would treat as we would any other transport infrastructure. Then there are venues, and then there may be other ancillary or legacy facilities associated with the Olympics, and they may be treated in different ways, but those decisions haven't been taken yet.
Okay. Are you able to tell me which departments or agencies specifically will be making the decisions about specific Olympics infrastructure projects?
I think it will vary based on those three streams that I've described.
That's correct. So, in terms of the decisions, I would at this point say that they will be decisions of government around both the agreement with Queensland and then the projects, with advice from agencies. For the purposes of land transport infrastructure, that will fall very clearly with this department: infrastructure, transport, regional development, communications and the arts. for the purposes of facilities, Olympics facilities, that again I think will likely fall to this department. That's certainly how we are operating the negotiations. And for other legacy activities, that could be, it could be, for instance, the Department of Health, or it could be other departments with a role to play in that negotiation.
Or it could be a joint effort between departments, for instance, health and ourselves, if it were in relation to a sporting facility, for instance.
Okay, all right. But I guess my understanding then that the federal government will have significant input into those decision-making processes is correct?
That would be our intention, to the extent that the Commonwealth Government makes a contribution to the funding of the Olympics. It would expect to have a commensurate level of influence over the choice of projects and their delivery. Yeah.
Okay. I think then this is a question that's probably most appropriate for the Assistant Minister. Is the federal government supportive of the decision to use the Gabba Stadium as the main Olympic stadium?
I'm not aware that a decision has been made on what the stadium arrangements will be for the 2032 Olympics.
So that decision hasn't been made?
That's my understanding.
So my understanding is that Gabba Stadium was selected as the main stadium 18 months ago, that the bid's been finalised. Has that changed?
I think that's a matter for the Queensland Government at this stage. We've indicated that we're at a very early stage of engagement with them.
So I just want to be clear, I guess, because what I've heard is that there needs to be negotiations in terms of the decision-making. I'm now hearing whether the Gabba Stadium is the main stadium is a decision for the Queensland Government. Is it a joint decision, as it was in the original Olympics announcement? Is it up for negotiation in the new negotiation that's happening between the federal government and the state, or is it a state decision?
So I think the Secretary said it was a question for the Queensland Government. The Commonwealth hasn't yet reached an agreement with Queensland on our arrangements for the Olympics in terms of the stadium infrastructure, facilities infrastructure, or land transport infrastructure.
So will the federal government have any input into the choice of main stadium at all? Because earlier my question was, is this joint decision making? I thought the answer was yes, but now I'm hearing, but whether the Gabba is the main stadium, that's for the Queensland Government. Those two things seem incongruous to me.
No, I don't think we said that. I don't think we have confirmed that that the Gabba is the main stadium. We're not aware of that at this stage. We haven't negotiated that with Queensland. You've said that the Gabba was chosen as the main stadium a year to 2 years ago.
The Queensland Government has indicated that that is the case. Are you telling me that the Queensland Government, even though they're saying that, they can't say that's for certain until they've had that negotiation with the federal government?
The Queensland Government will bring a view, obviously, but we're saying that we're at a very early stage of negotiations and a very early stage of forming up the governance and joint decision-making arrangements which will surround the Olympics. So it's too early to tell. But at the moment, the Queensland Government is making the running in terms of the thinking about how those things will be delivered.
All right. Well, in that case, could you maybe tell me what the timeline is for the decision making on the infrastructure projects and then on the funding for those projects?
I think, Senator, we would anticipate going into multiple budgets between here and 2032 with positions on both land transport and stadium and facilities infrastructure in the lead up to 2032. So I don't think there's a specific date at which all the decisions will be taken.
Well, a rough timeline, like, so when, for example, would you expect that the new agreement that you're negotiating with the government should be finalised to then make further decisions about funding and infrastructure projects?
I would anticipate something around the next budget, Senator. But it's, again...
As in the May budget?
Yes.
2023? Okay. What will be the instrument, or by what instrument will the funding for the major Olympics infrastructure projects be allocated?
That again is to be determined through negotiation with Queensland.
All right, so subject to the intergovernmental agreement, which you don't have yet with the Queensland Government?
Correct.
Okay. So how will the federal funding then be allocated?
Again, subject to negotiation with Queensland, Senator. It's too early for us to answer any detailed questions beyond we're commencing negotiation with Queensland.
Okay. Does the federal government have any plans to consult directly with the affected community stakeholders like the East Brisbane State School and its community of teachers and families in relation to the Gabba Stadium?
Again, subject to negotiation on the agreement with Queensland, Senator.
So once you've reached that agreement, is it the government's intention to undergo community consultation with stakeholders like communities that will be affected by the projects?
I think we would insist that there be consultation. The form of that consultation is not something that we have confirmed, and I wouldn't wish to predict the form of consultation, Senator, whether it's Commonwealth officials, state officials or other.
If, as the Queensland Government is proposing, and I think this is more appropriately a question for the Assistant Minister, the Queensland Government is suggesting that if the Gabba Stadium is the main stadium, that will require the demolition of the East Brisbane State School. Is it the federal government's intention to contribute funding for a new school if that demolition goes ahead?
I think it's a hypothetical question, Senator. No decision's been made on where the stadium is, if a new stadium is needed, and if so, where it's going to be. So I don't think you can answer that yet.
Okay. Last question. Has the government done any work on the expected impact of the Olympics on housing and cost of living to Brisbane residents? And
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. I know that there's been a fair bit of work undertaken through by Queensland on options for housing and accommodation for athletes and people visiting for the games, but I'm not sure if they've done detailed assessments on likely impact on cost of housing and those things for residents.
if you could take that on notice, that would be great. And the other question then is, if they have, we'd like to know when it will be made public.
That is probably better a question for the Queensland Government if it's their work. We can come back to you, obviously, though, with clarity.
All right, thank you. That's in my
Thanks, Senator.
questions. Thank you, Chair.
Senator
I could
Canavan.
just ask some follow-up questions. Those very excellent questions from Senator Elman-Payne. Is there any funding in the forward estimates for Olympics infrastructure?
There's funding for the department to undertake negotiations and contemplate how we will then inform ourselves on both infrastructure and stadiums.
There's nothing in the contingency reserve?
That would not be something I could divulge,
Right.
and certainly not something that we can answer in this.
Well, just to clarify, previous estimates hearings, we can normally get an answer on whether it's in the contingency reserve, just not how much. So are you saying you can't answer it or you don't know?
Well, so just for clarity, oftentimes a portfolio won't know what's in the contingency reserve. It's a matter for the finance.
Okay, that's a generic, but do you know whether there's an amount in the contingency reserve, Mr. Hallinan, for the Olympics?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So that seems to be a bit of a risk for the future profile for infrastructure. It's going to be quite costly. Is any of the reprofiling or cuts we've seen in this budget to infrastructure about creating headroom for infrastructure for the Olympics?
No, there's certainly not been a government policy agenda to create headroom for the Olympics. There's been no expressed agenda that way in any of the budget materials, and that's not part of the policy narrative for this budget, Senator.
And maybe it's a question to the Minister. Does the government have a position on where the main stadium should be for the Olympics?
No, my understanding is that we're in discussions with the state government about what the appropriate circumstances would be for a stadium and where that would be located.
And does the government have a veto, if you like, or will the federal government be able to say no to any Queensland government proposal? What's the arrangements here for this decision finally?
So as I indicated earlier, we're commencing negotiations for what the governance arrangements will be, Senator.
So will it be a joint decision
For
the stadium?
it will be subject to the outcomes of what the governance arrangements are that are established through negotiations, Senator.
All right, thanks, Chair. I think. Oh, sorry. Now we've got more. Sorry, Chair.
Sorry. Okay, Senator.
One follow-up question.
Follow up? Yes, of course.
Is the federal government aware of the significant community concerns of the community in East Brisbane, and particularly the parents and students at East Brisbane State School of their school being demolished?
I certainly am, from a Queensland Senator point of view, Senator Elman-Payne. I've seen some of the media attention around it, and obviously I think the sooner this issue is resolved, the better for everyone, and obviously the need to, if something needs to be built or rebuilt, there obviously is a clock ticking for 2032 as well.
Thank you.
Senator McDonald, you were
So just
singing
a
the call.
follow-on question to that as well. So I understood that during the last government there was a joint planning committee for the Olympics between the federal and state government, and Ted O'Brien, the member from the Sunshine Coast, was the Queensland or a Queensland. I think Senator Colbeck was the other one. They were both replaced after the election. Who have they been replaced by?
Obviously, there's a neat fit with the Minister for Sport being a Brisbane MP, so the member for Lilianica Wells is on it. And my understanding is, and I'm happy just to confirm this before the end of the day, is that Graham Perrott, the member for Moreton, has the new representative on that committee.
Terrific. So perhaps we could find out when they last met, when that group last met, and the agenda for that meeting.
Look, we can take that on notice. I suspect it's actually a matter for the Department of Health through the Office for Sport.
Right.
It's not something that
That might be.
we support as a portfolio.
Sure.
We would support that request.
We will have to go and ask a question of that committee, Senator Ormond-Payne. So
I think that's the Community Affairs Committee.
Community Affairs
I
Committee.
think it's the Community
it
Affairs
is.
Committee, yes.
Senator
you.
Rennick, sorry, Senator
Yeah,
Rennick.
How many
up there.
Queenslanders?
Senator.
Sorry, Senator. So just so I'm clear on this, we're under the governments are undecided as to whether or not they're going to use the Gabba as the main stadium for the Olympics. Is that correct?
As far as the federal government are concerned, there is no agreement on any of the infrastructure, let alone where the main stadium would be, is my understanding.
Yeah, that's
So
correct.
do you know when that would be finalised? Because I imagine with the lead time building it and everything, you're going to,
Yeah.
you're going to have to make
So-
that decision pretty soon.
So what's been announced in this budget is funding for the departments, both the Department of Health through the Office for Sport and the Department of Infrastructure, to undertake negotiations and establish the arrangements that will support that. So we're not at a point where we can answer those questions, Senator.
Right. Okay.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. I'll return to my series of questions, but I've got a question for Senator Chisholm. As a Queenslander, Senator Chisholm, what's your view on the Gabba?
In case you might have done a bit of research, I wrote an op-ed, actually.
No,
In the Courier Mail.
it might surprise you, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I haven't read your op-ed, Senator.
Should send a copy.
So,
Table it.
I'm sure it'll be on my Facebook page somewhere. If you want to look it up.
Damn, that's another thing I haven't done.
And sort of getting a little bit out of my wheelhouse here, but very interested in the Gabba. I think that my thoughts on it is that it should be considered, but obviously we need to ensure that we are using taxpayer funds wisely and doing that responsibly, and choosing a venue that is in the long-term economic interests of the nation and the state. And I think the interesting developments that we're seeing around the world is in Paris, which isn't using a main stadium for its opening ceremony. So obviously I think that there's things that should be considered in that to
So
ensure...
you don't have a view specifically?
So
You're not going to die on the hill at the Gabba?
No, I think we just need to make sure we've got good infrastructure so the Olympics can be a great success for the city, the state, the country.
Right, returning to my earlier line of questioning, Mr Hallinan, have you finished the 36 projects across the state as we were going through? Remember where we were?
Yeah, I think I got you through the 3 states where there were cancellations.
Cancellations. I just wanted to seek a bit of clarification when you said the ACT projects that were cancelled,
Yeah.
that those monies went towards the light rail.
So
Does that mean the ACT got an increase in funding in this budget or a decrease in infrastructure funding?
I think every jurisdiction got an increase in funding for infrastructure through this budget, Senator.
But some were more equal than others, weren't they, when we look at New South Wales?
The ACT's funding increased by 5.7 million over the 10-year period to take it to
Just over the
680.
forwards, if we could, Mr Betts. 'cause-
I don't have that information to hand, but we'll try and get it for you.
Yeah, thank you.
We have a lot of 10-year numbers, Senator.
No, I do. I just want to take you to an article in The Australian yesterday that quotes Minister King directly, saying there's very little that's been cut, direct quote, and again I quote the Minister, "We haven't delayed any projects." It would seem, even on the preliminary evidence of this morning, looking at only one program within the broader infrastructure remit, that there have been significant delays to projects and significant cuts. Minister, what's going on? Does Minister King not actually know what's going on in her own department, given the evidence that I've heard today?
Well, I think what you've seen this week is the Minister who absolutely knows what is happening in the department, but is acting in a responsible way, given the mess we inherited from our predecessors.
Sorry, Senator.
So
I'm going to
you've
directly
asked the
quote
question.
from Minister King, and whilst you've been writing op-eds, she's been on TV speaking, and given you representing her here at Senate Estimates, it's very important you're appraised of what she said yesterday, publicly, and now reported. It's very little that's been cut. We haven't delayed any projects.
Well,
That's not what we've heard in this committee today, and I'm going to get to the regional aspect more broadly coming up, but I just want to get your response to that.
Well, I think when you consider the headline figures of what our pipeline is on infrastructure investment, which is $123 billion over the 10 years, which is more than what our predecessors had, and when you consider the waste and rorts that you had put into the budget, along with projects that you promised before the election that you are now trying to say are cuts. They were your priorities. They weren't our priorities. We have significant funding in infrastructure across all states and territories, and that is what we are focused on, and that is what we are absolutely going to deliver on. So there's strong
Are you
support
telling me
across
projects
every
haven't
state
been
and territory. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I've said is that we had our priorities that we took to the election and that we're now implementing in government, and that's what this budget was about. So there's $123 billion of infrastructure investment over 10 years, which is more than what our predecessors had, more than what your government had, and 50% of that is going to be dedicated or will be spent in regional infrastructure investment as well. So there is no doubt that this government has invested heavily in infrastructure, and it's a proud record that we will be delivering on.
I'm not talking about global figures, Senator. I'm talking about projects that are cut from right around the country by the sounds of it, and significantly into the regions. The Minister is saying we haven't delayed any projects. Well, that's clearly not the case from the evidence given today. Are you saying that? Are you similarly agreeing with Minister King that there hasn't been any delayed projects?
What I'm saying is that we have significant investment that we've made through an infrastructure pipeline over 10 years. The budget that we have delivered this week is aligned with what is possible to be delivered on, given the constraints that there are in the economy when it comes to
delayed,
infrastructure, when it comes to investment and labour. And it also fits the funding profile in that we're working with the states on what can actually be delivered. And that's what you didn't do. You didn't actually work with the states to create a responsible way for infrastructure to be delivered. You went around the country making all these promises, and the Australian people lost faith in that as a result. Whereas what we've done is we've worked with the states, we've identified the priorities that can be delivered.
Speaking.
Sorry, Minister. You have a point of order, Senator McDonald?
So I'd just like to clarify, because the Prime Minister talked about delayed projects. We've had a number of projects that we've already identified. Regardless of whether you believe this is around programming or resourcing, Senator McKenzie is asking, have projects been delayed? And that's the question.
Minister.
What we've done is been reflective of the conditions, and we've cut a budget to an infrastructure budget and a delivery pipeline that can actually be met. And that's what we said we would do when we came to government.
I think this might be another case of Labor ministers a bit hard of hearing. There's a lot of that going on this week, as we saw in question time with the Treasurer. The Minister said publicly there's been little cut. Again, she said, we haven't delayed any projects. You have sat here, you either aren't listening to your own officials who have outlined significant cuts, including here in the ACT, New South Wales and Victoria. Do you agree with your own minister and your own officials, yes or no?
What I agree with is that we have that significant infrastructure investment that we are rolling out. There's
honestly,
what we
you're going
promised
to stay
in
assistant
election,
minister
and
for the rest
for
of
you
your
to
career,
try and
Anthony,
claim,
you can't answer
for you to try and claim some of your promises
Minister.
as ones
Minister.
that we should deliver on.
Minister, sorry. Colleagues, you can go to custard pretty quickly, and I would just urge that if senators do ask questions, whether we like the answers or not, we'll allow the minister to answer, but I think by jumping in and cutting each other off is not a good look of how we always operate. So can I just let people have the opportunity to finish their line of questioning and we go to the next question?
Thank you, Chair. I will take that very sound, wise advice.
So before I do, sorry, now I'm cutting in, sorry. So you've dragged me down to your level now. So sorry.
That's cruel.
Sorry,
That's
Senator
cruel,
McKenzie,
Stella.
sorry. So the minister was talking when I just pulled to order. Have you finished, Minister? You finished? Okay, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. So I'm just going to take the evidence as given that there's been significant delays across numerous projects in this budget, and I'll accept Minister King's description of that over Assistant Minister Chisholm's. But what I'm wanting to seek, and maybe Secretary you'll be able to assist, or Mr Hallinan, is a full list of the regional infrastructure spending cuts by project and funding amount, including not just the cuts, but a full list of all projects that have been delayed since May 22.
I think we can get that for you on notice or as part of the documents that we're providing in response to Senator Canavan's request.
I'm assuming there will be a spreadsheet somewhere in the department that you'll just be able to press print with an A3 sheet out the back.
Sorry, and Chair, could we have and the reason why they were cut?
Of course.
Yes.
Because we've
That'd be
loved how you've
illuminating.
typified medical training facilities in rural and regional communities as wasteful
I think we should
spending.
see-
Very
might
happy
been
to have that
undercosted
discussion
in
ad
the budget.
nauseum.
So can I be clear about the scope of the request? Are you talking about infrastructure spend as part of the infrastructure investment programme in regional Australia?
Yes.
That's, okay, so we're not
And
talking about
there's
the
a
grant
number
space
of
programme.
programs, obviously. So it's not just BBRF, it's not just...
Oh, so you're including...
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll what I think we'll do there is clarify for you in the response to Senator Canavan's letter that which is regional to the extent that we can. And
Can I
there's
just clarify?
And I do have a question about how you define regional.
so it's different depending on the portfolio we're in, Senator.
We'll be explicit about what I said.
Sorry to interrupt everyone, I'm just getting away from the minister.
Just Senator Brown and I were going to swap, so...
Oh, okay. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Minister. Sorry, but just so on that, Senator McKenzie too, could I request not just regional, those other projects that we were talking about?
I think my letter covers.
Covers
I think
urban
it
and
covers all.
Yeah, urban and regional, yes, okay, thank you. So before we do go any further, sorry for jumping around, can I now welcome Senator the Honourable Carol Brown, Assistant Minister for Transport and Infrastructure. Great to see you here, Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
I know you don't want to do an opening statement, do you?
No, I think
Okay.
we'll just continue with the questioning. Give
I had to
senators
ask.
every opportunity.
Thank you. Now, sorry, Mr Hallinan, you were halfway through addressing.
I think the information you just requested will be caught by Senator Canavan's request, which we've said we'll endeavour to get to you, the committee as soon as we can.
And we'll provide the definition that we're working with for regional as part of that request.
And is this a definition that's changed since May?
No. So what we will...
Bearing in mind there are several definitions of regional.
And yeah, that's correct. There are many definitions of
hasn't
regional
changed.
depending on what policy you're
Don't
looking
we
at.
know that?
Yeah. So have you got a definition there now?
I think for the infrastructure program, we say outside of major metropolitan locations. And so that means in the... I'll use health parlance with you. That would mean modified Monash 2 to 7, but not 1. Or ASGCRA 2 to 5.
Okay, that's old health talk. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yep, got it. the decision-making process to axe the regional infrastructure projects. Can you walk me through that?
So I think I went through the frame that was applied for
IIP, yeah.
cancellations for the IIP. So that's what I can talk through is the IIP. That's the infrastructure program. Is that?
Okay, yeah. So I'd have to get someone else up to do the regional infrastructure projects, which I would like to do now.
Scheduled for later on in the agenda, but you want to do that?
Yes, I want to do that now. Thank you.
Before we switch, Senator Canavan, just to update you, in the statement of risk, it captures under the health portfolio Olympics. So there's a section there that
is that a
identifies.
quantitative? No,
It's
that's
not.
that's in the statement of risk, not in the contingency. reserve.
It's unquantifiable because it's subject to negotiation.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Sorry, I was just reading something there. Senator Mackenzie, where are we going to now?
Oh, sorry. Can I just follow up before? I keep calling you Dr. Helen, and you're doing a PhD like everyone else at the moment.
No.
Apologies. I do just have some evidence going back to our very, very first piece of questioning where we were talking about how we carve up the infrastructure, the global infrastructure spend to different states and jurisdictions. And I was told, and correct me if I wasn't listening, that there was no algorithm. I then asked, is there then a methodology, a rough? No, there wasn't. But my understanding is, and this is from Mr Phil Smith, First Assistant Secretary, 2 estimates on the 24th of May in 21, his evidence indicates that funding is provided as a share of population, as I suggested in my questioning.
It depends on the program, Senator. So there are some programs in infrastructure space, Roads to Recovery, Local Roads Community Infrastructure Program. They have a specific formula. They're formula driven, and population is an element of it. And so Roads to Recovery is a formula built on both length of road in a jurisdiction and population, and it's weighted. And LERC is the same, and sometimes you change it with population. I mean, in the LERC program,
But we're at a global level.
That's an unfortunate acronym.
LERC, I know, right?
Okay.
At a global level, though, so yes, we've got specific methodologies for appropriating funds in different programs. And then all that happens, it comes up to the department, and at a global level, we try and make sure, according to this evidence, that what New South Wales gets, what Queensland gets, what Victoria gets is roughly akin to their proportion of the national population. So there is this sort of little tick, if you like, of fairness of
it's certainly
spend from the Commonwealth's level.
It's certainly a consideration, Senator, but it's not. It's not law. It's a, if you will, it's a policy choice of government at any given time.
It's a policy choice of government. All right. Well, I might ask on notice, Mr. Betts, if you could reflect on Mr. Smith's evidence on the 24th, where he basically indicates that funding is provided as a share of population.
Which it is for some programs, but we
yes,
will
no, I
take it
get
on
that, but
notice.
at a global, so you don't get premiers saying what they end up saying to federal governments when things happen. And I'd like to understand if you could provide a breakdown of state funding against this methodology for the pipeline over 10 years. So at the moment, we have New South Wales saying they've been completely, dudded in this. So I'm giving you the opportunity, I guess, to show that it might be over 10 years that the dud's been fixed.
So we can right now give you the 10 years spend for every jurisdiction. It's not far off.
Not the IIP, the global.
This is the global infrastructure program spend.
If you could.
It's not the. Let's define global.
We used to, yes. Okay. No. Well, from this department on infrastructure spending to a state. I mean, in budget paper 3,
we'd probably have to pick.
There's
out
a
the
whole lot of programs, from city deals to ROSIs to rail investments to IOP to black spots. So
So that's a separate question, which I think we can probably do we could do an aggregated analysis on
Right.
notice.
I will tidy up my language with a lovely, neat question on notice for you by the end of the day that you can help me understand. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, sorry, Senator.
And Matt.
Senator McKenzie, did you indicate, sorry I was reading, but did you indicate something you wanted to move to something further in the program now?
No.
Did I miss something?
No, I was, but I won't.
Oh, I see, okay. Lucky Matt, I guess I know where he's going too. All right, because are we nearly finished with corporate?
No.
No, okay, that's right. No, I understand, that's fine. So you want to go to Senator Sullivan?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair O'Sullivan. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, Senator Sullivan. Sorry.
No, we're good mates. We're all good.
Sorry.
Right. Thank you. Look, my questions do overlap a bit, but considering we are talking about individual projects, so I hope it's okay. I'd like to just go to projects in my home state of Western Australia, talking about projects that have either been cut or have been delayed. So in the budget earlier this year in March, the budget paper details quite a list of projects in Western Australia, and I'm just wanting to see whether or not those projects have either been cut or modified in any way. So are we ready to just fire through them?
Yes, but it may take some time to research individual line items, so...
Okay.
And it may
Well, I'll have a
require
go,
change of personnel at the
and
table.
we'll see where we're at. So just for each of these, if you could just tell me whether there's still money in the budget, whether there's been any adjustment to either the funding amount or the timelines for any of the projects?
I think it's probably best if we do that, if you can identify the project, and we'll search it up.
Okay. So the first one that was listed in the budget was the MetroNet project, 441 million. Thank you.
And just on saying that, while the official is just coming to the table, Senator O'Sullivan, there is a break for at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll try and get them.
Okay.
Yeah.
This could be a fairly arduous process in working through this list.
So MetroNet itself is a series of projects all interrelated. There was additional funding provided in this budget, I think, of $87.5 million towards it as part of an election commitment. So for MetroNet, there's additional funding in the system for MetroNet for the Hamilton Street, Wharf Street, William Street grade separations and elevation of associated stations, which was an election commitment, Senator.
Okay, but the amount that was in the March budget was for 441 million, which included the, I presume included the completion of the airport link, the Thornley to Coburn line, the Allenbrook line. They were all commitments that were made, some of them several years ago. Just wondering if there's been any changes to those.
All right, so there are two movements that I can tell. The challenge with MetroNet, Senator, is there are many, many projects attached to it. There are two movements. There's the new funding announced through the election, which has just been confirmed through this budget, and there is a movement to better align to schedules for Morrison Road level crossing removal, which is a $58 million movement. So it's still going ahead, it's just aligning that funding to when it's anticipated to be spent.
The timeframes may have shifted
pushes
a bit.
out a little bit.
Okay. The Bunbury Outer Ring Road, 322 million for stages 2 and 3.
I don't think there are any changes to Bunbury.
I can look at that. Maxine Newlands, I'm Assistant Secretary for Queensland, Northern Territory and WA. I'll just look up Bunbury Outer Ring Road.
I mean, if it assists, I'm going to be just listing off the projects that were on page 143 of the March budget.
Well, it's worth, I remember the Prime Minister announcing that when he was the Infrastructure Minister. Just thought I'd throw that one in.
So I can give you, would you like the profiles over the forwards as well as the 10-year?
Yes.
Like the
Forwards
whole.
preferably.
Yep. Okay. All right. So I'll just read it out. So for the 22-23, there's a lot of...
We've got a lot of line items.
We've got time.
Yeah, okay.
So Bunbury Outer Ring Road, I don't think there's any change to what was announced in the March budget, Senator.
I think.
No, I would have identified it through here, so that's been confirmed.
Okay. But timeframes, have they changed?
It has been, no, there's no push out beyond the forwards for Bunbury Outer Ring Road. So for...
From memory, the Bunbury Outer Ring Road is very close to construction, and I was speaking with the...
First stage is getting close, I think.
Yeah, I was speaking with officials in WA about it, probably in the lead up to that March budget, about the urgency of a couple of things there. So I wouldn't anticipate any changes in that project at this stage.
A bit like the Rocky.
200 million for the for stage 3 of the Tonkin Highway extension.
Sorry.
That's right. There's a $17.8 million movement out of the forward estimates for it. So I think it's a total project cost of $755 million, $604 million Commonwealth spend, and we've profiled that with the jurisdiction slightly differently. So there's $17.8 million that's been lined outside of the forward estimates period.
Okay.
Stage 3.
Stage 3.
So just explain that. So you're saying it's
in every
pushed
budget,
into the outer years, is it?
Yeah, in every budget we make movements to projects based on where we think they're going to hit particular milestones for their construction. So stage 3 of the Tonkin, of the 604 million Commonwealth or Australian government commitment, 17.8 million of that has been moved beyond the forward estimates profile.
Gotcha.
Just to align to when we anticipate construction.
The stages 1 and 2 of the Pinjarra heavy haulage deviation, 178 million. Any change to the funding or timing?
You probably won't have that.
Oh, I've got it, but here you go. For that one, Senator, it's a $250 million project, $200 million worth of Australian government contribution. There's
so you said 200 and...
a $250 million total project cost with a $200 million Australian government contribution. $99.7 million has been moved outside of the forward estimates.
Just so, colleagues, it is 10:58, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Can I just have a few more?
I know you can have more, but at 11 o'clock we do take the break. I've got to be conscious of the staff behind us sitting there with those earmuffs on for all those hours.
I get it.
So,
okay, thank you. 145 million for the Thomas Road dual carriageway, South Western Highway to Tonkin Highway, and the interchange at Tonkin Highway.
So I have Thomas Road and Nicholson Road. That's not the one you're referring to.
Different project.
Thomas Road upgrade.
It's the Thomas Road upgrade, that's right, dual carriageway.
So Thomas Road upgrade hasn't had any movement outside of the forwards.
Okay. South Western Highway to Tonkin Highway, and the interchange at Tonkin Highway. This is just exactly as it was printed in the budget. Yeah.
I think there's a number of projects against Tonkin Highway as well. So the Tonkin Highway North Allenbrook interchange, not that one. Or Tonkin Highway Gap.
That's a different project.
Yeah. Tonkin Highway interchange, Tonkin Highway Stage 3 extension. So there's quite 3 or 4.
So it's the Southwest Highway to...
There's 3 with the Tonkin Highway. Has any of that been pushed beyond the forward?
So Tonkin Highway Gap, no.
So on that, Ms Evans, sorry, colleagues, it is 11 o'clock. So let's break now so we can be back at 11:15 rather than push it backwards.
Look, what I might do, just for the sake of, to help to be efficient with time, I'll put this on notice, and then we can get that in a table.
Whatever makes it easier for you and the officials, I'm in. Okay, let's...
That will also be captured in response to Senator Canavan's letter. The challenge will be you'll be working through a lot of data to get to it. So if you put it on notice, it'll be a very specific response.
All right.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. 15 minutes, Marco. We will reconvene at 11:15. Thank you. Just waiting for the officials. Everyone's back on time, prompt. Hansard Broadcasting, most important people in the room. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. In continuation, Senator Little.
I've got a plan.
Thank you for coming. My questions relate mostly to the cuts or any delays in funding in South Australia specifically. The first question relates to confirmation that there is a $741 million axing of infrastructure investment program funding in South Australia between the period March 22 and the budget that we saw handed down October 22.
Can I just, sorry, it's a bit hard to hear, Senator Little. Can I just get a bit of volume there, please? I don't know if you could hear all right, Senator White. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, you wanted the difference?
I wanted confirmation that there's a $741 million axing of infrastructure investment program funding for South Australia that relates to the period March 2022 and October 2022.
And your word axing means, in that case, the
It
outright
either means-
cancellation of the project?
It either means cutting or delaying.
Well, look, I wouldn't confirm your language choice, but certainly as part of the budget there's been movement of projects outside the forward estimates and movement of funding outside the forward estimates. I don't think there have been any terminations in South Australia, but my colleague Mr Bradley might confirm that.
Rob Bradley, Assistant Secretary of the Victorian South Australia and Tasmania branch. I can confirm there hasn't been any cancellations of projects in South Australia.
Right. And
The delays.
any change in the delays? You've mentioned about forward estimates. Which projects would they be?
So, Senator, there's been, I suppose, 4 major projects where there's been deferrals of fundings. Not sure that I categorise them so much as delays, but the work we've done with the state to work out the most appropriate time to bring these projects to market. So the most significant one is the North-South Corridor, the Torrens to Darlingham project. So that one there has been a slight movement of funds. It's quite a large commitment, close to the Australian government commitments, close to $5 billion. $1 billion of that has been moved, around $1 billion of that has been moved outside the forward estimates, and that's to align.
Sorry, can I just get that really clear? So you've moved $5 million into the forward estimates for the North-South Corridor, is that what you said? No? Can you clarify what you
So
said?
we've moved a little over $1 billion, about $1.1 billion out of the forward estimates for that project, and that's to align with the timelines that South Australia have provided for bringing that project to construction.
Right. Did the South Australian Government request any additional funding for infrastructure projects in South Australia?
There were some election commitments for projects in South Australia that were supported in this budget.
What were they?
So the three new projects that received funding through this budget were the Southern Expressway and Majors Road interchange. It received $60 million. There's a $400 million contribution to South Australia's share of the nationwide freight heavy upgrade program. And there was a $200 million of funding that was confirming the previous government's budget announcement of the Marion Road Anzac Highway to Crossroad project.
Right. And were there any projects that they asked for that weren't funded?
I think
there wasn't a commitment to fund?
That probably forms part of a cabinet process, does it?
Yeah, so that's not something we can answer, Senator. It forms part of cabinet deliberative processes, and we don't tend to answer those questions.
Okay. All right. I just want to ask you about the Harndorf Township Improvement and Access Upgrade Project. That's a project cost of $250 million. Can you tell me when the department was first advised of the change in terms of the scope of that project?
Yeah, sure. So my understanding, and I spoke to South Australia officials about this project earlier this week, There hasn't been a change to the scope of the project. So the department received a draft project proposal report from South Australia. I think we received that in May of this year. We go through a process with South Australia where we'll look at their sort of draft proposal and go back with any comments or clarifications. We're part of the way through that process when South Australia advised that they wanted to undertake further community consultation around the project. So obviously we afforded South Australia the opportunity to do that. We're now expecting to receive a final project proposal report, and the advice from officials in South Australia is that the work they did through the community consultation confirmed the original scope of that project.
But what I understood was that there was a change to that project as a consequence of heritage and environmental matters related to trees.
I think we can confirm that once we get the updated project proposal report following that consultation process, Senator, but it's not something that has been drawn to our attention.
Okay. Can you tell me if the South Australian Government has requested to repurpose any of those funds if there's a change in that project?
There's not aware of any requests like that at all, Senator. And as I say, the advice that I received from officials this week was that the expectation is that project will be proceeding as always planned.
So one of the roads that gets a lot of attention in South Australia is the Victor Harbour Road. Has there been any reduction or delay to the Commonwealth funding the South Australian Victor Harbour Road upgrade project?
Senator, is the Victor Harbour Road, is that the funding for that, is that provided through a sub-program? I don't have it as a standalone IIP project. Would be funded under one of the sub-programs?
Right. I can't tell you exactly which program, but that's
Well,
not
I'll take
something
that
I would
note,
know. I'm
I think,
interested in
on
South
that one.
Australia. You've got the infrastructure information.
It is.
Or not.
It's certainly not a project that is identifiable in any of the major changes in the budget. So I would anticipate that there's no change for that project. We'll take on notice and try to find exactly the detail for
So
you.
if there has been any change in the funding or the timeline, can you please include that in your response?
Certainly.
Thank you. On another South Australian project, the budget does provide $400 million for the Freight Highway Upgrade Program under the Building a Better Future through Considered Infrastructure Investment Program. Can you tell me which year funding commences for that specific project, given that's allocated as a 10-year project?
So the specific projects under that program will be determined in consultation with South Australia. The cash flow for the commitment is in 2022-23 will be profiled $25 million. 23-24 there's $25 million. 24-25 there is $25 million. 25-26 there is $25 million. And in 26-27 there is $300 million. That's where the 400's profiled.
Right. So is it possible that for that project, that given it's a 10-year period, how will you actually negotiate when that money is actually spent? I'm just trying to understand whether it's possible to push that right up to the end of that 10-year funding period.
You're talking about moving funding to the right?
To those projects, yes.
So projects to be funded through that program will be determined in consultation with South Australia. Obviously, there's a budget process every 6 months, either through my EFO or budget. At this stage, we'd expect sort of the projects to come forward to align with the profiles we provided, but we're always open to discussions with state governments around where their priorities lie, and if there are opportunities to advance works, depending on market capacities in the state.
Are you able to confirm the $200 million that refers to Marion Road? Was that a decision of the coalition government in its previous term, or was it a decision of this government?
So it was a commitment made in the March budget, and I think it went to that point sort of made earlier and said in terms of reaffirming a commitment that at that stage. I think as part of the election campaign that the incoming government made a commitment to that project, and noting that at that stage it possibly hadn't gone through all parts of the budget process at the time of the election.
So when you say reaffirm, you mean just re-announcement of coalition commitments?
No, it confirms that project for the budget, Senator. So as I think at the outset of the hearing, the Secretary described the appropriation activities from the March budget. What happens here is it will then get appropriated through this budget, so it's confirmed as a project.
Yes.
in budget paper 2, there's a section on infrastructure investment for South Australia.
Yeah.
And it says government will provide $2.8 billion, and below that it mentions some funding for Marion Road. Is the 200, I think there's 200 million for Marion Road and there's 20 million for Marion Road and Sir Donald Bradman intersection. Are those amounts new funding? Is that new spending compared to the March budget, or that was already in the March budget? And,
so the Marion Road was in the March budget.
It was in the
just
March
wasn't
budget.
appropriated. Yeah. So that's been consistent with Mr. Bradley's advice.
I mean, it isn't, and there's probably a question for Treasury, but isn't budget paper 2 meant to be new spending? Why would you repeat spending that was already in the March budget?
So
paper
that's a
2?
question for Finance and Treasury.
Yeah, it seems a little bit misleading to us here to interpret.
March budget, the March budget, the coalition didn't pass that budget, so the money essentially was never committed. So those
That's a
three
different
projects that you just talked about, Senator, were election commitments that the Labor Party gave during the election.
That's a very different question with respect, Senator Minister Brown, because budget paper 2 is not about the appropriations per se, it's about the comparison of the budget figures from the former budget. And so I'm just confirming again that 220 million for Marion Road was not a change from the March budget.
It was an election commitment that the Labor made during the election campaign.
With all respect, that was not my question. Was that, just to confirm, was the $220 million was the funding for Marion Road changed from the March budget to today?
So the project itself was not a change, but it is a different profile in this budget. So it's
different profile,
but
it's still the same amount. Okay.
But in terms of it really is a genuinely confusing question about because there was no set of appropriation bills. What I think we'll probably have some questions that I won't have the answers to about how those structures work. So they're best for Treasury and Finance.
Yep. Okay.
But the reality, Senator, is what you're actually putting forward would have been the case if you'd passed the budget, but you didn't pass the budget. That's my point.
That's not how budget paper, because budget paper 2, I mean, it meant to calculate the changes in the underlying cash balance, which was, as it was in the March budget, with $220 million for Marion Road. I mean, just to finish on this, is that, because the $2.8 billion, that was announced as new funding, wasn't it?
So I think actually what you'd need to look at is the UCB effect in the table of the budget measure.
That's the budget paper, yeah.
Yeah. So putting in there what's actually being confirmed and what's in the measure description confirms the government's election commitment. In the text, I think you're probably technically fine. The check is the UCB line.
I mean, my concern here is it seems to be that the government is using the budget papers to advertise its election commitments, not to properly give information about the effects on the underlying cash balance. Which, I mean, it's not for you, Mr. Hallinan, but I mean, there seems to be a level of corruption here, and I'm using that term. I'm not using that term in a legal sense, but you're corrupting the transparency of our budget papers to display your election commitments. You were saying there yourself, Senator Brown, that this is your election commitment. You're putting your election commitment in the nation's budget papers. These are meant to be the premier documents that gives people an understanding of what changes from one budget to another, and they're being corrupted here through the use of your repetition of election commitments, which do not go to an underlying cash benefit.
Hang on, Minister. Senator Canavan, look, in the light of things, and things get pretty excited and heated around here, but I do think your language, you may want to just...
Well, people have... I'm not using... I clarify.
Senator Canavan, may I just finish? Senator Canavan, may I just finish, please? And I know that if I had said that sitting on the other side of the table, I'm sure Senator McDonald would have jumped on me very quickly. But I just think to use the term corruption when we've just gone through a very colourful election period, I don't think we need to use that language in here. I would ask you just...
Okay, I'll use a different word,
to withdraw that, please.
No, I'll just clarify. I said it in my statement that I wasn't using the term corruption in a legal sense, but I'm happy to change the word to distort the budget. I'm using the term and it's distorting the transparency of our budget papers, which are renowned around the world for their transparency. And I'll ask again this very direct question. Was the $220 million listed here for Marion Road in budget paper 2, did that have an effect on the underlying cash balance compared to the March budget?
Senator, there was a reprofiling of the funding of that commitment. It's been reprofiled. I can take you through that if you'd like.
But okay, was the 200 putting aside the reprofiling across the forward years? Was there a change in the underlying cash balance associated with funding for the Marion Road?
We can confirm that it was.
You can take that on notice.
Well, we can confirm that it was a commitment in the March budget.
Yes.
But actually, the makeup of the measure itself is a matter for Finance and Treasury. So.
Well, could you take on notice, was there any impact on the underlying cash balance over the forward years around any decisions taken over the Marion Road?
Yeah, certainly.
Liaise with.
Certainly, there's a profiling change over the forward years.
Could you take it on? Could you take my question on notice?
I'll take it on notice,
Thank
but
you.
I can confirm that now as well.
Okay.
And within the not normal notice period, like you're getting back to him with a lot of detail, can it come back with that, please, in that time frame? The question on notice. If you're taking it on notice, will it be subject to the date we set as a committee at the end of this hearing, or will it be subject to the fact that you're giving Senator Canavan a whole truckload of stuff in the next week?
I'm sorry, Senator. I'm happy for you to take it through the normal process because you may have to liaise with Treasury and Finance.
I was going to say, I think we have a streamlined problem.
I don't want to delay any other information we're getting.
Now,
I've got a follow-up to this, sorry.
I was just going to see if Senator Little has finished her line of
No, I've
questioning.
just got one more question.
But sorry, Senator Little, but if there's a follow-up question, work it out amongst yourself. No problem.
No.
Because then I will go. Okay. I know Senator White has some questions. And Senator Pocock, welcome to the RAC Committee. And I take it you will have some questions too. Okay.
Thank you. As a new senator, I've been going through the budget papers, but I'd like to ask: are there any other items within those budget papers that relate to South Australia that have had the same treatment, where they were actually committed to under the previous government, and whether it's a commitment in a budget or a commitment made during an election, that they then appear differently or similarly to this example in these budget papers?
I can say that that's the only project that I'm aware of that is reflected in that way. But
yeah, so earlier you asked about Victor Harbour Road. So that project, the reason I couldn't locate it, it's in negotiation with South Australia. That project was rolled into a broader project called the Florida Connections. So the Florida Connections project will provide safety benefits and network improvements for locals travelling through the Florida Peninsula. So the projects that have sort of the 4 projects that were standalone projects previously that have been moved into that package are the Rural Roads Package, Victor Harbour Road duplication, Main Road South to McLaren Vale, Main South Road 2, Stage 2 duplication, and the Victor Harbour Road Safety Works and Main South Road Stage. So yes, that project, I think your question was around, is that project proceeding? It is as part of that package.
So these are all within BP where there appears a distortion in the information. Thank you. That would be right. That's all in the electorate of Boothby.
We couldn't hear you.
Sorry.
Very hard
I'm
to
here. So these, when you're talking about the Victor Harbour Road, we're talking about that full length of the Victor Harbour Road. So that includes part of the electorate of Boothby. No, you don't. You're not familiar with it. Okay. Thank you.
Now,
That's
Senator.
also the department would consider it to be the minister.
So, Senator Mackenzie, I know you said you had a follow-up.
Well, one of them was really to see if there treatment of similar projects under the similar scenario you've just outlined, where decisions of a former government were made and budgeted for, and then appropriations aside, are then reaffirmed, shall we say, in these budget papers. And Mr. Hallen and I heard in answer to Senator Little's question that there are no more of those types of projects in South Australia. Is that correct? Yep. That's Mr. Correct. Bradley, you're nodding. What I would like to understand across the country, how they've been dealt with, if they've all been dealt with in a similar way for special mention, shall we say, in a dot point in budget paper 2, or have some been mentioned in budget paper 2 specifically, whilst others haven't been?
Look, I'll perhaps while we're here today, I can go through BP2 and confirm the project lists in here against what's...
Which were mentioned in, which were part of the March budget. Yep, if you could do that, that would be
Well,
great.
I certainly can't do it right now because...
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
But perhaps we can do that through the day.
So you did that. Is this still part of the follow-up to the Mackenzie? Because I do want to go to
Yes,
other...
no, I've just got one
other
more follow-up
senators.
on that because that is very helpful, Mr Hallinan. And are there any that were treated like that that haven't been specifically mentioned in the budget paper? If you aren't proceeding with projects from the March budget, then shouldn't how, and it probably follows on from Senator Canavan, how those monies are accounted for, shouldn't that be seen as a cancellation of a project and then new project?
So if we're not...
It was a decision of government.
Yeah, so if we're not proceeding with something that's on the books, the way that will be reflected in BP2 would be a negative against the underlying cash balance. Oh, well, it won't be a UCB negative. Anyway, depending on the accounting treatment, so either negative or positive. It will be reflected as a save in BP2, which would be a negative in this because it's payments rather than UCB. And you can see an aggregate line in BP2 for the measure Building a Better Future through considered infrastructure investment through the Department of the Treasury, because we are funding through national partnership agreements where the appropriation is held by Treasury. That aggregate line reflects all of the policy choices, both in terms of project deferrals and project cancellations, which I worked through with you earlier.
Yep.
And that's the aggregate effect of those decisions in each financial year across the forward estimates period.
Okay.
Otherwise, the book would be far too long if you did it on a project-by-project.
Yeah, so you haven't sort of said because the appropes weren't done, we've cancelled all infrastructure projects and we're, that's a decision of government that was cancelled because the bills weren't passed.
So I mean, this is really a finance or treasury question, but with a budget measure, that you see the payments line is the aggregate effect of all of the lines that are built into that measure. So you'll get a single line that might be adding up a whole bunch of positives and a whole bunch of negatives.
Okay, if you could, pull out exactly the Marion Road example, but across the board, I'd really appreciate it at some point.
Yeah.
Right now, Senator White.
Can you just explain what you mean by reprofiling?
Certainly, Senator. So reprofiling is an activity undertaken in governments where you will sometimes move funding around to better match when you expect the funding to be expended, and that happens in every budget update. In this case, the government took a policy position to try to make headroom in the forward estimates to moderate the infrastructure construction market, which is currently running pretty hot. And so there are a series of decisions taken through the negotiations with jurisdictions where there was movement of anticipated starting times or major milestones in project delivery. And so that meant that there were lots of changes in the numbers where you're moving funding across the forward estimates, usually to the right, but sometimes you also move funding forward in a reprofiling.
So in doing that reprofiling, you're consulted with, as you say, various jurisdictions, established what their desires are, what their priorities are, and try to match that, and that might result in reprofiling. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And you're also looking at the market. You're looking at, can we get the labour to do this in the time that we're looking at? Are there companies that could do the infrastructure? Are they overcommitted? Is that the sort of thing in reprofiling that you weigh up and the government weighs up when looking at how spending is done?
Yes, exactly in this circumstance.
So then, if I go to that question about the appropriation, would it be fair to characterise the March 22-23 budget and the list of projects that weren't then passed as potentially just election commitments of the government who... election promises by the then government that if they were in government, they would pass if they were elected. Would that be a fair characterisation for those watching at home?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And so talking about cancelling something that didn't actually exist is probably a fairly high watermark and not exactly characterising what's going on, is it? It's because it never got passed through the... It's what, sorry?
No, it's not. You just ignore the
Very much
interjection.
leading the witness.
Well, that's what you do in cross-examination, as I recall. But anyway, having done that, well, for those following at home, they probably just want clear answers, yes or no, because they might have been confused by the way in which the questions have been asked so far. And so all I'm doing is clarifying how the complexities of government work for those who want to understand. So really, back in that March budget, they were election promises because no one ever voted to confirm them. Would that be a fair... you've agreed with me, I think. Can I also ask you about this? Could you give us a breakdown? You've got to give us a lot of I think you've been asked for a lot of information, but could you give us a breakdown between regional and urban areas as to where the funding for these infrastructure projects has gone?
I'll get the right official to the table. So.
Yeah, if you could do that. So when you're providing that other... you might want to define what regional is. I don't think Elwood is, say, regional, for instance, but if you could give us an idea of what regional is. And also, do you know whether or not the breakdown between regional and urban areas has increased or decreased in the most recent budget? Are you able to answer that now, or will you need to take that on notice?
I think we can answer that.
Oh, here is fine. It's come to the table. Thank you.
Ben Maher, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Infrastructure Investment Division. I do have that information available.
Thank you.
What the information I have to hand is an overview of projects currently committed by the Australian Government in the October budget versus those that existed in August 2022, so would have reflected prior to this budget, broken down by regional using a definition of outside capital cities. So in the October budget, so I have the information at the number of project level and also at the funding level. So in the October budget, 411 of 790 odd projects were in regional Australia, and 37.2 billion of 104 billion in funding towards those projects. So in percentage terms, for the number of projects, 51.6%, and for the in funding terms, 35.9%, compared to the as at August of this year. In terms of projects, 401 of 770 odd projects, and in funding terms, 33.7 billion of approximately 100 billion in funding, and then in percentage terms, for projects, approximately 51.9%. And in funding terms, approximately 33.8%. So just synthesising all of that, there has been an increase in the October budget of about, my quick calculations, of about 4 billion in funding towards regional projects. And in project numbers, an increase of about 10 in October compared to August.
And just for clarity, that's for the Infrastructure Investment Program, which is the National Partnership Agreement arrangement with the states and territories for land transport.
So anybody who was trying to say that the government in this budget had ignored the regions would be wrong then, wouldn't they? Because in fact what you've just told us is that...
Sorry, Senator White, your point of order?
Officials cannot be asked their opinion, as I recall.
Okay, Senator White.
Well, on the facts. there has been an increase so just so I understand, there's been an increase, hasn't there, in the funding to regional as against the previous budget. That's what you're saying. More projects, more funding. Is that what you've said?
That's correct, within the infrastructure investment program.
Yes. So I think it would be erroneous if I was to say that there was a decrease in regional funding. I'd be wrong if I'd said that, wouldn't I?
Point of order.
Your point of order?
You can't ask officials their opinion.
Well, on the facts, the facts don't reflect that.
They've stated the facts, Senator. The facts stand.
Senator McKenzie, Senator White has the call, and Senator White.
Yeah, sure.
Carry on.
I'm learning quite. As I said, I think I'll move on, but I understand what you're now saying. Can I ask you, the department to also outline all of the new projects that were in this budget? Or is that a big task to do?
I'll see what we can find now, Senator.
Oh, I hope so. Then you won't need to write to Cameron.
In fact, this actually does the question.
Senator, in response to your question about new projects within the October budget, I have information relating to election commitments, which was the primary form of new commitments through this budget. I can go through those if you'd like. So, yes. Starting at the national level, $80 million was committed to heavy vehicle rest areas, a new program. And then going in by jurisdiction within New South Wales, $500 million was committed towards establishing the High Speed Rail Authority work, focusing on a Sydney to Newcastle route. There was $17.4 million committed to Brindabella Road upgrade. $12.5 million committed to the Blue Mountains roads upgrades, $56 million committed to Mandalong Road upgrade, $40 million committed to Central Road upgrades, $6 million to Middleton Drive extension, M7 underpass, $30 million to upgrade to Avoca Drive on the Central Coast, $32 million to Nowra bypass, $9.4 million to River Road safety upgrades, $40 million to Shoalhaven roads, $110 million to Epping Bridge, $8.5 million to Hill Road upgrade for Wentworth Point, $65 million to Duns Creek Road, $5 million towards a planning study for the Narooma Bridge, $11.2 million to Hawkesbury Roads upgrade package, $10.9 million to Northwest Growth Corridor, $50 million to finalise planning and preparatory works for Castlereagh Connection, $75 million to Northwest Growth Corridor planning and early works, $24.5 million to Richmond Road Corridor upgrade planning. There was some funding committed to Dunheave Road upgrade, Penrith, but I don't have that funding amount. I'll have to take that on notice. Sorry, they're commitments. I might get a colleague to clarify that after I finish going through the list. And also there was a commitment relating to establishing an expert panel for Western Sydney infrastructure planning, but there was no funding committed towards delivering that commitment. In the Northern Territory, 300...
Can I just clarify, those projects you just listed were all the New South Wales, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. Then moving towards the Northern Territory, $350 million was committed to Tanami Road and Central Arnhem Road future priorities, $200 million towards Central Australian tourism roads, and I'll have to beg indulgence if I make any pronunciation errors, but I'm doing my best. Moving on to Queensland.
Pronunciation issues yesterday.
Well, I would welcome any corrections, Senator. Within Queensland, 586.4 million towards Bruce Highway upgrades, Anzac Avenue to Ulman Road, 22.5 million to Longley Road upgrade, 100 million towards Cavendish Road level crossing, Korparoo, 210 million to Kuranda Range Road upgrade, 5 million to Gympie Road planning study, 200 million to upgrade Bruce Highway between Gladstone and Rockhampton, 3.4 million to Ipswich to Springfield detailed business case, 4 million to Charters Towers industrial precinct access, 60 million to Boundary Road level crossing Coopers Plain, 80 million to Bruce Highway Dolly's Rock Road north facing ramps, and then a commitment to Ipswich Motorway Stage 2 with, I think there was no funding, but it's an existing works contained within an existing business case, but it was an election commitment. Moving on to South Australia, 60 million to Southern Expressway and Majors Road interchange, 400 million to Nationwide Freight Highway Upgrade Program, and then referring to a project that was earlier referred to this morning, Marion Road, Anzac.
Can I just come in there, Mr. Maher? Sorry, the Marion Road. Thank you, sorry, but was that one of the, and I realise that was announced in the March budget, that's correct? So that falls into that category that there was no money there, but it was an announcement.
Correct. So there was no additional money funding, but it was affirming or committing to a project that was contained in the March budget.
Thank you.
Moving on to Tasmania, 30 million to Mornington Roundabout upgrade, 48 million to the Tasmanian Roads Package future priorities. Then there were 3 commitments in Tasmania, all contained within the March budget, so no additional funding committed. Tasmanian Roads Package, Tasman Highway Sideling Upgrade, a Tasmanian Roads Package, Northern Roads Package, and the Great Eastern Drive Tourism Support. That's it for Tasmania. Then moving on to Victoria, 125 million to Barwon Heads Road Upgrade Stage 2, 57 million to Ison Road Overpass, 2.2 billion to Suburban Rail Loop East, 3 million to Fisherman's Bend Transport Link Feasibility Study, 10 million towards a business case to upgrade the Western Highway between Melton and Caroline Springs, 0.3 million to Woolert Rail Feasibility Study, 10 million to Gippsland Logistics Precinct Stage 2, 11 million towards Macedon and Mitchell Shire Roads, 150 million to Cameron's Lane Interchange. And moving on to WA, 7.3 million to Nanara. Do I have that right?
No, what was it?
I think the only one I know is still.
Nanara Road upgrade. We'll go with that.
You got me there.
15 million towards Neerabup Strategic Link Flynn Drive upgrade. 125 million to an electric bus charging infrastructure. 400 million to Alice Springs to Halls Creek Corridor upgrade, Tanami Road upgrade. 87.5 million to Metronet Hamilton Street, Wharf Street, grade separations and elevation of associated stations that was referred to earlier. We're almost there. Then outside the infrastructure investment program, but within the broader infrastructure, transport infrastructure overseen by the department, we have an additional 250 million towards the local roads and community infrastructure program. We have 18 million towards the establishment of the High Speed Rail Authority. And then there are some other new programs outside election commitments. Within New South Wales, there's Coulsons Creek Road upgrade, 38.6 million. New England Highway, Muswellbrook Bypass, 268.8 million. In Queensland, we have 400 million to Queensland Beef Corridors. We have 400 million to Inland Freight Route, Mangindi to Charters Towers. Mangandai, thank you, Senator. I did pause there. And I think that brings us to the end of the list. It does.
Chair, just on this list, Mr Maher, is it? Sorry, I'm ageing rapidly and can't quite read your name, but I'm assuming it's Benjamin Maher.
It is.
I'm interested in that list of election commitments and which of those were also in the March budget.
So I think this is the list we can go through today and identify those which are a confirmation of March budget.
And then I would like to know if any profiling of the March budget figures has been changed between March and October budget on those projects. But given you've got it there, press and print out the back would be awesome.
We don't have profiles and we don't have changes. This is just a summary list.
Okay.
What we can do is perhaps when I'm not at the table or the people here aren't at the table, we can probably go off and figure out how to do that.
There. Thank you.
Can I, and we'll come back to Senator White because I'd be interested in the ones that were in the March, or the election announcements that didn't have any money around them as well. But Mr Hallinan, there's also been a request from Senator Canavan for a body of work that I'm well aware of. So you're going to do that. Will that affect the time to come back? I'm just mindful we're putting a lot of work on, which we all do. Do you ever think about it?
The list exists.
Yeah.
Right there.
No, but there's no profile, there's none of that sort of stuff. But I'm just saying, just so you don't get yelled at by senators.
Yeah, I think with Senator Canavan's question, there's probably some technicalities around budget treatment that will be hard for us to get today. If it's identification of projects that might, we'll see what we can
do. Your best. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I'll give a commitment. We'll deliver what we can by next Wednesday. If we can't, then we will endeavour, obviously, to meet all the timeframes normally associated with questions on notice.
Tremendous. Thank you very much. So, sorry, back to you, Senator White.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned the Coulson Creek Road project, which was is a new project. You might recall, or you may not, but I think in May this year, the former Deputy Prime Minister announced that federal funding of $38 million had been allocated to fix the Coulson Creek Road, which was Merriwa to Willow Creek in the Upper Hunter. Can you explain to me where in the March 2022-23 budget this funding was allocated?
To my knowledge, Senator, it was not contained in the March budget.
Oh, so the Deputy Prime Minister said there had been an allocation, just to be clear, an allocation of funding, and it wasn't there. It wasn't in that budget at all. So this new budget actually does, the budget that we're discussing does confirm that and has put it in. Is that the contrast?
So we're not aware of what it was. I'm certainly not aware of what the former Deputy Prime Minister said, but for Coulsons Creek Road, I can confirm that it wasn't included in the March budget.
So apparently, on the 21st of October 2022, just to fill you in, on 2NM, the former Deputy Prime Minister said the project was contained within $1 billion allocated to Upper Hunter roads, just to clarify. But as far as you're aware, it wasn't replicated in the budget in March. Well, it wasn't. That's your evidence, isn't it?
That's correct, it wasn't.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator White. So, Senator Canavan. Then I'll come to you, Senator Pocock.
Sorry, Senator Pocock. I think Mr Maher, is it?
Yes.
Mr Maher, I think you gave some figures on regional Australian funding. Can I ask what method you're using to define regional Australia?
Senator, regional, for the purposes of the figures I gave, is not within a capital city.
So the Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast, they're in regional Australia?
They were outside a capital city.
Are you using the ASGS remoteness structure? Is that what you're using?
I need to clarify. I had thought it was the ASGS. I've
Right.
simplified it. It's capital cities. So
Okay.
for that, it is literally every capital city in the country is urban for this split, and
Yep.
for all the others. That
It's
is
not
historically
too dissimilar to the ASGS, but yeah. Okay.
not too dissimilar. You've got a couple of towns that are different. Darwin, Hobart. But you've got, for our purposes on the infrastructure program, it has always been thus. So we're keeping with a long-term data trend.
And I think the figures you gave to Senator White, were they over 10 years?
Correct.
Do you have the figures over the forwards?
No, I don't, Senator.
You don't have those?
Yeah,
It seems a little bit hard to understand how you'd have the 10-year figure but not the forward year for you.
I can investigate, but I don't
Seems like
have
a
them.
stitch-up. All right, well, if you could take on notice, could you take on
I won't
notice?
even bite.
Senator, Mr Marr, could you take on notice the funding for regional Australia over the 4 years in this budget compared to the funding over the 4 years in the March budget?
Certainly, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Right, Senator Pocock, welcome to RAT.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time today. If I could bring us to the ACT, if that's all right. I understand Senator Mackenzie's questioning earlier uncovered that the $85 million announced for additional funding for Stage 2A of light rail was actually redirected from 3 other roads projects in the ACT, including in Canberra South, Tuggeranong Parkway, Athlon Drive upgrades. Is this correct?
Certainly there were 3 projects that were cancelled in the ACT, and that was the Canberra South West Corridor Upgrade Package, which was a $50.9 million reduction. The Kings Highway Corridor with a $30 million reduction, and a Baboyan Road Upgrade with a $5 million reduction. So I'm confirming what we said earlier, yes.
And what was the process for that decision to be made?
So that was a negotiation with the jurisdiction and a cabinet process at the Commonwealth level around determining which projects would go ahead, cease, or funding be directed towards. So it was a negotiation with the jurisdiction that led to the decision, Senator.
Thank you. Has the department been approached with any funding requests for light rail stage 2B or beyond?
Not as far as we're aware.
The latest maybe I'll move on. Thank you for that. I think that's enough on the light rail funding. I understand that city deals have now been rebranded as city partnerships. Is that correct?
So this is a different part of the department, so we may need a change in personnel at the table if you're keen to talk about city deals.
Sure, that's possible.
The government has made it clear that it will honour commitments under existing city deals, but has also and regional deals, but has indicated that new programs will be developed over time to replace those now. Relevant Deputy Secretary, Mr McKay, is now joined us.
The thing, sorry, just I come in on the last end there. Thanks, Sam. I'm just thinking, because you've got questions for city deals.
Just a few quick ones.
Yeah. I'm loath to bring them in earlier, Senator Pocock, because there's still a fair bit that senators want to get through this area and then into others, and we have got them programmed for later in the day.
Sure.
So if you could accommodate us with that,
Yeah, sure.
hopefully, and if your staff could keep an eye on it, because we're still in the section from 9 o'clock till 10 o'clock.
So we've got a lot of...
Which is normal.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Mr.
We've got a lot of staff next door and more coming in anticipation of the scheduled timeframe. So if you're able to give us any indication about when you would like us to be turning the discussion...
Yes, I shall consult my colleagues as I go around the table and try to come back to you with some indicative times. Wish me luck. So thanks, Senator Pocock. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you so much, Senator Sterle. I just wanted to follow up with something Mr Marr said with the percentages, and we will obviously get into the guts of rural and regional later on today, where the percentage of regional infrastructure projects with was it 50%?
In the order of, yes, correct, Senator.
Yes, that's right. So that actually, my understanding is, represents a cut of over 10% from the previous government, who had major projects where over 60% of those projects have or will have built infrastructure in regional Australia.
The difference in percentage terms, talking about projects, Senator, is 3 percentage points. So 51.9% as at August and 51.6% as at the October budget. But I would point out that's measuring in terms of project numbers rather than funding.
So that, just to clarify, 0.3%.
Yeah, I think I'm going to return to that later on in the day because it doesn't add up. I've got actual corporate questions, Mr. Betts. You'll be very, very happy to hear. So, to the Secretary, did the department make a submission to the government spending audit? And if so, can you talk me through it?
Yes, certainly the department participated in the process of the Expenditure Review Committee, which made decisions around the audit of wasteful expenditure, yes.
So, just so that I understand, there's been lots of audits that we've heard about. Some have got quite political titles, but the one you're talking about is specifically out of Cabinet's ERC.
Yes, so the audit of wasteful spending was the headline.
Was the headline, yes. So can you explain the process the department went through internally to contribute to that audit? I just want the process.
Sure. So the process was that the department provided advice to ministers within the department and through them to the Expenditure Review Committee on the full suite of programs, both internal to the department in terms of the composition of our departmental spend and our grants programs, our infrastructure investment programs, provided any details on request, and then decisions were taken by ministers through cabinet processes, which obviously I can't divulge.
No, of course not, and I wouldn't ask you to do that. So in terms of the list of programs, how much money, etc., there's a lot of experience within your department. The types of advice, what was the sort of criteria you used to assess the benefit or otherwise of the different things that were previously done within the department?
Well, Ms Bridger might want to comment on this, but our general position was to provide advice to government so that they could form judgments about those programs which were priorities and those which constituted, in their view, lesser value for money and therefore could make a contribution towards the audit of wasteful spending. So the criteria used, though, that obviously that is a decision for government, as we all know, and I would not be asking you to divulge those sorts of conversations. But in terms of the criteria you used within the department to say, righto, we reckon this is worth a look, or what I'm hearing from your evidence is that everything within the department was put forward for examination by ERC. Yeah, everything was basically within scope, and the department didn't seek to make value-based judgments on the merits of programs. Those were strategic decisions properly made by ministers.
Okay. So within that audit then, which programs, projects or funding were cut from the department, just in detail? Thank you.
So we've talked about the projects which were cancelled as part of the infrastructure investment program, and obviously there were also some changes made towards regional programs, which I believe we're discussing later on today.
Yep, and Ms Bridger, do you have a list of things you could give me there?
It's also worth adding that the government instituted reductions in departmental spending across the board on consultancies, on legal expenditure and on travel.
What, and I think that's outlined in the budget papers themselves, but in the past governments have sort of had an efficiency dividend, for instance, X percentage, off you go, you work out how you're going to cut. were you given that sort of direction, or you? What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say like a percentage dividend, go knock yourselves out where you think there's some fat we can find, and in these times that's all of our responsibility, or were there specific things that you had to look at to see if you cut?
We were given an aggregate number. It wasn't characterised as an efficiency dividend. It was tied explicitly to the government's commitments around the reduction of wasteful expenditure on consultants, legal expenditure and travel, and it was left to us to determine how those reductions would be found, but obviously with a pretty clear direction about what the government would like us to economise on.
Yep. Okay. The types of things. Yep. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Bridger, you were going to give me some information.
We've talked. So the main areas of reduction in terms of the audited wasteful spending relate to infrastructure, which we've talked about, to communications and arts, which will be part of a separate session with a separate committee, and then it really brings us on to the reorientation of the various regional programs. So would you like to return to that later this afternoon? Because that was the other significant component of the audit of wasteful spending.
Yeah. Have you got high-level information?
Yes, well, you'd be familiar with the decision not to proceed with round 6 of the Building Better Regions Fund, for instance. The repurposing of elements of the Energy Security and Regional Development Fund, the termination of the Community Development Grants Program subject to a period of grace for proposals which were included in the PFO but hadn't been brought towards funding agreements. Those are the principal areas of reduction, as well as the savings I've talked about in terms of the infrastructure program. And then there were obviously new programs coming in part to replace those elements of the energy security, regional development commitments of the previous government, which were retained, and new programs, including the Growing Regions Fund as a
Is that
submission.
the closed? That's the closed.
No, there's 2 closed rounds related to election commitments, and those will be time-limited, one-off programs. And then there is a Growing Regions Fund, which we can talk about in more detail this afternoon, which will be broadly a $500 million allocation. And then there is the Partnerships and Precincts and Partnerships program, which is more of a strategic-led approach to regional investment, which is a further $1 billion.
Yeah, and I will get back to you, Ms. Bridger, but I'm fascinated with what the Secretary's saying. So in these closed grant programs that have been specifically targeted to fulfilling election commitments, will they also be available to fund projects that were either part of the BBRF6, part of Regional Accelerator Program, election commitments, etc.? Because I've noticed a change of rhetoric in the ministers saying, when we have highlighted that not everything, in fact, the vast majority of spending in the programs that have been axed is not wasteful at all. It's actually essential social and economic infrastructure, and the rhetoric has changed, and the minister at the table will recall, because she also sits in the Senate, when Senator Gallagher, when questioned about some of these specific projects, specifically said, we are going through line by line every project. We will, if it stacks up, we'll fund it. So are these 2 new programs, these closed grant programs, where that process is going to take place? That if they find something they liked, that we'd announce they'll keep it?
Okay, so there are 4 programs in play, and we're joined at the table by Acting Deputy Secretary David McKay, who can speak to this authoritatively. There are 2 programs which relate to the government's fulfilment of its election commitments in terms of grants. There's a program,
and that's all that'll be funded in that? No, not
correct.
additional?
So those are closed programs, one for commitments below $5 million in value and one for above $5 million in value. And if you like, we can talk to you about the merit tests which is being applied to make sure that those projects constitute good value for money, notwithstanding their election commitments. Separate to that are programs, and those are one-off and closed and will be brought to a resolution in due course. Then there are potentially ongoing programs, which are new, growing regions and the precincts and partnerships funds. Now, the design of those has yet to be undertaken and yet to be completed. However, it is possible that people who made applications to the Building Better Regions Fund in the past, including to Round 6, which was never concluded by the previous government or this one, may be able to see their projects resubmitted for consideration in subsequent funding rounds, subject to our defining the criteria and for eligibility and evaluation which surround those. But can I ask Mr McKay if there's anything you want to correct or add to from that?
Thank you. David McKay, Acting Deputy Secretary. Nothing to correct.
Well done, Secretary.
Just two things I would add, Senator. One is that the decision to not proceed with Round 6 of BBRF doesn't affect projects that are being funded through Rounds 1 through 5.
No, of course.
So
that wouldn't be my
6.
expectation. But it's just the language, and we'll probably pursue that more. Back to our spending audit, did anything get cut that wasn't put forward by the department to government?
Well, I've talked about the process by which the government made cross-cutting judgments around expenditure on consultants on legal expenditure. That wasn't something where a proposal was put forward by the department. That was a whole of government decision. If I go beyond that, I run the risk of intruding into the confidential nature of cabinet discussions. But to characterise the role of the department, it was to open the books, if you like, to ministers and enable them to make judgments rather than the department volunteering particular projects to be terminated.
Okay. Now, getting into the weeds, in terms of the portfolio, how is the portfolio allocation of the measures saving from external labour, which is our consultants, I'm assuming, savings from advertising, travel and legal expenses calculated?
It was
calculated. You said you were given a number, but I'm interested in how we got there.
We didn't do the calculation. The calculation was done by the Department of Finance, and it would be appropriate to direct the questions to them.
Okay, I shall. Can you advise the yearly profile of these savings?
We've been given a one-year saving to achieve in 22-23, and subsequent years will be addressed in subsequent budgets.
Okay, so there's no expectation that this will extend past this financial year?
I can't speak to expectations. There's no decision at this stage.
So do we need to terminate any existing contracts with state people, organisations?
Highly unlikely. The saving was handed to us relatively early in the financial year, and we'd be confident that across the between $400 and $500 million departmental program that we have, we're able to accommodate those savings without causing significant problems in terms of our ability to conduct normal business or honour our commercial and legal commitments.
And, you know, the department proper's quite a large beast, a lot of capability internally. For those smaller agencies that are the responsibility of this department, have they received exemptions, given that many of them, you know, need to be able to access quite specific expertise?
We haven't made judgments about how those savings will be distributed across those departments at the moment, across those agencies. That's held by us, and we want to have the flexibility to make some judgments, if you like, on a affordability or risk basis, agency by agency.
So, sorry, with the external labour, my understanding is, and I'm looking at budget papers, is that it is out over the forwards, these savings, or is it only your agency that has to look at this financial year?
I think it looks at this financial year, and then that is baked in. Of course, that saving in this financial year is transferred into subsequent...
Repeated,
i.e.
Right,
that is an ongoing cut in our funding.
Right.
But there isn't a subsequent ratchet, as there has been in past efficiency dividends.
Got it. Because I was thinking, one financial year, and they're going to, how's that all going to work? Good, thank you. So, and any exemptions if there's emergency or critical service delivery needs? So if something urgent occurs within the broader department, obviously bearing in mind transport issues and the like, are you able to, is there an exemption for you to be able to access external labour quickly should you need it, or travel expenses, etc.?
There is no ban on our accessing external labour or our ability to spend money on travel as we judge appropriate. And obviously we have contingencies within our budgets which enable us to respond to unforeseen circumstances. This is rather about ensuring that we're tightening our belts in areas where the government has breached a judgment that we should be economising.
Is the Department of Infrastructure and Transport the worst offender across government in this area?
I couldn't make a judgment on that.
Yeah, he answered it perfectly.
Good try, Senator.
Thought I'd try it. So how many contractors and non-ongoing staff are currently employed within the department?
Okay, we'll need to do some digging around. We had some information on that, I believe.
We do. Just give me a moment and I will get to the right brief.
Just by way of context, as you'll be aware, Senator, occasionally it's necessary for departments to ramp up and ramp down their capability as projects come on or projects go off or as programs are ramping up. Sometimes we need to buy in genuinely rare expertise which it wouldn't make sense for us to have on a permanent, ongoing basis to enable us to do one-off tasks.
Yes, I am.
Good morning, or is it good afternoon now? Marie Bridger, I'm the Acting Chief Operating Officer. So with regards to contractors, we've got a head count of 238 as at the 30th of September.
Which is seen within the context of a departmental ASL of?
Approximately 1,800.
Yep.
1,900.
And non-ongoing staff?
Non-ongoings, give me a moment, that would be in a different location. Non-ongoing staff. I'll have to take that one on notice and get back to you. It won't take us very long to get that figure.
Thank you. And could you also then, while you're finding that, provide a breakdown of levels and costs associated with all contractors and non-ongoing staff, and how many are ICT specific?
So with ICT
versus non-ICT.
We'll take that on notice.
Yeah,
come back to you
a
soon.
large proportion are ICT related, but I'll come back to you on that.
Yeah, okay. I've got some questions on consultants that I'll put on notice. Did the department request any movements of funds for administered funding in this budget?
Yes, we did.
Through the normal ERC process?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you show me in the budget papers where we can, in the PBS, where we can actually see those movements?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Carol Coate, Acting Chief Finance Officer. So in the portfolio budget statements, they will be in section 2. So for outcome 2, it is on page 43.
Thank you, got it.
So there was a movement from road safety of 867.
So you cut road safety by $867 million?
We moved from one
Where
year
did you
to the
move
next.
that to?
We moved it into 21-22 from 22-23.
So push that out? What was the reasons for that?
This wasn't back from the previous year. Isn't this just for this year? So that was 21, 22.
Yes. Sorry, we moved it into 22-23.
So it was an underspend?
Yes.
Correct. It's an underspend which has been retained.
Yeah, no.
Well, that's sad.
Well,
Being an underspend. And you keep going.
and the air transport?
So similar, we moved from 21-22 to 22-23 and over the forwards.
And over the forwards. What was the reasoning for that?
I will have to
We'll
take
have
that
to
on
ask
notice.
our
Someone will have to
transport
know why
colleagues
we
for
did that.
that go to that degree of detail. I don't think we've got that.
Well, are they here?
They'll be here later today, I believe, so...
Okay, so they're on notice that I want to understand why we pushed, why, not we, but why that money's been pushed forward.
Sure.
Yeah,
Thank you. We'll come back to that then. And they're the only two areas?
No, so in outcome 3, on page 58,
thank you.
There were similar movements.
All right, so similar movements in regional development
Yes.
to the tune of 100,000.
102 million.
Why don't you walk me through those, please?
So regional development, so 102 million from 21-22 to 22-23. Cities, 316 from 21-22 to 22-23. Growing a stronger Northern Australian economy, 18 million from 21-22 to 22-23 and across the forwards.
So you've really pushed out the Northern Australian one well into the forwards. What were the sorts of programs under these? What were the sort of projects and programs sitting under regional development, local government, cities, and obviously the Northern Australian economy section?
Again, I think this is something which we can give you authoritative answers on
Great.
in subsequent sessions,
Well, we'll-
particularly when we come to regional development.
Yep, we'll be seeking those. Are there any others? Outcome 2 and outcome 3?
Yes, outcome 4, page 69. Services to territories, so a movement of about 8 million from 21-22 and across the forwards from 22-23.
So again, we'll come to that under regional development. This is basically preserving underspends so that they can be
Can I
utilised in
just...
subsequent years.
Thank you.
No, sorry, Senator McKenzie, would it assist, I'm just trying to think, is there more questions for corporate, or do you think we're ready to move in?
Questions for corporate.
You've still got more for corporate? Okay, thanks.
Yep. And so, did the Secretary make any movements of funds for departmental funding in this budget?
No, we can't move departmental funding.
Nothing, anywhere?
It goes into our cash reserves.
Okay. No worries, thank you. That's, did you have your corporate questions?
Can I
Suze?
just, sorry, Senator McDonald, I know Senator White has one more with your, you okay? Okay. Senator Lasky, are you on the list as well? You just come to get...
No, I'm waiting for later in the day.
Oh, I just thought you wanted to be with beautiful people.
I do
Okay.
that too.
I meant the staff, not us. I mean the officials. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. I want to turn to Infrastructure Australia Board appointments.
Change of personnel coming up.
Mr Hallinan, while you're getting comfortable, can I just ask you, the Monash region settings that you spoke about earlier, which department would I ask to ask questions of that?
Sorry, the which?
The Monash, you know, the regionality...
Oh, modified Monash.
Modified Monash, that's it.
Yeah, it's a geographic classification established through the health portfolio for general practice distribution.
Oh yes, I know, because I have Cloncurry, which is considered not as isolated as the town 100 kilometres away. We've lost all our GPs, so I'll talk to the health department about that. Terrific. I want to ask questions about Infrastructure Australia Board. How many are there as of today's date?
I'm just getting my computer to work.
Yes, fair enough.
7 board members currently, Senator.
How many are considered a full board?
The legislation allows for 12.
How many members make the board quorate?
8, Senator.
Oh. So the board is inquorate. Is that a term? Does not meet quorum.
Since the 1st of October, technically 7 board members. Quorum requirement is 8. The board won't meet again for another couple of months. There is a process underway to establish additional board members, Senator.
Is that normal that you would have a board that is not meeting quorum?
Look, it would be unusual, Senator.
Infrastructure Australia is being referred to regularly as having oversight of infrastructure projects, but that would imply that this board has not considered infrastructure projects that have been either announced in this budget or considered in the last few months, I would assume. When was the last time the infrastructure board met?
I think the board I'll have to take this on notice or confirm when Infrastructure Australia appears on the 7th. I think they last met in either August or September.
When they were quorum.
They were quorum at that point. They had a quorum.
In August or September?
Yes, yeah. So I think they had 11 board members the last time they met.
Okay.
8th September.
8th of September. How many Infrastructure Australia board members have resigned this year?
5.
Who has resigned?
Colin Murray, Vicky Meyer, Vonette Mead, Elizabeth Schmidt and Amanda Cooper.
What reason did each member who resigned give for their resignation?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I think they largely resigned after consideration of advice from the incoming government.
On advice from the incoming government?
That's great. So each individual resigned voluntarily, Senator, and their reasons will be different. So I'd have to take on notice the specific reasons for each individual.
So you said that each one voluntarily resigned following advice from the incoming government?
That's correct, yes.
What form did that advice take?
Officials were asked to contact board members and ask them to consider whether they wished to stay on the board, as the government had said that they would take action to remove the board.
All of the board?
No, not all of the board.
So the government, were they an email or that was a phone call? Was it the departmental officials were, how were they contacted?
It was a series of phone calls and email contacts.
Could you provide those details of those contacts?
Yep,
Dates and the contents?
Yeah, I can probably give you a list on notice if you like, or I can take you through
No on
dates and
notice
contacts.
would be fine.
Yep.
What information are you looking for, Senator?
Well, I'm getting to that.
Well, you just
Thank you.
what have we just taken on notice?
Oh, I'm sorry. You've taken on notice the contact that was made with the board members, either by email or dates of phone calls.
Dates. Okay, dates.
And copies of emails if they were emailed. So why were 5 of the 12 board members asked to resign?
There was in early consultation with the Minister in coming to government, the Minister requested the department consult with a range of board members and ask them to consider their positions.
Who asked them to resign?
I asked them to consider their positions, Senator.
But just to clarify, the minister asked you to contact these 5 board members. And
That's
only
correct.
And only these 5 board members.
There's another board member as well that I contacted, but
So 6.
Yep.
So that board member refused to resign?
chose not to resign.
Has chosen not to resign at this stage.
Is my understanding that there was another board member who requested not to resign, but they were bullied into it?
Bullied.
Bullied.
We have no...
We'll examine the emails and perhaps we'll be able to take a further description of that. How was it decided which board members would be asked to resign and which would not be asked to resign?
So I had the power to get rid of the board
It
members
was-
over the
it
last
was-
9 years, but anyway, sorry, I digress.
It was fairly simple consultation with the Minister, Senator. So it was a conversation between the former Secretary, the Minister and myself around which individuals.
Was there a criteria-based assessment process in this decision, or was it a political decision?
It was a request from the Minister in consultation with officials, Senator.
So it would be reasonable for me to assess that that was a political decision?
We provided no submission with details or rationales, Senator.
So there was no criteria, there was no methodology, there was no matrix, there was no set of questions?
No, we simply had a discussion with the Minister, and the question put to us was, could we make contact with these, with the board members and have a conversation? And I hope that I did so respectfully and politely, Senator. I would be surprised if there was a suggestion that I bullied anybody.
I don't think it was the level of the conversation, it was more the intent of the conversation, which was a very determined approach to indicate that there was not a choice. It was not a voluntary resignation.
Well, it was a voluntary resignation.
Yes, I think in an employment situation that would be called a involuntary redundancy. Can you please take me through where each member...
The officers have already indicated that they resign their position. So
Minister,
you can add
I
the
think-
commentary as you like, but, you know...
Minister, would you like me to provide statutory
you can ask your
declarations
questions, but
from the...
you shouldn't be verbling what the officers at the table are saying.
Well,
That
thank
is
The
you
what
for that
minister has
advice.
effectively
Minister?
sacked the Infrastructure Australia Board.
No,
So,
well, that
Assistant
actually
Minister,
isn't
you
the
can,
case,
you know,
actually. What the
waffle around.
former government did was actually...
this has got
you
nothing to do with
Colleagues,
the former
no,
government.
sorry.
You
I'm-
sidelined infrastructure.
Sorry,
the
senators and
infrastructure
minister,
Australia.
it's,
Okay, I still have more questions, please, Chair.
so do I. And I remember sitting in here with the department secretary once who was bullied out and sacked by former Deputy Prime Minister Barnaby Joyce when I was asking similar questions along those lines.
So you won't
anyway,
mind.
as I'm just trying to say
independent
here,
statutory
Was that
agency.
the
colleagues,
former-
what I'm trying
Was that
to...
the former Secretary, Mr Atkinson?
No,
Is that
no,
the
it
one
wasn't.
you're referring to?
No, it wasn't. It goes back before then. So
I
hang
just
on.
wondered
Before,
if he had been asked
No.
to resign as well, just
I don't-
seeing if we've got form
I'm just
here.
going
That's very
back here.
different.
I'm just
Yeah,
telling
it's
you
a
it was
statutory
4
agency.
secretaries or
Okay.
3
They are
secretaries.
meant
Just
to be
hang on.
Please.
Just please.
Yes.
Before we start screaming and shouting...
I
at
don't
each
think
other-
we're screaming or shouting. I have some reasonable questions
Senator McDonald,
around infrastructure.
the minister
Australia.
was talking and then there was others talking over the minister. So I would just urge, let's let each other finish our answers and then you will have the call, but your colleagues did come over the top.
Okay.
One of your colleagues, and that's fine. So, Minister, did you finish your answer? Or
Yes.
if you did, thank you.
Thank you,
Now,
Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Could you please take me through where each member of the board was based geographically as of the 22nd of May 2022?
I'm afraid I don't have that information, Senator.
Would you like to take that on notice?
I can see what information we hold, but it's certainly not information that I have available or am aware of.
Where are the current remaining 7 board members based?
Again, not information that I have available, Senator, but I can take it on notice.
Thank you, if you could take that on notice. So there are currently 5 Infrastructure Australia Board vacancies, full stop.
Great. That's correct.
Are applications for those vacancies open?
The government is considering options for filling vacancies at the moment.
Will those opportunities be made available publicly?
That's not the intention. As you'll be aware, Infrastructure Australia is subject to a review at the moment, which is being considered by the government. So the intention would be to appoint some interim board members in order to satisfy the quorum, and then it would only be fair to recruit substantively into the board once the outcomes of the review have been determined by government.
So the board positions, these interim vacancies, won't be advertised?
That's not the intention, no.
Going forward, is there an application review and selection process for the Infrastructure Australia board vacancies for the permanent roles? Has that been considered?
No decisions on that have been taken at this stage.
Have any new members of Infrastructure Australia been appointed since the resignations? I'm going to do a chair. I'm doing fingers. Since the resignations?
No, there have been no new appointments to the board.
Should new board members expect to be asked to resign at any point? Is that how we're going to move forward?
That's not something I would I can offer a view on.
I've got a follow-up.
Is there a process in place to appoint these new members of Infrastructure Australia? Will it go to Cabinet?
It will be subject to a significant board appointments process centred run through the Prime Minister's portfolio, which is similar to what it was with the previous government, either the Prime Minister or a Cabinet decision.
Can the Minister guarantee this process will be a merit-based selection process?
What I can tell you, Senator, is that as you know, there is a review into Infrastructure Australia, and the Minister has received that and will respond to and consider the findings and prepare the government's response. Both of those pieces of work will be made public as soon as practical, and at the moment, regarding future board appointments, the decisions on the board appointments will be informed by the consideration of the independent review.
Can the Minister guarantee this process will not be politically tainted and that no new board member will have Labor Party or union affiliations?
So what I can say is that we won't be doing what the former government did and stack the board of Infrastructure
I'm not really
Australia.
interested in former governments.
Well, I'm giving you that commitment.
Thank you. So that you're making that commitment.
I'm giving you a commitment that we're not going to stack that board to sideline Infrastructure Australia from its important role that it was set up to do by a Labor government in 2008.
So
That's
there
the
won't be
commitment I'm happy
board
to give
members
to
who have
you
Labor
right now, right
Party,
here.
who have Labor Party or union affiliations. You're guaranteeing me that.
I've answered your question pretty clear.
I think that's what you said.
The role of Infrastructure Australia, a organisation set up by a Labor government in 2008, to do really important work and doing independent review of projects until you lot came along and started stacking out the board and sidelining it.
No, I'm keen to hear this answer. I'm keen to hear this answer.
So, as I said, we are restoring the government, the Albanese Labor government, will be restoring Infrastructure Australia to its rightful place as an expert advisory body of national success.
That's terrific. So that I can read that then as a guarantee that it will not be politically tainted and that the board members won't have Labor Party or union affiliations.
What will happen is what I've said, and as I've already said, the Minister will is, along with the considerations that she's currently doing with the review, the decisions of future board members will be informed by the detailed consideration of that independent review.
Okay. Well, we might revisit that at the next estimates once those appointments have been made.
I look forward to it.
So do I. Has the Minister or Department made any contact with these interim board members or potential candidates for those roles?
I'll have to take that on notice, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can, Senator.
Thank you. Take that on notice. And the Department, could you similarly...
If I can get
ask
a
the
response quickly, I will.
Thank you. And to the Department, have you had any contact with new board members or potential candidates for the board?
When you say new board members, what do you mean?
the board members...
We've just said that we haven't made any...
The board is not core
I
eight.
don't think so.
And so
You mean
there is
prospective
5
candidates
yes.
to join the board as opposed to new board members?
Yes.
Yeah, we've had discussions with a number of potential candidates, and that is a matter for the Minister to decide and to go through the process which Mr Hallinan has described in terms of the way we treat senior board appointments.
And that list of candidates, where did that come from?
I said we'd had conversations with a number of people. I didn't refer to any list of candidates, but we are interested in finding suitably qualified people with strong track records in the infrastructure sector that could join the board of Infrastructure Australia to ensure that the organisation remains quorate and is able to continue to perform its functions pending the outcome of the review which the Minister has just described and the Cabinet consideration of its recommendations.
Do you think that there will be any members from Northern Australia? Any board members from Northern Australia?
I'm not going to speculate on appointments which haven't been made yet or been determined by the Minister or gone to Cabinet.
Given that Northern Australia is 51% of the landmass of the country and is in dire need of more infrastructure, would there be, under the criteria that are considered by the Department, as you contacted people to consider coming on to the interim board roles, was that something that you considered? Was there geographic locations?
The criteria for the selection and determination of appointments to the Infrastructure Australia Board is set out in the legislation enacted by the Parliament, and we would always operate within the terms of that legislation. And my department doesn't need to be reminded of the importance of Northern Australia, since it's one of our policy functions to support Northern Australia.
Well, we'll turn to Northern Australia infrastructure projects very soon.
Yeah.
So can I just clarify, if the last meeting of the Infrastructure Australia Board was, we think, the 8th of September, you're going to clarify that for me.
8th of September, yes.
Given, Mr Hallinan, that you contacted board members asking them to resign the week before the 23rd of June, how would that be possible that they could have had a Core 8 meeting on the 8th of April, on the 8th of September?
Appointments expired on the 4th of September.
Yeah, I think resignations took effect in large part on the last day of September.
So but the board was not operating with, were those people allowed to attend the meeting? Were they asked to attend it?
Yes, that was the point.
Okay. Minister, we will be considering legislation before the Senate, the National Anti-Corruption Commission of 2022. I want to ask you, if we turn to page 17 of that draft, there is a definition of a public official. I want to ask if you would consider that the actions of the Department of Mr Hallinan in particular would be captured by this legislation in attempting to influence a public official.
Look, I haven't got the document in front of you, but this is just ridiculous grandstanding on your behalf.
Am I not allowed to ask you a question?
You're interfering with an independent board. It is
not
a very serious
interfering
matter.
with
It is an extremely
an
serious
independent board or at all.
Yes. So let us be very clear. Nobody has been sacked here. Conversations have taken. Well, nobody has been sacked. There is no power we could exercise to sack these people. Even
There's
if
been
we
pressure
wanted to.
applied. There's been pressure applied.
Well, that's
the wording on this.
There's
been pressure applied.
Conversations took place between Mr Hallinan and members of the Infrastructure Australia Board following a change of government. It is routine for conversations like that to take place. Since the change of government, a number of board members across the whole of government have opted to resign if they didn't feel that they were aligned with the imperatives of the government. In some cases, members appointed by the previous government have been reappointed. This is fairly standard practice. If you have evidence that inappropriate pressure has been applied or that bullying has taken place, then I would be grateful if you brought that to my attention. But we have conformed with the Code of Conduct for the Public Service in everything that we've done, and we have contemporaneous records of the conversations that took place which support that. And if you have something which contradicts that, then we would be...
Those records, could you provide those on notice to this committee, please?
Subject to the privacy of the people concerned.
Just keep in mind that the rules here of the Senate are different from others. So if you could take that on notice, and the only grounds on which you can not provide that information is a public interest community, which I'm sure you're aware, Mr.
We will take it on notice, but it will be an irony if, as a result of this conversation, the privacy of those board members was compromised in a way which caused them offence.
We've the Parliament has a right to this information, and the people of Australia
that right.
Thank you.
So I can just clarify, there was one more board member who was asked to resign who has not. Is that correct? You contacted 6 board members and asked them to stand down, but 5 stood down, 5 resigned. Is that correct?
That's consistent. Yep.
Right.
Who was that? Who was the board member who was contacted and didn't resign?
Each board member asked for me to have their confidence and not provide their details publicly.
Work it out anyway. It's not going to be that hard, but I mean, I think we look again. I mean, this is a pretty serious matter, and the appointment of board members to an independent statutory authority, and they are of course all in the public domain. I find it hard to see how we would not, where you'd have a public interest community claim not to provide us those 6 that were contacted, the names of those 6 that were contacted.
We've agreed to take a number of things on notice. We'll take that on notice as well so that we can take appropriate advice.
Thank you.
Senator McDonald, do you have any further questions?
I have a number of further questions, Senator Sterle, yeah.
Okay.
So, just finally on this matter though, I have several of the board members who, one in particular who definitely did not want to resign. I'm sure you know who I'm talking of, Mr Hallinan, who felt that that person's input into the board was unique and useful under the criteria of the legislation. So that is the concern that I have, is that there was pressure applied to board members, and that concerns me enormously. And I guess that's for that reason that I've raised specifically with the Minister this legislation that we're going to be considering. This is the breadth and scope of what its impact will be, is that matters such as this will be relevant to the corruption inquiry.
Sorry, Senator White, I'm going to take the point of order because I've been working very closely with...
Nobody took the point of order. Somebody's going to...
Stop.
I don't think that's a point of order.
People, don't fire me up, please. I'm just nice and settled at the moment. There was a point of order raised, and Senator White is going to raise that point of order. And Senator White will be heard in silence, and then if you wish to debate it, we'll take it up in the dinner break or something if you want to.
You're putting something that is factually inaccurate about the scope of the legislation. That is what you are doing. And, well, I've sat through days of it.
On the point
days and days of it, and you are factually putting something about the way in which the legislation operates wrongly. And it's just...
I think you might want to refer to relevance, but I wouldn't put words in your mouth. But in terms of relevance, Senator White, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. On the point of order, it's a well-established practice that claims of fact or not being fact is a debating point. It is not a point of order for debate at the committee.
Yes, so Senator White's correct that the record is relevance. But honestly, colleagues, if you've been sitting with Senator White and I for the last week, I think Senator White is highly in order here.
I'm sorry, I didn't have the benefit of the several days that you have had. I'm very concerned.
Yes.
May I finish, please, Senator White?
Yeah, sorry, Senator McDonald. Sorry, Senator Cameron. I'd rather Senator McDonald just finish, but if I may say, 4 days locked away. We've had a very intense time on this with some of your colleagues who've been fantastic, until some peanut thought it was smart to leak to the media a certain document. But anyway.
I missed that, I'm sorry. That has not been my carriage. But, you know, I'm concerned about how this would affect the part of the world that I am responsible for, which is particularly Northern Australia, and representation on this incredibly important board, Infrastructure Australia. And so I feel entitled as a senator under this process to ask questions of what the implications are and to make sure that everybody's aware of their responsibilities under the Public Service Code, under the legislation and potentially under this new legislation.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. I'll take that as a statement, and if officers have said that they will take it on notice what you've requested. Senator Kennedy. All right, Senator.
I just wanted to...
Senator.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on Senator McDonald. Earlier, Mr. Hallinan, I believe you said that in your conversations with these 6 board members, you indicated that if the member didn't resign, the government may take steps to reform the board, I think. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that I said that. What I said earlier was that the government had indicated it was going to remove the board, or it didn't have the board's confidence, and it said that both in opposition and during the election campaign. I think the language used was fairly forthright. We'd been asked for advice on how to change the Act in order to enact that, and we'd also been asked to make phone calls to...
That was going to be my next question. So to remove the board, the government would have to have changed the Act to do so. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, other than on very tightly defined grounds around non-appearance or corruption or whatever.
Yes. So effectively, the outcomes you outlined to the members were totally dependent on a new Act of Parliament passing through this place.
Yeah, and I think for your benefit, the very first thing that I said to anybody I spoke to was I asked them to familiarise themselves with the Act and the powers of government in terms of appointments and dismissals of the board, and that the government didn't have a power to dismiss any of the board members, and I was simply calling to ask them to consider their futures at the request of the government.
On the Infrastructure Australia website, the About Us, Who We Are tab, actually, it's called Who We Are tab, they say that our organisation is led by an independent board and CEO. I mean, Minister, how can the Australian public have any confidence that Infrastructure is led by an independent board when your Minister is directing departmental staff to threaten them to resign, otherwise we'll take action to remove you? How can it be independent?
And just before you do answer, I'll just let colleagues know, and anyone listening and the staff, that we've got 3 minutes till the dinner break, to the lunch break, I should say. So, Minister?
Sorry. I'm quite concerned about this line of questioning, because it seems to me that what the senators, particularly Senator McDonald, was seemed to be accusing departmental officials of corruption, and that is a serious allegation to make.
I'm accusing your minister.
It's a serious allegation to make from senators from a party that bullied Christine Holgate into resigning from the floor of Parliament.
Senators, order. I'll tell you what, I have asked that we don't speak over people. Senator Canavan, you may not like the answer. The Minister is giving her answer, and she will be heard in silence.
Thank you, Chair. I ask again, though, because Senator
McDonald. Sorry, Senator Minister Brown, have you finished your answer? No, she was interrupted, colleagues.
I thought she had. Has she? Minister Brown, have you finished?
I have finished now.
Okay,
yes.
I'm just asking again, how can we have confidence that Infrastructure Australia is now an independent body when it is clear from the evidence today that the Minister directed departmental staff to threaten board members with particular outcomes unless they resign?
That is just so outrageous. Again, you try to use language that it is simply not the case of what happened. The officials at the table have been very clear about people were contacted. But what I will say, and I said it before when I was asked questions by Senator McDonald, the independent review that has been undertaken of Infrastructure Australia is an important step. This government sees as an important step in restoring it to its rightful place the expert advisory body of Infrastructure Australia as an expert advisory body, which has been actually undermined and demeaned by the former government. So for you to come in here,
I think there's going to be a lot more.
And pretend that
there is a lot more to go on this.
There's an issue here. There isn't an issue here. The only issue is that we're going to put this body, Infrastructure Australia, back into its important role that it had under the Labor government.
You threatened independent board members
and that
with
is
outcomes.
wrong, and that is a lie.
You threatened
And
independent board members with particular outcomes.
Colleagues.
It is outrageous.
Colleagues.
Minister Brown suggested that I said that the department officials were corrupt. I do need to correct that record.
No, she did.
She did. She did. If you check Hansard.
No, I'm going to just help you out now, please. This is a debate now where Senator White will explain the proposed legislation.
No,
Senator McDonald
said that I said
she
they were
did not say, because I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what she
It's in
said.
Hansard,
If you like to
and I
listen just
will.
for a minute. Senator White can walk you through, because what you're actually saying by waving around that piece of proposed legislation, that there is endemic corruption with the officials.
No,
Senator, trust me,
If you check
trust me.
Hansard,
On that,
if you
colleagues,
check
on
Hansard,
that is
what
a
I
debating
said
point. We are
was
now going
that-
to
no, I
break for
said
the
that
lunch.
would
We're
it
going
be
for 1 hour,
captured? I asked
and
the
everyone will
minister,
be back
would this
at
be
2
captured by the
o'clock.
proposed
You can come back later. 2 o'clock, lunchtime, thank you, before we start punching each other out. Welcome back, Minister, and welcome back, Mr Betts. I believe you have a bit of news for us.
Just following through on some numbers around non-permanent staff. So the department engages 238 contractors at the moment, of whom 80 are in our IT branch. Plus, in addition to that, we have 127 public service staff on non-ongoing contracts. So,
thank you. And Senator McDonald's not back yet, but I'll check with Senator McKenzie and Senator Canavan. There's still quite a few questions for corporate still to go. Any indication? No, I'll leave it. I'll talk to you after.
For corporate, but
I think Susan might.
Susan might, okay.
Yeah, okay. Sure, Mr Betts, for your request earlier, I'll see if we can get some guidance for the officials, for yourself. So, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. I would like to see Mr Maher back with his homework.
You've proven pretty popular, Mr Maher. Well, that's up till now. Let's hope you don't get a strike out.
Senator, if I may just make one point of clarification in respect of the earlier statistics and data that I provided in respect of regional Australia. I believe I indicated that that was for 10 years worth of funding. In fact, it was the Australian government commitment for projects that were on the books at that time.
Hang on. Sorry, Mr Maher. Senator, very sorry about that, but we got Scoop Newsworthy in the room. So for the photographer, I have to ask firstly, are the witnesses happy to be photographed? Have we got your right side? It's up to you. If you say no, out go the cameras. You're quite happy? And here's the drop kick question. You ready? Senators, you're all good to have your photo taken?
Witness to that.
Snap away, brother. Sorry, Mr Maher, keep going.
So I was just clarifying that those statistics that I provided were in respect of the Australian government contribution towards projects that were committed to at those respective points in time. So August 2022 and then as of the October budget.
And my question to you was of the projects that you read out, similar to the questions we've had about Marion Road, and there's been a lot of projects in this budget that were already budgeted for in the March budget with a little re-announcement. flavour, can you please go through the list now and let me know which of those projects were already in the March budget or were subject to funds that were listed in the March budget? So, for instance, the Regional Accelerator Fund, $2 billion specifically for regional capitals. The Energy and Security Fund, $7.1 billion specifically for 4 regions, irrespective of whether specific projects had been decided on. Those in excess of $9.1 billion was in the March budget. So if you could go through.
So, Senator, just clarifying, I have information before me in respect of the Infrastructure Investment Program.
Yep.
And there were certainly some projects that were committed to by the former government in the energy security package, if I may use that shorthand, that were committed to in this budget under the Infrastructure Investment Program. So I can talk to those, and I also have some information in respect of the 36 new projects, primarily election commitments, that were included in this October budget. I do have some information where they were existing commitments, existing Australian government investment in those projects, but I'm not sure I have the comprehensive list. I do have my colleagues here that manage the projects with the respective jurisdictions that would be able to supplement what information I have to confirm whether there's anything further.
All right, so is that a request for more time?
No. I can. What I can do is I can share the information that I have available, and then
and
they
this
can
is for
supplement
IIP only, which is one component of the total investment into the regions.
Correct. So just going through that list of 36 commitments, new funding that I referred to earlier. So in New South Wales, there was 24.5 million committed to Richmond Road Corridor upgrade planning. This is an existing project.
Yeah, why don't we
funding
just phrase
includes
it like that? Yep.
12.5 million committed to in the March 22 budget.
And that is over the forwards or over 10?
That is the Australian government commitment. So the period of that investment will vary by project.
Right. Yep.
Okay. The Dunheved Road upgrade in Penrith, also New South Wales, which I paused on earlier, that was in the March budget. Potentially worth clarifying that was a commitment that predated the March budget. I understand it was a 2019 election commitment.
Sorry, I missed that. How much was that?
Dunheved Road upgrade, Penrith.
Penrith?
Yes.
Penrith Regional.
Sorry, you're only interested in regional projects?
No, keep going.
Okay.
No, not with the IIP. Yep. Go.
Okay, I'll just continue down my list. Within the Northern Territory, Central Australian tourism roads, there was a commitment of 200 million included in the October budget. I have the information before me is this was an existing project, and funding includes $12.5 million committed to the project in the March 22 budget.
Thank you.
Then moving to Queensland, Boundary Road level crossing Coopers Plains. There was a commitment in the October budget of $60 million. This was an existing project with funding before the March 22-23 budget.
How much money was previously committed?
I don't have that information on what I'm looking at now, Senator, but we could come back to that, or I can change and search elsewhere to try and find that information for you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to try and do that search now?
Just if someone could do it in the back room, that would be great.
Certainly. Then moving to Bruce Highway, Dolly's Rocks Road, north-facing ramps, there was a commitment in the October budget of $80 million. That was an existing project with funding before March 22-23 budget.
Right.
I assume you would like to know how much funding?
I would of the 80.
Yes,
I'd like to hope it's the 80, but yep.
I believe so because my notes don't indicate that there was a lesser amount,
right.
but we can confirm.
Thank you. So these are all the new projects. Yep.
Then continuing with Queensland, Ipswich Motorway Stage 2. There was no additional new funding committed to that project. It was a $12.5 million project. Existing works contained within the Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games business case development project. We can take on notice the time frame if you would like.
I think we've given the
commitment
Greens
was made.
questions earlier. That'd be great.
Okay.
Mr. Marr, can I just take you back to that Northern Territory, Central Australian tourism roads piece? How much did you say was in this budget for that?
$200 million, Senator.
$200 million.
And it includes $12.5 million of funding that was in the March budget.
So is this for the tourism roads specifically?
Central Australian tourism roads, Senator.
Was $132 million in the March budget, and you're saying it's dropped back to 12.5 in this budget?
I think I might pass over to my colleague,
Thank you.
Senator,
That's all good.
who
Thank
has
you.
more familiarity with these projects.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Yes, so the Northern Territory Strategic Roads Package, there was a new funding commitment of 200 at the October budget. There was already an amount of 132 million.
Thank you. Right, got it.
So the total AG funding is
So for anyone
332.
playing at home, 200 new money, no, it's 132 was already there, and we've got what? My grade 1 maths is 68 new.
No,
I think
there's 132 there, and there's an extra 200 on top.
So 332.
So I thought Mr. Marr. No. Well, I thought Mr. Marr was giving me in this list he's giving me, bearing in mind I'm madly writing, the list of projects that were also in the March budget.
Yeah, so some of these are projects that were in the March budget,
Yep.
but with top-ups as well. So
Yes.
what we're trying to do here is just make sure, and this will
That it's
go
clear.
to Senator Canavan's
Yes.
question earlier as well. They won't be treated necessarily in the same way in the budget paper. They won't be necessarily in the text of the measure, but these are all of the projects that they were either a commitment in the March budget. Exactly the same, or they're an additional commitment that builds on the commitment from the March budget.
Got it. Mr. Marr, sorry, keep going.
No more questions on Northern Territory, Senator?
No.
Okay. While I have Ms Ewens here, I'll just go through. I think I'd finished Queensland. The final one I'm not sure whether I covered was the Ipswich Motorway Stage 2. Yes, I did, because it was contained in the Olympics
Yes.
package. Did you have any questions on Queensland?
No.
No, okay. Then moving to South Australia, Marion Road, Anzac Highway to Cross Road, that was discussed earlier. That was included and committed to $200 million in the March 22-23 budget. There was no additional funding in the October budget. Then moving to Tasmania, Senator, the Tasmanian Roads Package Future Priorities. This was a commitment in the October budget of $48 million. This was an existing project with funding before the March 22-23 budget. I understand you would be interested in knowing the quantum of that funding, which we will take on notice. There are 3 other projects which are in the same, a similar category. Tasmanian Roads Package, Tasman Highway Sidling Upgrade Stage 2, no new funding committed, an existing commitment of $56 million that predated the October budget. I believe that commitment was made in the March budget, but we can take on notice to confirm that. Similarly, the Tasmanian Roads Package, Northern Roads Package Stage 2, existing funding that predated the October budget of $336 million, no additional funding through the October budget. And then the Great Eastern Drive Tourism Support additional packages, no additional funding, existing commitment of $100 million committed to in the March 22-23 budget. Just move to Victoria. So the only project in Victoria is the Cameron Lanes interchange, which was a commitment made in the March 22-23 budget.
Thank you. Of the $9.1 billion that was provided for regional Australia through the Energy and Security and Regional Development Plan and the Regional Accelerator Program, it's my understanding that at the time of the budget, this funding was not considered as part of the IIP. Can you confirm?
Certainly, Senator, that package was administered and managed under a different part of the portfolio.
Yep.
And the infrastructure or land transport infrastructure projects that were included within that package were not included under the infrastructure investment program in the March budget.
So has any of that funding that didn't previously sit with the IIP transferred to the IIP?
Indeed it has, Senator. Would you like me to provide that detail?
Yes, I would, and outline how much and which projects.
So I might have to seek the support of colleagues, but because I don't have that annotation here, but from memory, within New South Wales, there was the New England Highway Muswellbrook Bypass, which was a $268.8 million commitment. I'm just going to look at a colleague to confirm I'm correct.
No worries.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that is correct. And then within Queensland, I'll just check if there are any. So yes, there were two in Queensland, Senator. Queensland beef corridors, $400 million, and the inland freight route Mungandai to Charters Towers upgrades, $400 million. I think that answers your question. I'll just look at colleagues to see if I've missed any. There was an additional project in New South Wales, Mandalong Road. I'll just have to see if I can find the detail of that.
Robin Legg, Assistant Secretary. I'll see if I can provide assistance. It was, my understanding is it was originally part of that package, but was further committed to by the government as an election commitment, $56 million.
Thank you. So earlier this morning there was a claim about how much better off rural and regional Australia was in this budget. Can I have clarification of that?
What clarification would you like?
Well, that there was a claim that this budget saw more funding going into rural and regional projects than the March budget.
Yes, which is based on the figures that Mr Maher provided in this morning's session.
Yes, but he wasn't going to the global figures.
So, Senator, the figures that I provided were commitments that the Australian government had made, so the Australian government commitment towards land infrastructure projects as at the respective dates. So,
yeah, so IIP projects.
Correct, sorry, Senator.
Right.
So your interest is broader
I'm just
than...
wanting to be everyone out in community land to be very clear that when we say that, we're talking about one specific program within the broader infrastructure portfolio, not the dam funding that's been axed, not the $9.1 billion that's been axed from the Regional Accelerator Program and the Energy Security Fund. So I just needed that to be very, very clear, because if you weren't playing at home with all your budget books and your highlighters, it would be very, very easy to assume that rural and regional Australia was better off under this budget, not worse.
And it absolutely is, Senator Mackenzie.
So no, that's not the
unlike
evidence.
the previous government.
We've actually
Unlike
just been
the previous
through that,
government,
Senator.
we set out funding that is deliverable. We do it in a way that is orderly because we're actually trying to bring integrity and transparency back to government decision making.
Back on the
We
TP.
we do not believe that deals done where you've got a Deputy Prime Minister who is holding the Prime Minister to ransom over a net zero deal are in the best interest of regional Australia. What we have taken to this budget is a considered process about things that can be funded, that is open and transparent, and that Australians can be confident that their taxpayers' dollars are being spent wisely. That's exactly what we promised to do before the election, and that's exactly what we are doing in government now. And
So
if you
I
had to
just
know
wanted to clarify-
who has done more to undermine the confidence of the Australian people in government decision making, you'd have the Prime Minister would be on the top of the dais, the Deputy Prime Minister would be second, and you'd be a close third, Senator
Oh,
Mackenzie.
so
we are
close.
undoing the
Well, we can
damage.
go ANAO report
we are
for ANAO
undoing
report,
the
brother,
damage
and your
that
Prime Minister
your
would be
government
the
had
first one
done,
through the gate.
and we
Can't
make no
defend your
apologies
own
for
figures.
it. We make no apologies for it
Okay,
because it is
so-
the right thing to do and the responsible thing to do with taxpayer funds so that regional communities know that there is transparency and accountability around this decision making.
I just want to clarify,
Chair.
so just before we go, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, sure.
When you gave the list of who would be first, second and third, I think we just need to make sure in the, excuse me, we're talking about the prior government. I just...
Former Prime Minister.
Yes.
Happy for the current
I forgot,
minister's
I didn't hear the word
2014
previous.
ANAO report to the table.
I know, I know what you
Very
mean.
scathing.
Okay, now everyone, all settled down? We all happy again?
It was so good to have Senator Chisholm back.
Well, I've
it was
listened
very
intently
much
to the
calmer
minister.
with Senator Brown. Not so much
Senator
to
Chisholm,
prove.
his
Not so
dulcet
much to
tones are
prove.
welcome back. It's just great. to
Anyway,
have him. Senator Mackenzie?
so just to clarify, in one program, there's $4 billion more dollars into infrastructure projects, whilst cutting $9.1 billion out of other programs that were in the March budgets for
That
the
was
regions.
never actually passed. Funny money.
I just need to be clear.
I'm not sure that is the complete picture because what you're excluding from that picture are the
Dam money?
new regional programs which have been funded as part of the budget, which offset the cuts that you're talking about. So you've got the infrastructure investment program.
Oh, I don't think they do.
We talked earlier on about election commitment programs. We talked about growing regions programs, regional precincts and partnerships. The residual money from the Energy Security Regional Development Fund, for instance, the $1.9 billion for Middle Arm, which remains a government commitment. So the picture is a bit more complex than the one you've painted.
Yeah. So, Secretary, you know, it's not new money, is it? It's funny money. We're moving the money around. We're extending timelines. I'd be really interested to know the profiling between 10 years and 4, and it's very, very difficult in how this budget's been set out and how this government has pursued its transparency agenda to actually get clarity around projects and program funding. I just want to go now, obviously, to... yes, go.
I just will let you know, sorry, Senator Kennedy, Senator White does have questions. But Senator Kennedy.
This is very quick. I just wanted to follow up. Have we got a figure for the infrastructure investment program over 4 years in regional Australia? I asked before the break.
I don't have that handy, Senator. I should say we don't ordinarily report, do make that distinction between regional and urban areas.
But you are for the 10 years.
We pulled it together for the purposes of preparation.
So was that pulled together at the direction of the Minister's office?
No, it wasn't, Senator.
Did you at all communicate with the Minister's office before estimates today?
Yes, we have.
Yes, of course you would. Yes, you can be honest, Mr. Maher. It's best to just do that.
I've
I've been on your side. I know how it works.
You would expect
So was there any discussion in those meetings about the funding for regional Australia?
Not that I was privy to, Senator.
So there was no mention of regional Australia in meetings with the Minister's office
that's
about these
typical.
estimates. Yeah, they just were ignoring it, obviously.
Cooey, we're out here. There's 9 million of us.
But you can't, I mean, this budget, the budget's actually about the 4 years. That's what we've got. That's the figures. And you can't provide for us a figure whether...
We can.
Whether, hang on. Mr. Pitts, I haven't finished my question. But today, you can't provide a figure on whether or not funding for regional Australia has gone up or down in the budget over the 4 years in the budget?
I think Mr. Maher's saying he doesn't have that information to hand.
So yes,
Which
you
is
can't
quite
provide
incredible.
it. So how can we?
Sorry, Senator, you're new. We had this whole regional Australia book.
How can we? Isn't this budget then simply promising regional Australia stuff way into the future? Because I suppose I'll take a step back. We have to assume, Minister, that figure is actually negative. That if you can't provide us a figure,
That's right,
it means that you're cutting money to regional Australia with the forward estimates. Because if it was positive, you would provide it. You would right now.
You'd be shouting it from
No
the
answer.
rooftop.
And so this is a case of free beer tomorrow, right? We're being promised here, you can't do us anything today. We're not going to get anything in the next couple of years. It's free beer tomorrow. We've heard that one before. We're not mugs in the bush, Senator Chisholm.
I'm happy to talk you through the
sorry.
that we've got.
It's all the never, never. It's all the never, never.
If it was positive over the forwards,
$1.5 billion
you would
planned
be
equity to
screaming
build.
it.
You would
Your minister is desperate to be able to
Senator
say
McKenzie.
that.
Development.
Instead of going on news
Senator
and saying
McKenzie.
there's
Senator
no
McKenzie.
in planned equity to build new
Order!
logistics hubs.
I don't know how many times I have to ask nicely. This is about the fourth time today. Can you stop embarrassing yourselves in front of the cameras? I've asked you to stop screaming over each other. 3 or 4 times then I just called you, but you were too busy screaming. The minister's halfway through a speech. Can we let people finish their questioning before you start interrupting? If you want to continue down the path, I'm going to run out of patience very, very quickly, and you're not going to like the next thing I say. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there is the $1.5 billion to planned equity to build the marine infrastructure at Middle Arm near Darwin, $440 million in planned equity to build regional logistics hubs in Katherine, Alice Springs, Tennant Creek, $566 million in enabling infrastructure in the Pilbara, $7.7 million for common user infrastructure at the Port of Brisbane, $100 million to support the Port of Newcastle. There was the Cairns Marine Precinct as well, which the Minister was at recently to announce that we were funding that. And then there's also local projects as well, which are obviously important. So $10.5 million for the Muswellbrook Town Centre, $9 million for new sport and community facilities in West Dapto. In Victoria, $15 million for Macedon Ranges Regional Sports Precinct Stage 2. In Queensland, again, $22 million to deliver the Lansdowne Eco-Industrial Precinct in Townsville, and $10 million towards, $6 million towards the City of Marion for roads upgrades as well. So they're just some of the substance of what we've supported in this budget through regional Australia.
With respect, they're all projects that were funded through the $7.1 billion Energy Security Fund money in the March budget. So you may think this is new and something to shout about, and that's why we do this process called Estimates, Assistant Minister, because public needs clarity over the spin that governments choose to, have around budgets. How many of those decisions were that you've just read out were actually decisions of the former government, the Liberal National Government? Things you're proud to shout about, Senator. I might put you in a media release.
I'm happy for the department to clarify. I didn't follow most of your announcement that closely because you never really got to rely on them because you never actually delivered them. So there was no point trying to keep up because there was never actually any substance behind them. So you talked a big game, you never actually delivered. So I learned very quickly when I got elected to actually not follow what you were doing because what you talked about was different to actually what you did.
Senator McKenzie, your turn.
No, I've asked the same question twice, and if the Assistant Minister doesn't want to answer it, I'm very happy for him to palm it off to the officials. How many of the projects that you just read out were part of the energy and security?
Provided an answer, if the officials have more to add, they're more than welcome to.
So a subset of the Energy Security Regional Development Fund have been matched or endorsed. From memory, that's about $2.5 billion out of the $7.1 billion, which, but a lot of that $7.1 billion that the previous government committed to was very heavily skewed outside of the forward estimates period, and a significant proportion of the projects which have been now endorsed by the new government are towards the front end of that program.
Thank you, Secretary, for that clarification. I just wanted to move now to the suburban rail loop, if I could.
Can I just, Senator McDonald, while you're in the room, do you have a lot more for corporate? Or just help me out here, and I'm being serious here. Have we circumvented, how did we end up in infrastructure?
If I wanted to ask about the equity arrangements for some of the projects just mentioned,
you can.
Do I do that in corporate or infrastructure?
Well, everything we've been doing for the last 5 minutes, 5 minutes past 9 has been in infrastructure. Well, I thought it was in infrastructure. So,
to be honest, corporate is about the running costs of the department, so we've long since
well,
departed
I've
from
asked
corporate.
mine on that.
So,
and did you have anything on Northern Australia?
I do have to clarify this.
I will just ask a question about ASL on Infrastructure Australia. We had a discussion about it earlier, about it being a very important part of the portfolio, but I see that the ASL numbers have reduced. Is that correct? Can you confirm that for me?
That's a question for Infrastructure Australia. I don't know the answer to that. They're an independent agency.
So can I... oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
No. I think that was my thinking.
So in terms of corporate, we are finishing corporate. Great. Do we do any...
no,
yes, we did.
Sorry, I did have one
more
question.
I did some. Yep.
I did some.
So, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Betts, earlier today we had a conversation about the new faces in the room, about the younger, more energetic look. Can you give me some numbers around what's the number of staff who have left the department since the election?
Left the department in terms of general turnover. I'd have to take that on notice.
All right.
No staff have been terminated since the election,
Can,
other than, as you know, the departure of my predecessor, who I paid tribute to this morning.
Can you give me, if you're taking that on notice, would you be able to give me those numbers by age and other diversity numbers?
We'll see what we can do. Yep.
Thank you.
So, Senator Canavan, you have one more for corporate?
Just going back to the discussion earlier about the Board Appointments to Infrastructure Australia, has the Minister or the Minister's Office asked for any other members of boards to be moved on?
Other than the ones that we talked
Other than
about.
Infrastructure Australia? Yeah.
Other than Infrastructure Australia? Not to my knowledge.
I think we said it was routine.
So that's a no, or not to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Could you take that on notice, given others might have knowledge of that in the department?
Yeah, are you talking about the department as a whole and all of its...
So any agencies, any board appointments within your department, Mr. Betts, has the Minister or the Minister's Office
including
asked,
arts, communications?
Yes, anyone in the department.
Okay.
Well, look, yeah, I'll ask across the department. You might have to work with other committees with that response, but I'm sure you can handle that.
I'll do my best to give you the most helpful answer I can, but I may not be privy to all the conversations that take place between ministers and board members, but... You know.
Of course, the question is not to you, though. It's effectively to the Minister, the way this system works. So I'm sure you can communicate with in the department to get any relevant information. Just one more. Has the Minister or the Minister's Office asked for any departmental officials to be moved on?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
So further to that, I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, are you, as the Department of Infrastructure Secretary on the board of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility?
There's a representative of mine on the board of that facility, yes.
Right. Is that a usual that the Secretary is on the board? Secretary of the department is on the board?
Well, I don't know what I'm not quite sure how the position is characterised in the relevant legislation. Mr. McKay may be able to help me with that one. But certainly there is an ex officio departmental representative on the board of the NAIF.
David McKay, Acting Deputy Secretary. That is the characterisation. It's an ex officio position. It's not uncommon, but it's by no means a blanket provision.
Right.
But in the case of the NAIF, there is a provision for an ex officio member of the board.
But not necessarily the secretary, if I'm right.
Not necessarily the secretary.
Right. So previously, I think it was a departmental official who was on the board. I'm a terrible blank on that person's name. But when did you commence on the board?
Well, I'm not on the board. We've just clarified that Matt Roebuck, who is an official within the department, is on the board as the ex officio representative.
Right, terrific. Is the board position as the ex officio position on the NAIF a paid position?
No.
So on the website currently it is you, which is, I guess, what's leading to my confusion.
So Mr Roper attends as an alternate for the secretary.
Right.
Okay, let's start from the beginning again, otherwise I'm going to go around in a circle. So the Secretary of the Department, Mr Betts, you are a board member of NAIF, is that correct?
I'm just going to wait for Mr McKay to
Just going to grab my
confirm that.
Thank you.
That's right. So the board position is, as in the Act, the secretary of the department or an alternate, and that's since the passage of the NAIF Act in 2021.
So what date did you, Mr Betts, commence on the NAIF board?
Well, it would be the day that I commenced as secretary, which was, from memory, the 9th of July.
Right, okay.
This year.
Have any previous secretaries of the department been on the board of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility?
Mr Atkinson was the ex officio member before Mr Betts took up his appointment.
Right, so, and it was
it's
a
described
department
as the position
alternate.
of the secretary rather than by name.
Right, so the department alternate was the person who went to the meetings.
I would have to take on notice who attended each of those previous meetings.
If you would do that, that would be terrific, thank you. In fact, I think I saw the department official here earlier today, so no doubt she'll be able to confirm that
Ms.
with you
Purvis-Smith.
quite quickly.
We'll take
yes.
that on notice. So.
It's not a paid position. We had some conversations earlier about selection criteria for board appointments. So on what basis would that board position be occupied by the Secretary of the Department rather than somebody who was a Northern Australia finance official?
So the Act specifically prescribes the Secretary of the Department to be a
I'm sorry,
a member.
you did say that earlier. How many members make the board quorate?
I don't think I have that number in my notes. I'll just check with my colleague. Okay. We'll just check whether we have that number in our notes, Senator.
Thank you. And I'd also like to know how many board members there are. Because hopefully it is more than the quorate number.
Well, how about I give you that number and then my colleague will grab the quorum. At the moment we have one vacancy,
yes.
And in addition to that, and in addition to the ex officio position, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other members.
6. And when did that other position become vacant?
12th of July, 2022.
And who was that person?
Ms. Shirley Intveld.
And was she asked by any department officials to stand down?
Not to my knowledge.
I don't need to pursue that question. Thank you.
On the IA board, while we're all... Minister, can you guarantee after the review and when we set up a new Infrastructure Australia board that there will be people from rural and regional Australia actually on Infrastructure Australia?
What I can guarantee, Minister, is that we really value the role of Infrastructure Australia. I know the Prime Minister himself is proud that it was something that he set up, and I am extremely confident once the review is done and the board is reformed that it will be a high calibre, it will take in the necessary skills to ensure that it can do its duty, and it will be representative of all of Australia. And the other thing I'd point out is that you've got a minister who's based in regional Australia, in Minister King as well. So you've got a minister who absolutely understands the importance of regional Australia.
But you can't guarantee me that Infrastructure Australia, which is going to oversee, you know, in excess of $120 billion of infrastructure spending in this country, will have anyone from rural and regional Australia on it.
As I said,
yeah, no, I heard what you said. That's okay.
We have
I'll take it
value Infrastructure Australia. We think it is an important organisation. We want to rebuild its credibility.
I'll take it as answered,
we also
Minister. It was a yes or no.
understand that the Minister is someone who understands regional Australia, understands its importance, and I'm sure the board will be a high calibre one that will serve
Okay.
the country well.
Thank you so much for not answering. Okay, suburban rail loop, in excess of 2.2.
Yeah, just you can. Senator White's been waiting, so on the same topic.
Well, this goes directly to Infrastructure Australia while we're still in that.
Okay, but sorry, Mr Mackay, you had your hand up.
Oh, this is Mr.
I was
Rhodes.
just going to close out the question about a quorum for the infrastructure facilities.
Cool.
So Section 24 of the NAIF Act provides that a quorum is constituted by 5 members if there are 7 or more members, and otherwise by 4 members. So the board is quorum.
So less than the number of board members.
That's right.
That's excellent.
Can I clarify that I actually started on the 11th of July, not the 9th of July, for the record?
Thank you.
While you're still there, in earlier evidence, the last time the Infrastructure Australia Board met was the 8th of September, someone said. Was the Suburban Rail Loop a project that was considered by the Infrastructure Australia Board at that time?
Infrastructure Australia is an independent agency, so we wouldn't know whether it was considered by their board.
Okay, so you've had no, the department's had no correspondence from Infrastructure Australia about the Suburban Rail Loop?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, it certainly hasn't made a public assessment of the suburban rail loop.
And hasn't communicated its confidence or otherwise in that particular project at this particular time?
No, I don't think it has.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Betts.
I don't think so. But
No, certainly no formal communications. We often speak with Infrastructure Australia about a range of matters.
Yeah, of course. So I'm just going to the Finance Minister, Minister Gallagher's comments yesterday when discussing the Suburban Rail Loop and indeed the context of the Prime Minister's budget in reply speech this time around March, where he categorically said he wouldn't be funding projects if he was given the honour to be our Prime Minister that didn't go through an Infrastructure Australia methodology. When questioned about this and commentating on it yesterday, the Finance Minister then said that the government's working with Infrastructure Australia, when we know that it hasn't been this project hasn't been recommended by Infrastructure Australia. It's got a scathing Victorian Auditor General's report, and it hasn't even passed the Prime Minister's own criteria for his own government about the types of projects they will fund going forward. Can you outline how the Suburban Rail Loop ended up in the budget?
Obviously, we made an election commitment a few months ago to invest in the Suburban Rail Loop.
Had you read the Victorian Auditor General's report? Sorry. No, you're right.
And the budget that we delivered this week was about delivering on our promises. I do know that Infrastructure Australia have identified middle and outer suburban transport connectivity for Melbourne on its infrastructure priority list. So that's something that is relevant to this discussion. And I think the other thing that is relevant is that under the Land Transport Act, the project will be subject to rigorous assessment between a process between both Commonwealth and the Victorian state government as well. So I think there's some relevant facts that need to be on the table when this is considered, and the department might have more to offer on that as well.
So, yes, Mr. Best.
So, as the Assistant Minister has indicated, it was an election commitment, clearly telegraphed as such, and the government has chosen to turn that election commitment now into a budgetary commitment. So the next step for the department and the public service is to work with the Victorian government to elicit from them a project proposal report consistent with the Land Transport Act and the Standard National Partnership Agreement, and to commence discussions with the Victorians around the scope, the milestones, the governance and the reporting arrangements from that. And to the extent that there are insights to be offered by the Victorian Auditor General's Office or down the track by Infrastructure Australia, then that will obviously be an important contribution in terms of our fulfilling our function to make sure that we maximise the value that the Commonwealth gets from its $2.2 billion investment.
So what is the profile funding for this in excess of $2.2 billion commitment?
Just
Just checking that.
We're just looking that up now, Senator.
Yep, thank you. So has there been a private assessment if there hasn't been a public assessment?
By whom? By
When I asked the earlier
Australia.
question about Infrastructure Australia.
I think that would be a matter for Infrastructure Australia. I wouldn't want to...
Okay, I'll save that for when we get them in front of us. So what is the state funding contribution to this project?
Senator, we have the profiling of the
Yep,
$2.2
great.
billion now.
So, Senator, just starting from 2022 to 2023, there is no funding. It begins in the year 2024-25. There is 400 million profiled within 22-24-25. Moving to 2025-26, there is $1 billion. And then in 2026-27, there is 800 million profiled.
So nothing in this financial year, nothing starting till 24-25?
Correct, Senator.
Well, that beggars a question.
And?
Why the government chose to put it in their October budget rather than wait for it to be assessed appropriately as the Prime Minister outlined in his budget in reply and be announced as part of the May budget next year, when you've already profiled the money to start? The only answer to that question, the only conceivable answer, is that there's a state election where this is the pet project of the current Premier
That's an assertion,
in Victoria.
Senator. Look at it.
I'm not asking for their opinion.
No, you're not going to get... No, that is a statement, and you know that, Senator Mackenzie. Now, do you have any further questions?
I have a lot of questions on this project.
Well, I'm going to give my ears a break on this side because it's burning, okay? And I'm going to come back to you. Not you, Senator McDonald. No, I'm going to come to Senator... I'm going to go to Senator White to give my right ear a rest.
Senator Steele, I just wanted to respond to the Senator's question then.
Yes.
The simple answer is because the budget this week was about delivering on our election commitments. And that's what it was.
Irrespective
so I know
of
that,
Senator Mackenzie,
integrity and accountability and rebuilding the trust that the Australians have in government for government to deliver on their promise is a foreign concept to you, but it's important to us. That's what the budget this week was about. That's why it was in the budget for us to deliver on, because it was an election commitment that we made this year.
Thank you, Minister. Now I'm going to go to Senator White.
Thanks. I just want to clarify a matter that I raised prior to lunch. That was in relation to the Colson Creek Road project, which, as I understood the evidence, that had never been mentioned in the, although it was announced by the former Deputy Prime Minister as having been funded in the March 2022-23 budget. It hadn't actually been funded, but it is now a new project which is funded in the current budget. Which electorate is that Colson Creek Road project in?
I'm sorry, Senator, I couldn't tell you. I don't have that information.
You don't have that. Could you take that perhaps on notice?
Well, we don't tend to collect information by electorate, so I don't think it's appropriate for my officials to answer that.
Minister, do you happen to know?
I wasn't in the chair at that stage, but I think it was a project in New South Wales, was it correct?
It is in New South Wales, yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Not sure. If somebody could come back to us about which electorate that's in. Can I just ask, we also got prior, Minister, when you weren't here, but we have had some questions post lunch about boards and the Infrastructure Australia Board, the Northern Australia Board. But before lunch, Mr Brown was asked at length about, I think the phrase, and I apologise if I've got it wrong, but this is the essence of it, that the government might appoint Union and Labor Party hacks to Infrastructure Australia, and was seeking a denial that would be the case. As I understand it, under the review, you're suggesting that what will happen is that there will be people who are competent and able to function at a high level. Am I correct about that?
That's absolutely what will be the focus in terms of our appointments. Obviously, the Minister has the review now and those decisions will be for the Minister, but absolutely integrity, accountability and ensuring that we have the right capability and expertise on the board, just like when we set it up, will be a focus.
Thank you. So are you aware of the opinion piece written by the Minister King titled Partisan Stack of Infrastructure Australia, No Way to Build a Country, published on Monday the 29th of November 2021?
I am aware of that. I followed the Shadow Minister at the time very closely in terms of her public pronouncements.
You should be higher up the tree then.
Lucy's up the tree.
Lucy's on the tree.
Lucy's on
like
the
other
tree.
people. Can I say, are you aware of, in particular, this paragraph from the now Minister's opinion piece, which I quote, "Of the Deputy Prime Minister's 7 new appointments," and in that she's referring to the then Deputy Prime Minister, Barnaby Joyce, appointments to the Infrastructure Australia Board, one is a former Liberal Party president, one is a 2-time LNP candidate, one is a current Vice President of the Queensland LNP, and the new chair describes himself as a fairly solid Barnaby supporter.
Chair.
I am aware of that.
Point of order.
Is there a point of order?
Well, just before we go and publicly malign people who have performed a public service, I appreciate that may be one way to describe these people, but regionally they're described differently. So could I just ask that we don't get into having a go at some of these people who I'm incredibly proud of the work they do in regional Australia and particularly Northern Australia. If you wouldn't mind.
No, sorry, Senator White. Senator McDonald, I hear what you're saying because I don't see nurses and policemen as union hacks. I don't see first...
I didn't say union
No,
hacks.
just hear me out.
Well,
As
I didn't say that.
Senator McDonald, I listen to you. But, you know, this side of the parliament throws around anyone who happens to be a proud member or a member of a union is a hack. So it goes both ways. So I agree that that's the standard we should start lifting to, because there are many fine people who do a lot of good work and they're not, and it is quite embarrassing when they're referred to as union hacks. And I know you're above that, but the question was asked. Senator White.
Yeah, I would characterise myself as probably a union and Labor Party hack, and if that's a derogatory term, I'm happy to wear it.
Sister.
Can I ask you, are you aware of that opinion piece and do you believe that what the characterisation of those board members, the 7 new board members, is that a correct characterisation as far as you're concerned?
Yeah, it seems quite remarkable that you'd appoint 7 new people and 4 of them would have political association. So I think it did damage the credibility of the board following those appointments. That's something obviously the Shadow Minister at the time highlighted and obviously has motivated her decisions in government to ensure we can restore that integrity, but also ensure Infrastructure Australia can fulfil the promise that was made when it was first set up. And I know the Prime Minister is passionately determined to achieve that. And I certainly know Minister King as well, to ensure we have the best available expertise who are prepared to serve on this board.
And just can I ask generally, it's not an unusual circumstance, is it, both in the Commonwealth or in state government, to have a member of the department as an ex officio member of a board, of a statutory authority or other organisation over which a department has... sorry?
Just talking to myself, sorry, ignore the interjections.
It wasn't an interjection.
It wasn't an interjection, I was just talking to
Okay,
myself.
sure, that's okay. I'm glad my questions... I know I'm only new. It's not an unusual thing, is it?
No, it's not unusual. It depends on the nature of the authority or the institution. Where it's an independent regulator, which you would want at arm's length from government, would it be inappropriate, generally speaking, for an ex officio public servant to be on board. On the other hand, as in the case with NAIF, where taxpayers' money is being invested and that the consequences of the investment decisions that NAIF take come through the books of the department, arguably it's appropriate that there should be a senior public servant representing the taxpayer on that board.
And the usual practice, isn't it, is that you don't get paid for this because it's regarded as part of your job, isn't it?
If you're a public servant and you're put on a public sector board, you shouldn't expect to get any additional remuneration.
I'm new, remember?
No,
I'm asking again
asked
because
again.
I'm new.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Ask them again.
And so, for instance, so that's there's nothing to see here, is there? About
I don't think so. The legislation was enacted by the previous government. So
sweeping under there.
Enjoying the questions and the answers.
That's right. Yeah. Particularly when you pass the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator White.
Thank you
Senator
very much. Going back to the suburban rail loop.
Sorry. Do you want to do this in corporate, or do you want to actually get to where we...
Oh, I thought I didn't have any more in corporate.
No.
So is this finished?
The majority of our questioning today, all bar about 10 minutes, has been
No, I'm
for
on
infrastructure.
suburban rail loop.
So I just want to say, because Mr Betts did ask, is there a chance that we could dismiss the corporate officials and they're still sitting around?
Yeah.
So are we, Senator
I have no
Canavan, you're happy?
questions.
All right. Mr Betts, would you like to dismiss the corporate officials? You're no longer required, thanks. Or they are no longer required. Well, they're still here.
Well, yep. Okay.
All right. Now, where were we?
Suburban rail loop. Okay. What's the state funding contribution to the project? I think we're at, were we?
we'll just source that for you. It's a matter of public record.
Thank you.
I think from memory, the project as announced is $33 billion at this stage from the state's announcements. $11 billion state, $11 billion...
Sorry, Mr Hanlon. And
$11 billion from the state, $11 billion through some kind of value capture, which we will assess through the submission process, and at this stage $2.2 billion from the Commonwealth.
Okay, right. So usually we fund infrastructure with the states on a 50-50 basis, but this seems...
It varies, 50-50, 80-20, no cast iron rule. At this stage, the Commonwealth contribution is confined to the $2.2 billion election commitment. The Victorian Government has obviously committed significantly more than that at this stage.
Yep, thank you. Has any funding been provisioned for future stages of the project?
By the Commonwealth Government?
Yep.
No.
No, okay. And you just said earlier you've agreed you're doing the milestone discussions going forward.
Yes, that will now kick off with the Victorians, yeah. Well, probably post-caretaker, post-election.
Yep. So, okay. What was it?
Sorry, just for you. No, I'm sorry. But I am...
It's like no one wants to talk about the suburban rail loop. It was one of your major
everyone wants to
election
talk about
commitments.
suburban rail, but I've just got Senator McDonald's words ringing in my ears for the past 3 years.
It's coming back to haunt me.
It will.
Yes, and I'm not cutting anyone off, but we do have CASA, National Intermodal Corporation, patiently waiting outside, and I could hazard as a guess it will probably struggle to get to them, but I don't know what's in your packs. So do you want to just think about that?
We'll think about that. We'll let you know after the break.
There is no break.
Oh, don't we have an after? Oh, we're going all the way through
it's
to
to
five.
go. Look, Senator
Look at
White
me.
and I have
Next I'll get a
started the
membership
Senators' Union.
to some
I'm very
union.
happy to initiate those our first
Okay, can I
client.
really get these questions done, please? So, does the department agree with the Victorian Parliamentary Budget Office that to build the suburban rail loop east, which is expected to be delivered in 34-35, it'll cost $36.5 billion? Is that your assessment?
We haven't made an assessment.
So you haven't made an assessment of what the total cost will be?
No.
And that the combined cost to build the suburban rail loop east and west together will be more than $125 billion?
Commonwealth's contribution at this stage is $2.2 billion.
And have you seen those reports? That's...
I'm aware of
it's
them,
quite public, and I don't
it's
think
quite
the
public.
Victorian government's hiding how much they're expecting it to cost.
That's a matter for the Victorian Government.
So have you reviewed the costings of the Victorian PBO? Not at all.
No, the budget was handed down on Tuesday and here we are on Friday.
Well, it's an
So
election, and
it's an
that's a
election.
decision of government to put this on 2 days after handing down the budget. But I'm assuming this was an election commitment in May, so the department's been beavering away on this since May, I would have assumed. And you
no.
haven't looked at the Victorian PBO costings or...
I'm aware of the Victorian PBO options, costings. I'm aware of the Victorian Auditor General's report. We're aware of these things, but this wasn't a budget commitment of the government until earlier this week. And as I've explained, the work now begins to engage with the Victorian government. There was no engagement with this project previously because it wasn't a project that the Commonwealth Government was interested in funding until recently. So now that work begins and it plays out as it would with any other project like Melbourne Airport Rail Link or like the Sydney Metro West, which were projects which also didn't have business cases but were subject to announcements by governments.
So given the difference between funding splits usually being 50-50 for these types of projects, but as you say, that can be a negotiated outcome in some cases.
Yep.
And the difference between our 2.2 and the 35 and heading upwards of 125 by the completion of this project. Has there been a decision taken not to put this project on the statement of risks in terms of future liabilities? Was that a conscious decision or an oversight?
I don't understand them, I'm not across the mechanics of how that particular risk provision works, but the Commonwealth's contribution at this stage is a capped $2.2 billion. And if the Commonwealth decided it wanted to make a supplementary contribution to that project, that would be a decision for a future government down the track.
That's correct.
In its discretion.
So have you provided the government advice on the future full cost? So I know you committed this, but have you thought about the long-term implications?
So what the $2.2 billion capped contribution from the Commonwealth does is it cues the conversation under the National Land Transport Act and the National Partnership Agreement to establish the governance which will give the Commonwealth a seat at the table so that we are in a position to provide informed advice to the Commonwealth as to A, how to get best value for money from the $2.2 billion existing commitment, and B, the risks and opportunities associated with any future investment it might decide to contemplate, recognising that there are no commitments to any further investment at this stage.
So we've glanced at the Auditor General's, we've glanced at the Victorian PBO.
Yeah.
Has the department reviewed the Victorian government's business case for this project?
No.
No.
Yes.
You have reviewed. You
have
reviewed the Victorian Auditor General's report.
I apologise. I may be about to be corrected.
That's okay.
Can you correct me?
Honesty is the best policy.
Hello, Diana Hallam, First Assistant Secretary, Significant Projects Investment Delivery Office. The previous government asked us to have a look at the business and investment case supplied by the Victorian government for the suburban rail loop. I won't go to the full details of that advice, but suffice to say, as the Secretary has indicated, we're eagerly awaiting more details of that project from Infrastructure Australia and the Victorian government in due course.
And we wouldn't be able to share with you on the basis of any advice that went to the previous government for reasons you'll understand.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. So it just seems again to fly in the face of this current government's stated process they wanted to go through for major infrastructure projects. And I refer again to now Minister Gallagher when Labor released their costings for the election, and she said Labor's larger election commitments would go through a merit assessment process while smaller promises had been made based on business cases. Now, this is a very large infrastructure project and program that by all profiling, we're not putting any money as a federal government out the door into next financial year. This could have waited for you to undertake the proper review of the business case, for you to get advice from a constituted Infrastructure Australia, for the department to be able to avail itself of all the information to give government all the information they need to make a merit-based assessment. And yet here we are, putting $2.2 billion in a budget commitment without the benefit of these evidence-based processes. Minister, how does that actually accord with anything? The Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the Treasurer, the Minister herself have promised not only Australians but the Parliament more generally about how they were going to look at major infrastructure projects. You've just heard the Secretary's evidence.
Because this was an election commitment, we are absolutely determined to ensure we will rebuild the trust that the Australian people have in government that was so badly damaged by our predecessors, of which you were a Cabinet Minister for a long period of time. That is what the focus of the budget that we delivered this week was. We know that the Victorian State Government did a business case that showed a benefit-cost ratio of 1.7, so meaning 1.7 would be returned for every dollar. And as the Secretary said, under the National Land Transport Act, the project will be subject to rigorous assessment process between the Commonwealth and the Victorian State Government as well. So I've answered that now multiple times and explained the government's position on this.
So if it doesn't stack up, if once all these serious processes are gone through, if this project doesn't stack up, will you walk away from it?
I don't think you can answer a hypothetical question like that, Senator. We made this
it's not
announcement
hypothetical.
during
If it
the election
stacks up,
campaign.
you back it. If it doesn't stack
we
up,
made this election
do you
during the
back
election
it?
campaign. We took our budget decisions and passed the budget during the week that said we were committed to this project.
Do you, just quickly, Minister, do you remain committed to undertake a merit-based assessment of the Suburban Rail Loop project?
Well, I'm sure the Secretary can talk you through the
Sorry.
process. That
This actually, this goes to an election promise. I think it's unfair to involve officials in that. It goes to a promise made by the Labor Party before they formed government, as was read out by Senator Mackenzie before. Do you remain committed to a merit-based assessment of the Suburban Rail Loop, consistent with your election promise to do so on large projects?
We are absolutely determined to deliver on our election promises because we think it is important for us to rebuild that trust. We believe there is an existing and rigorous process in place, and I'm sure Mr Betts can talk to that in more detail.
Yeah, do you want to talk about the project proposal report?
Sure. So, under the Land Transport Act, there are notes on administration, Senator, which provide guidance to us on assessment of proposals as they come through. That includes, deliverability, the complexity of the project, alternative options, oftentimes, and BCRs, so benefit cost ratios. They're all taken into account in the department's assessment. And then we provide advice to the Minister, duly delegated under the Act, to make decisions on the project itself, whether it's commencing or at milestones throughout.
Thank you. You finished.
So just to clarify, Assistant Minister, we're going to run through rigorous assessment processes and we're going to deliver on our election promises. What if, in the case of this project, you can't do both?
Look, again,
it won't matter, will it? Because the Victorian state election will have already been held.
Hypotheticals. I don't think you did when you're in this position. I'm not going to start answering hypotheticals now.
Your own minister, and you wouldn't have seen it, Senator, because you sit in the red chamber with me, but Minister King, when she was asked about this project in the other place, answered questions about the amount of money, benefits it was going to deliver, and then actually told the chamber couldn't wait to see the re-election of the Daniel Andrews Labor government. So this isn't actually about pork barrelling your own government, it's actually about pork barrelling your Labor Party mates in Victoria weeks out from a Victorian election. And if you were really interested in transparency and rebuilding trust, you would have put this project appropriately through the process your own Finance Minister and Prime Minister outlined prior to the election, and then delivered it in your May budget, which would suit the profiling of the money anyway. So the only reason it's in this budget is for Daniel Andrews' benefit.
Senator Mackenzie, look, I'm not running any protection records. The Minister is more than capable to answer the questions put to him, and he's done that. But that is a statement. That's not a question.
Well, it's not the first one that's been made in this committee, as I recall.
No, it's certainly not wrong, but I'm hoping it's getting close to one of the last ones. But do you have any further questions?
Not on this topic.
I just wanted to respond.
Minister.
First of all, Senator, I am not going to be lectured to by you, and this government isn't going to be lectured to by you on integrity and accountability. We are confident we have robust processes in place with the department that will be able to make appropriate assessment of this project.
Thank you, Minister. Now, Senator Canavan. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I just had some questions about the Rockhampton Ring Road for the right officials. When is the first year in the budget when funding is allocated to the Rockhampton Ring Road?
Just get that information up. Whilst we're getting that, I've just provided some information in response to an earlier question around staff departing the department since the election. 149 staff have left since the election. Of that number, 41 staff left as a result of a machinery of government change, which moved copyright and the water grid over to other parts of government. So that's consistent with about a 10% annual turnover, which is fairly standard within the Canberra Public Service. We're getting that as we speak.
Thank you, Mr. Betts.
Have that information.
So sorry, I can answer that question on
Thank
Rocky
you.
Ring Road. Is 25-26.
And that's in 25-26, is that allocation for construction?
The detail we have before us, it doesn't work that way, Senator.
Okay.
So money is profiled in particular years, but there's not a description that's associated with that.
How much funding in 25-26 is allocated to Rockhampton Road?
$2 million, Senator.
So that's not going to build much. The year after?
0, Senator.
The year after that?
0, Senator.
Is there any more funding for the Rockhampton Ring Road?
Not in the information that I have before me.
So we
within
have
the
$2 million
profile.
is allocated to the Rockhampton Ring Road over the next 10 years.
That's correct, Senator.
I thought I heard the Prime Minister in question time yesterday say the government remains committed to build the Rockhampton Ring Road, but I don't know about anyone else here. I don't think it's going to be built for $2 million.
I have a different set of numbers.
Okay.
We just clarified there are more than one project with that name. So I think the evidence that I gave before me was for another project. I think
Senator Chisholm was a little bit even more surprised.
Mr. Helen has the profile for the project you're
I'll
interested in.
just start by saying it certainly wasn't terminated. It has been deferred. 25-26 is 31.6 million. 26-27 is 164.8 million. 27-28 is 180 million. 28-29 is 168.0, and 29-30 is 232.5.
Does that add up to how much does that add up to? Over 800 million? I think it was
823.6.
823. That's about right. What was there before? So the road won't be completed until 2030. On these projections,
there or thereabouts.
Yeah, you if you're still paying money in 2030, you'd expect that. So that's quite a delay. And it sounds like from those figures, though, there hasn't been any cost inflation or escalator to those figures compared to is the funding in the budget the same as what it was in March?
Escalation is applied every update, so we would anticipate applying escalation rates as they
But it's not yet. That hasn't happened yet.
No,
because obviously
it's a
it will
standard
probably
budget
cost
process.
more now,
Yeah.
or certainly cost more than the original estimates. Can you take me through the process here? As you might be aware, this project is out for, or had been out for tender. So I think we spoke earlier about the reprofiling exercise, but with this particular project in mind, did the Queensland Government request or write to the department to delay the Rockhampton Ring Road?
I think for all of these projects, it would be just a negotiation between the parties. I'm not certain which party suggested it. There is a whole range of negotiations.
Could you take on notice who first suggested the reprofiling of the Rockhampton Ring Road?
Yeah, we can see what we can come back with.
Okay. And I particularly ask is if there's anything in writing from either the federal or state government about the reprofile of the Rockhampton Ring Road.
It would be unlikely we could provide that sort of information that feeds into a cabinet deliberation for the budget.
Well,
process.
I'll ask. Can I ask if there were emails or if there was anything in writing discussing the reprofiling?
We can give you that as a factual.
You can give me that and the dates of those emails too, if that's possible. As I mentioned, this project is out was out for tender. Is there any relief or compensation available for tenderers who have spent thousands of dollars, in some cases more than that, preparing and have now got nothing to show for it?
I think in circumstances where there are projects out to tender or where there's early works done or contracts in place, we've got agreements with the jurisdiction that we would work with them on.
I don't think there's any early works going on, or not the people that I've spoken to about this. There are many businesses furious in Rockhampton about this decision because felt like they've been led down the garden path on this. And as I say, they've spent a lot getting ready for it.
Yep.
And it's just been pulled out from under them. So, is there any provisions? Just if you haven't done any work, but you've obviously spent money on the tender process and that's just ended, is there any relief available for tenderers typically?
That would be something for us to consider in consultation with Queensland.
Well, could you take that on notice? Thanks.
Yeah.
So
I would make the point, though, that the government's policy agenda about deferral of projects is to de-escalate prices in the market, and it's a value for money agenda, Senator.
Yeah, that's no relief though for those businesses that are out of pocket.
That's correct.
Through this process, are there other projects that have been delayed that were out to tender in this budget?
Senator, I don't have that information before me. There were a lot of, as Mr. Hallinan outlined at the beginning of this session, there were a lot of movements, both out of the forward estimates or across the forward estimates, and things moving forward as well. But I don't have that breakdown.
There wouldn't be many that would be in a category of construction tender. There might be some that are in planning.
If you could take on, I realise there's lots of them, but if you could take on notice, then whether there is any in that case. Just going back to the delay, we've established it won't be finished until 2030. Do you have what was in the March budget? What was the last year of funding for the Rockhampton Ring Road?
I think Rockhampton Ring Road 26, 27.
Okay, so a 3-year delay at least. Look at that.
You've got a different date?
No, I've got that.
Good.
Senator, if I may, you asked a question in respect of feedback from jurisdictions in relation to this specific project. Earlier in the session, excuse me, Senator Mackenzie asked a question in respect of whether there were replies to Minister King's letter to her counterparts about the budget process. So I have that information if that would be helpful to reply.
Okay.
Infrastructure ministers in Queensland, the ACT, South Australia, Western Australia, Northern Territory, all replied to the minister's letter. And I would say that was following a letter from the previous incumbent in my position at the officials level.
Given we've established there's roughly $800 million there over the 10 years in the budget, is that going to be enough to build the Rockhampton Ring Road to its design?
Look, I think at this point I'd be speculating, Senator. There are market conditions we'd need to take into account. We've just had very high escalation. International conditions are such that prices are spiking on a whole range of things right at this point in time. I wouldn't want to make a prediction one way or the other.
But typically prices will go up even if not as fast. Is that correct statement? Typically prices,
Typically,
the
but
costs,
you also,
costs would go up.
As supplies.
Just with inflation. Yeah.
But as supplies come back online, it depends on what's driving your inflation. If there's a whole market of supply for particular things that's knocked out and it comes back online, then you get price reductions rather than just a slower escalation. So I wouldn't want to predict.
I mean, another way to put this is the real value of the contribution to the Rockhampton Ring Road has fallen then by delaying this funding.
Sorry, I'm working that through in my head.
Well, unless you're assuming an inflation rate of below zero, that was true. Is it not? The real value has fallen.
Holding to today's dollars?
Yes, in today's dollars, assuming the projected interest rates you'd have, inflation rates. Yeah.
I think that it depends particularly on what's happening in this market, not just CPI and others. So if you have, anyway, I wouldn't speculate.
Does the department have a benchmark inflation rate you use in escalation, your financial models and your escalation factors?
Yeah, we do escalation for rail and road projects.
And you have a CPI figure or in some other inflation number?
No, it's a specific escalation rate designed around those with their own inputs. And it's different.
Is that positive at the moment? Is that above zero?
It's very high.
Very high.
Market's very volatile.
So look, I won't go push it further, but clearly the real value has fallen of the Rockhampton Ring Road. I just wanted to take probably the Minister here to a media release issued by the now Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, on the 22nd of January 2019. The title of that media release says, Rockhampton Ring Road, a certainty under Labor. With a 3-year delay now confirmed, Minister, how is the government committed, how is the government delivering on that commitment to make the Rockhampton Ring Road a certainty?
Well, because as you saw, we've put money in the budget. So we are absolutely committed to it. And obviously, if you saw Question Time yesterday, the Prime Minister is very familiar with the area and he has a good record of delivering infrastructure in that region. And I know that he is absolutely committed, as is the Minister, to ensuring that this project gets built, because I do understand how important it is to the Rockhampton community, but the broader community at the same time.
Have you got anything to say to those Central Queensland businesses who are thousands of dollars out of pocket because they trusted the words of the Prime Minister?
Well, what I can say is that there was a previous government, of which you were a member of, that was in power for 10 years and didn't make any progress on the Rockhampton Ring Road that whole time. You have an Albanese Labor government that is absolutely committed to ensuring that we build the infrastructure that we can afford, we do it in a responsible way, and that everyone in the community can benefit as a result.
So your message to those families in Central Queensland that are thousands of dollars in a hole is to blame the former government that had no role in this decision?
Well, I was simply making the point that the former government had 10 years to build this infrastructure and didn't make any progress on it.
But we didn't put a press release out saying it would be a certainty, and based on that very strong statement and the bipartisan commitment from the coalition, in good faith, businesses spent money. I know of a business who's expanded a quarry in anticipation of this work. In fact, my understanding is the State Department was asking people to do so because there was going to be a lack of quarrying materials. And your message to them and those families is it's all the other side's fault.
My message to them is that we have a significant infrastructure investment that we want to deliver on, and the Rockhampton Ring Road is part of that, as you saw from the budget figures that were talked through by the department.
Is the Rockhampton Ring Road a certainty?
Absolutely.
Is it a certainty that it will be built to 4 lanes over the Fitzroy River?
I'm sure the department can provide any detail of the scoping work that's being considered.
There's certainly been no change in scope as a result of the deferral, Senator.
Okay. Have you had any discussions with the State Department about redesign of the Rockhampton Ring Road?
So I can answer. So the project is currently in planning, and as part of that, so the project. Would you like me to go over the scope as well or not?
Well, not in detail. My question just goes to whether or not have you had any discussions
Ongoing
about
discussions.
redesigning? So my understanding of the situation is there has been a design complete. That was put to tender, as we've discussed. And my question is, have there been any discussions about redesigning the proposal?
So the information I have at hand is the detailed design is 90% complete and is expected to be completed in late 2022.
Have there been any discussions about changing designs that would potentially save hundreds of millions of dollars?
Not that I'm aware.
So significant changes? No, not that you're aware of.
We certainly haven't had any discussions with Queensland at this table about scope changes to reduce or change the nature of that project.
Okay. Could you take that on notice then as well?
Yeah, we can confirm if there's been any others, but I don't think there has been.
All right, no, that's it for me on that. Thank you very much.
I would like to give the government senators a little bit more time too. We've had about 15 minutes out of the last nearly hour and 25, so Senator White, I know you've got a few that you want to get through, and then can someone indicate who wants to go next? Senator McDonald. So, Senator White.
So we had quite a bit of a discussion about evidence-based processes. So I just wanted to talk about a couple of examples and ask you some questions about the evidence and for an analysis that was undertaken for a couple of projects. So can I turn to and I apologise in advance if my pronunciation is incorrect, Urana Dam? Is that how it's pronounced?
Urana.
I can do that, Urana Dam. So I understand that in the March budget, the then government promised $483 million for that project. And that is in central Queensland. Was any analysis undertaken as to the viability of this project?
To the extent that that analysis was undertaken, it was in a part of the department which was transferred over to the Department of Climate Change, Environment, Energy and Water in the machinery of government change that occurred after the election. So that's the appropriate place to ask that question.
You can do that. Do you happen to know who the primary beneficiary of that project was to be?
I don't.
Anybody know? No?
No, I think these questions are best directed to the department.
Okay, well, let me go to another matter then. The Port of Newcastle. The then leader of the Nationals released a statement on the 29th of March 2022 that included an investment in the Port of Newcastle. Do you know if there's any such, if there was any such investment agreed to by the port prior to that announcement?
I don't think we have any details on any discussions with the port or any analysis within the department prior to that announcement being made, is my understanding, but I may need to check that, so I'll take it on notice.
Is it a...
Sorry. I'm sorry, Mr Betts, because I am really of the belief we're talking about infrastructure and ports and all that. Yeah. Can I just ask, with the greatest respect, is there any of your colleagues who would have any information or knowledge of any conversations between the Port of Newcastle or with the Port of Newcastle? Sorry to interrupt you, Senator White.
It wasn't handled in the infrastructure group. It was a
Could it be
different part of the
possible to find out where it was, may have been, and then we can put the questions to that?
My colleague David McKay from the regional development side of the department will now.
Thank you.
Senator, just to build on what the Secretary has said, it wasn't part of the previous government's energy security and regional development package.
Sure.
So I think it would be best for us to take it on notice.
Okay, I understand, but I'm going to ask a big favour. Can we get to that very, very quickly? Can we make a phone call? Can someone walk out the back, pick up a mobile phone, go back to head office, and just so we know where we can channel it? And I know you've got a lot on your plate, but I think it's
we'll certainly
important.
come back as quickly as we can.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Clarify the question that you would like an answer to.
So I just really want to understand, so we've had quite a number of questions about evidence-based processes, and I'm just wanting to examine the evidence-based processes and how that project transpired.
So
I've got a theory on this, but I'm interested in what this, because it was announced by media release, right? And so I'll just give you the context. We've got all this, who was contacted, how are we doing it, what happened, right? With the number of projects. that have been discussed here, and I'm looking backwards to the Port of Newcastle, which nobody got to ask in estimates because the Parliament was prorogued. And I'm just interested in the rigorous evidence-based processes that were or were not embarked upon by the previous government for significant infrastructure projects.
Okay, well, obviously we can't share with you any advice that was given to the previous government, but we will try to ascertain what we know about that project and what we can disclose about.
Yeah, including, was there any records of the decision, for instance, being made?
Yeah,
or was it just really an announcement by media release?
I think the answer to that latter question is no, but we will take it on notice.
We'll need to particularly be careful about what might have been provided into Cabinet deliberations about the budget. So we'll come back as quickly as we can.
I'm not wanting you to go to the Cabinet, but I just want to get a general feel, because what the questions that we have you've been asked previously about other projects was evidence-based, and so I'm interested in particular the evidence and the processes that the department underwent to look at these projects. Can I ask you then about contingent liabilities? Can you explain to me what a contingent liability is?
Well, it's not the same as substantive funding for a project. It's rather a provision which gets made in accordance with various Treasury rules by way of a provision in case an event or series of events come into play. That's my attempt to explain it. For instance, if a previous government had made an offer to another jurisdiction that under certain circumstances they would fund a particular project like the East-West Link or Row 8 in Victoria and WA prospectively, and they might choose to put a note in the budget papers to say that that constituted a contingent liability.
So it's different from an actual funding allocation, isn't it?
It's different, yes.
I'd say it's a risk of expenditure. So contingent liabilities for government are outlined in Statement 9 of Budget Paper 1. And I think for the purposes of a contingent liability, it's a potential cost that depends on an action occurring, I think, in the accounting term, which means if something happens, it will cost us money, and we report that in the budget papers through Statement 9.
So if I went around and said, telling people that the project was funded by the government, but in fact it was a contingent liability in the budget, again, talking about evidence-based processes and the reality of what is in the budget, that would probably be... Some people would say that was misleading, wouldn't they? If I'd said that contingent liability was actual funding.
It sounds like you would think that was misleading. We couldn't comment.
You couldn't comment.
It's all right. Senator McKenzie.
No, it's an accounting thing. I've asked questions on accounting, right?
And you will continue to ask whatever you want to ask.
can,
And if you do slide over the lexicon of what is hypothetical or not, someone will remind you. We don't need that other comment. Thanks, Senator
I haven't
McKenzie.
accused anybody of corruption or about an act that isn't even in Parliament, that hasn't even been passed. I haven't done that. But can I ask you on an accounting matter?
Senator McDonald,
on an accounting matter. This is an accounting matter, isn't it? So if in pure accounting
Can I have
terms,
5 minutes with you? Can I just have 5 minutes?
if I was saying to someone that a project was funded and it was really only noted as a contingent liability,
Well,
that's not entirely accurate in accounting terms, is it?
Well, in purely accounting terms, it is, in the sense that the accounts are robust and are signed off by Treasury and so on, and so the treatment is appropriate in an accounting sense. What you might argue is that to equate that with a fully funded project was misleading.
Yeah.
But
okay, so yes, and so it's not actually funded. Can I ask you? You did mention this, but can you again give us some of the examples in the last budget of contingent liabilities of projects?
I think the two major ones were the Row 8 link in WA and the East-West link in Victoria.
Thank you. So Senator Cash said the former coalition government had $1.2 billion ready to go to Western Australia for any future state government willing to build the freight link. But could the Australian government have actually used that contingent liability to fund the Perth Freight Link project?
I think I would have to take advice on that, but I think that it would require a substantive, fresh budget allocation decision in order to fund it. But I'm out of my depth here. This is really a question for Treasury and Finance.
Yeah. I think best for Treasury and Finance.
Okay.
I think it is identified as a risk, so I'm not exactly sure what the mechanism would be for it to appropriate.
Thanks. Can I just ask you about the inland rail? How many kilometres of rail is the inland rail expected to deliver?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I think it's
1,700.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 206 kilometres of track have been completed, which constitutes 12% of the total.
I think that, sorry.
Sorry, I missed that. Can you say that again?
Can I jump
Yeah, you
in?
go.
Sorry, Jessica Hall, First Assistant Secretary, Major Transport Infrastructure Project. We have an updated figure on that, just come in. So the track all up is about 1,700 kilometres if you go from Melbourne to Brisbane. In regards to what has been completed, it's about 247.5 kilometres, which is about 14%.
So when did construction start?
Construction started around 2018.
2018. So that's 4 years that it's been constructed. So how many kilometres is that per year, would you say? So that's 245 divided by 4. 50 k's a year.
Roughly, on that calculation. I think it's
60 k's a year.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that a variety of requirements have to go through in regards to planning and design and everything before a construction actually starts. Though.
And how much money was the inland rail project originally scheduled to cost?
I believe in the 2015 business case it was around $10.5 billion.
So can you give us a breakdown of which additional of when additional funding has been provided?
There was a cost reset done in 2020 and the cost went up to $14.5 billion in equity, and it still had the $300 million in grant funding, which was done by the previous Labor government.
Ms Hall, sorry, Senator McDonald and I have a large interest or a huge interest in this project, as you know. When you talked about the 2010 business case, it was 10 billion.
2015 business case.
I'm sorry?
I think I said 2015 business case.
Sorry, I thought I heard, 15.
I said 2015 business case, about $10 billion.
Right, okay, yes, you did, sorry. But going back to previous estimates, I mean, I remember, and I'll call for your help here, Senator McDonald, I think we started about $4 billion. Where did I get that from?
I think that was a very early
That would have been a very,
number.
very early estimate.
It's when we all
back
got very
in
excited about it being built for $4 billion.
yeah.
Put it this way, I wasn't
Anthony Albanese's number.
I wasn't imagining the $4 billion.
No,
right?
but it was a
so
long time ago.
I've clarified that in my head. Sorry, Senator White.
What are the current estimates?
The current cost estimate based on the 2020 cost reset is $14.5 billion.
Based on do you think that's accurate, or do you expect to have to look at it again?
I'm anticipating that out of the Inland Rail review that the cost will change.
The cost will change. And so it is pretty sensible, isn't it, for the government to commission a review into this project, because where it started and where it's at in terms of costs is significant change.
I thought you were going to say where it started and where it finishes, actually.
Well, it hasn't
No,
finished. So I don't think we can see the finish yet.
Sorry,
So,
we don't know where it's going to start and finish. Sorry, Ms Hall, I didn't
I
advance.
thought that I didn't take that as a question. I took
I'll
it
come
as a
back to that.
statement.
all right.
Sorry.
I'll come back to Senator White.
so there is a review into the project, isn't there?
There is.
What do you think is driving that review?
That was an election commitment by the Labor government in regards to their concern around cost, schedule, scope creep.
When do you think the estimated completion would possibly be?
For the entire length of the project? I wouldn't like to hesitate a guess in regards to that. Part of that will come down to finalising all the EIS processes and finalising all of the contracts that still need to be done.
That's all.
So you wake me out my slumber here. Thanks, Senator White. So, Ms Hall, and if I was out the room when the question was asked, but what about Mr Joyce did commit a $10 million to have a look at commission a report to get the railway line up to Gladstone. And now I've said that, I'll count down how long it takes Senator Roberts to get here, but let's see how we go. What's happened with that?
I believe that and that sits with another area, so Ms Helen might want to come to the table. But
don't you go away either, in case something else pops into my head.
My understanding is that project is still under, that business case is still underway.
Yes, thank you, Senator. The Toowoomba to Gladstone business case has commenced under the auspices of the Queensland Government's Project Assessment Framework.
Okay, and I know Senator McDonald, please feel free to jump in with me as we're going. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Because I thought there was some, perhaps this was just optimistic thinking, there was a bipartisan support for the railway line getting to Gladstone, the inland rail getting to Gladstone, but I didn't know that we were clear on whether it would be Toowoomba or Gundawindi would be the...
So you've stolen my question, so keep going.
Yes, or Miles would be the connection point. Because, as you know, the train people love to discuss these options.
Yes, certainly. The commitment or the agreement struck between the previous Australian government and the Deputy Prime Minister at the time, Mr Joyce, and his Queensland counterpart was that the review corridor would be from near Toowoomba to Gladstone via Miles and then Mowra. So that it's for that reason that no, Gundawindi is not within the corridor. However, we have indicated that during the data assessment as part of the business case, we'll be very happy to look at material coming out of Gundawindi, and I was asked to look at imports to Gundawindi as well, so we'll be happy to do that. If we've made a mistake, then we'll be happy to refine the study corridor.
So of the 10 million, what's been spent on what and how much is left?
I'm afraid I don't have that information, Senator. I'm very happy to take that on notice and get back to you.
Sure.
I would say that the Queensland Department of Transport and Main Roads is managing the project for us, so they will be incurring the expenditure, and we'll be happy to provide funding to them when they invoice us, so to speak.
Yeah, okay. But look, while we're on that, my favourite topic, or was my favourite topic for a few years. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the ARTC had pulled back on where originally we were running into, help me out, Acacia Ridge, correct? And now the ARTC have pulled back and said, is it correct there's another 5, they're going to take another 5 years to work out where this project may land?
So in regards to where the terminals may actually end up,
yes.
That is actually part of a piece of work that Ms Hallam is undertaking in regards to where the service offering of inland rail will finish. That's part of the review. Sure.
So, okay, Ms Hallam, I'll come back to the who knows what, where and when question that no one seems to know. Is that a 5-year, or unless you do know?
No, we do have a very, and I would say this is all subject to the Inland Rail Review that Dr Schott is currently undertaking on behalf of the government. Sure. But we were very well advanced in the Brisbane Inland Rail Intermodal Terminal business case. We've been through 2 of the 3 stages. We are actually in the final stage, the detailed business case stage, which is currently investigating a terminal at Ebenezer against the base case at Acacia Ridge. So we do hope early in 2023, in conjunction with the review, to confirm the actual location of the new intermodal terminal. I'd say it's reasonably imminent.
So there's still Ebenezer and Acacia Ridge.
That's correct.
Tossing up. And the biggest drama around the time was, what about all the roadworks around Acacia Ridge? So has that disappeared and not a problem anymore? Or?
I think that will be looked at as part of the business case, to be quite honest, to see how you could actually get, it's part of the consideration as to how you'd actually move anything from the intermodal to wherever it needs to go.
All right, so in terms of the line now, I don't know if Senator White covered these, if I had I'll shut up. What's going on out there in terms of earthworks?
So you'd like an update on what's happening in each of the different
Senator White
sections?
ask? No, if you, I actually would.
Yep,
I'd
very
like to know
happy to.
because I have heard some feedback at the southern end, and this is for ARTC, not you, but the goodwill seemed to have disappeared again talking to the communities, but we'll follow that up.
Yep. So I think we've spoken before around the 13 sections, Senator, as you're aware. We've obviously had one section of Inland Rail which is complete, which is the Parks to Narromine, which you're aware of. One section is still under construction, which is the Narrabri to North Star, the phase 1 of that. Yes. One section is under the final approval stage, which is North Star to Border. 2 sections have now had completed environmental approvals, which is Beveridge to Albury and Stock and Bingle to Parks. 4 environmental impact statements have been released since last estimates for public exhibition, and that includes Illabo to Albury, Narromine to Narrabri, Illambo to Stock and Bingle, and Narrabri to North Star phase 2. And as you quite rightly point out, the Kagaroo to Acacia Ridge Bommelton section is subject to where we land on the business case. And the 4 remaining Queensland sections from Border to Kagaroo are still subject to further EIS processes.
Okay, what about the water issue around, help me out, Senator McDonald, Millmerran?
Millmerran. So,
okay, where are we up to? What's happening?
So on the 7th of October, I think, the government released the final flood report. That was the joint flood panel, if you remember, that was done with the Queensland government. So that flood panel report has been released. The government had, the ministers, the shareholder ministers have now written to ARTC, making it very clear that it is their expectation that any of the recommendations that come out of the flood panel are implemented as part of all of the future design processes. And ARTC is now working with the Queensland government to make sure they have a proper assurance process in place to ensure that happens.
All right, and as for, and if I'm encroaching in Dr. Schott's area, that I'm happy to be told, you know, that'll come out later. What about the Melbourne end where it's going to blast off from? Or land, whichever way you look at it.
The Melbourne, as in the intermodal?
We're currently still in negotiation with the Victorian government.
So what's the hold up there? There's Truganina and what's the other one? There's 2 proposals, isn't there?
Yes, Beveridge.
Beveridge?
Beveridge.
I thought you were off from me. Okay, no, that's fine. I've got something else in my mind. So, what's the, can you share with us what the hold up is? Beveridge.
Beveridge and Truganina are the 2 proposals.
And I know that the road or the transport industry has a preference for Truganina, but are you able to share with us what the hassle is down there? Is it land or is it?
I think the Secretary, you've had most recent conversations.
Okay, so
sorry, I heard someone talking.
So there are 2 options. One, Beveridge, which is in the northern part of Melbourne, which is a logical endpoint for inland rail, and therefore a terminal facility, an intermodal terminal facility would make sense in that region. And there is also Truganina in the western suburbs of Melbourne. Both options are good options. So the discussions with the Victorians at the moment are largely focused around in what order those projects can be built over, say, a 10-year period, recognising that we want to make sure that we have functioning intermodal facilities at the point where inland rail opens, and that there is also significant industrial growth around the western suburbs of Melbourne, and we want to make sure that there's an intermodal terminal there, but that would require quite significant landside additional connections, the so-called OMR South, which is and the double-stacked nature of inland rail means that it would be quite costly
to open those connections on day one. So there are some quite significant issues to be worked through. However, if we take a long-term view that both of those terminals are required, then that's the basis on which we can begin to achieve common ground with the Victorian Government.
Okay, but the Victorians are preferencing...
Their stated preference is for Truganina. Truganina in the west, the so-called Western Intermodal Freight Terminal is their first preference. From Inland Rail point of view, whilst the terminal is not part of the scope of Inland Rail, we think that the option in the northern suburbs where the National Intermodal Corporation has an option over some land is also an important project that needs to be funded in the short to medium term. So.
All right, thanks for that, Mr Best. I'll bring one out of left field because I've got no idea myself, and so it's not trying to trip anyone up, but with all the flooding we've had around this nation in the last 12 months or so, or 8 months, is any of the affected areas on the planned route? Is it? I don't have a trick up my sleeve, I just want to know.
So,
with all the flooding we're seeing in Victoria and New South Wales.
The current flooding, we're getting advice from ARTC to see if there's been any flooding that's affected probably Narrabri northwards. So they're having a look at that. We have had flooding previously around Forbes, but there's been no flooding there at the moment.
Okay, and Victoria?
No, there's no flooding at the moment that's affecting that railway line.
It's just that it keeps bringing it back to me when Senator McDonald and I, and you too, Minister, that's right, visited Mill Merrin, that we talk about once in 50-year floods that come every 5 years. Just saying. Okay, all right. Senator McDonald, do you want to have a crack? Senator Canavan?
Yep. Just going back to those figures on the Rockhampton Ring Road, I've had an opportunity to add them up. So I've got the funding you provided earlier, totalling $776.9 million. Am I right?
There's funding in this financial year as well from memory. I'll have to check that. That wasn't subject to a substantial movement.
The 10-year total, Senator, is 776 million.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
And change.
Okay. So on your website it says that the project's Australian contribution is $823.6 million.
Correct, Senator.
So there has been a reduction of $46.7 million to the Rockhampton Ring Road.
Senator, there's been no reduction. It may be that money has already been spent. Or it's beyond the 10 years. But
yeah, okay. It could also be beyond the 10 years. The Queensland Government has your contribution at $852 on their website. Is there have you got a figure that, like before, I suppose, the delay that was announced in the budget? What was the Australian Government contribution?
The information I have before me, Senator, is that at PFO, the commitment was the same, $823 million.
What's on your website? Okay. If you could take on notice, then I think you probably have already taken on notice what has already been spent.
Yep.
And if I could get the PFO breakdown of that 823 over the years, in the relevant years as well. Thank you.
I have that.
Took you through the PFO.
You got the 82. You got the PFO. Great. If we can have that now.
So there is a change in 21-22. I didn't refer to 21-22 last time because of the deferral.
Yep.
At PFO it was $20.3 million in 21-22.
Yep.
And in the October budget that's $22.7 million. Right, so there's minor additional adjustment in there. At PFO 22-23 is $34 million. 23-24 is $164.8 million.
Sorry, just 22-23,
Yep.
What was the first figure?
Yeah, 34.0.
That was PFO?
Yeah, this is PFO, yeah.
Yep, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
23-24 is 164.8. 24-25 is 180.0.
Yep.
25-26 is 168.0. 26-27 is 232.5. And then it zeroes out. So it's simply a movement of those funds forward, with the exception of the funding in 22-23 PFO, which some of that has been brought forward into this financial year.
Okay.
Into the earlier financial year.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Senator, my colleague does have the information in respect of expenditure to date, if that would be useful.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, so on Rockhampton Ring Road, expenditure to date is 46.67.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to return to the Canberra Light Rail funding. If we've got the right people at the table.
Oh, sorry, while you're doing that, sorry. Oh, geez, Jerry, you're right. You didn't even have to open your mouth and I knew I'd missed something. Sorry, Senator Mackenzie. I just have to make an announcement and just to officially make it. So we did have, for those listening out there, National Intermodal Corporation Limited and Civil Aviation Safety Authority scheduled for this afternoon, and in consultation with the members of the committee and the Secretariat, they won't be appearing today because we're short on time, so we'll endeavour to get to them at another stage. Okay? Thank you. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. So what infrastructure work is the money due to be spent on? Is it due to be spent on the construction of Light Rail Stage 2A? And will any of the money be spent on raising London Circuit? So the money, you know, yeah. I'm sort of, it's as if I just pressed pause on those earlier questions. I've come back straight now.
Thank you. No, the commitment made by the government in this recent election is to the Canberra Light Rail Stage 2A project.
Yep.
The Raising London Circuit project is fully funded by the ACT government.
Okay. So when is the construction of the 85.9 light rail project due to commence? And
so Light Rail Stage 2A is due to commence in January 24 and complete in January 26.
okay, thank you. And the 2A component of that?
That is 2A.
That's the whole
only,
kit and caboodle.
only project with Commonwealth funding.
And apologies, I'm not from the ACT. So the light rail project, so 1A and B, I'm assuming is completed, or are we constructing that at the moment?
I'm sorry, I'm not technically sure what the completed section
so what's the...
So the only Commonwealth funding is for Canberra Light Rail Stage 2A, which is from the city centre, where it terminates at the moment, across to Commonwealth Park.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the light rail project more broadly, the Commonwealth has only put in 85.9 for 2A. Has it provided any previous funding?
This is additional funding. So that takes the total to 218.39 million.
Okay. How will the payment of the 85.9 2A component be scheduled?
So the additional funding at this stage, there is 15 million, so this, I'm just talking about the additional funding, in 24-25.
Yep.
15 in 25-26.
Yep.
30 in 26-27. 12 in 27-28. 8 in 28-29 and 5.8 in 29-30.
Okay, thank you. And how will the ACT government's contributions flow? Is that sort of a 50-50 spread, and so we can... in terms of the arrangements,
so the project before the additional fund, so the project's funded 50-50.
Yep.
Given the commitment made at budget, now we would expect to hear back from the ACT government about their contribution.
To stump up their 89.5.
And we would also work with them based on construction timeframes over time to align those milestones.
Can I just... Sorry,
oh, yeah.
Very keen to work with you, but I was just having a quick chat to Jerry while I was talking to another senator. Have we jumped into... outcome 3?
No.
We're still in 2?
So.
We're still in 2?
No, we're still, yeah.
It's all right, Jerry. You've got me panicking
Jerry,
for
it's all
no-
under control.
It's all right,
so
okay, carry on.
we're waiting. So ACT government will have gotten the letter budget night, like
Correct.
everybody else, with the
Correct.
bips and bops, and waiting for them to come back with how they're going to profile their money.
And to-
Typically, do states profile their infrastructure spends akin to how the federal government does? So if the federal government's put in 15 in 24-25 and it's a 50-50 split, we would expect their profiling to mirror ours?
So we would be expecting them to indicate their contribution.
Okay.
Firstly, and they wouldn't provide their profiles back to us.
Right, okay.
But we would work with them over time as procurement moves forward to make sure that the commitments by year align with construction.
And how quickly do how quickly does the federal government acquit that money as milestones are reached by the delivering partner? I'm assuming they say, tick, done that bit of whatever. How quickly can they expect to be reimbursed or do we front load it and give them at the start of every financial year as per our funding profile? I mean, how does the money arrive in state and territories' accounts?
So I can probably give a practical example, but we would look, for example, on a project to the amount committed and work with the state governments on the milestones that they would expect to achieve on the project.
Yep.
That could include things like going to tender on a project
Yes.
or beginning construction. Obviously, we have
Turning sods, laying track.
Yep,
blah,
quite
blah,
a
blah.
process around assuring ourselves those milestones are met and adequately evidenced, and we make payments every month.
On a monthly basis.
And some projects may, just to be clear, not every project would get a payment every month, but we have a payment run every month. And as those milestones on projects are reached, we can make sure those go through in the next payment run.
Clients. Okay, so just to be clear, we're waiting to hear back from the ACT
Correct.
government about their contribution.
Correct.
All right, brilliant. I'll just move on to another set of questions in light of the Finance Minister yesterday on ABC saying she would publicly release a list of regional projects in the infrastructure space. I was hoping I could get a full list of all projects from the infrastructure department. Given she's publicly, Katie, well, we were on TV together, said she would be releasing the list of projects that were funded so that those who are cut know about it.
So, Senator, as part of what we're doing for, I think, targeting Wednesday next week, but Senator Canadan's request letter, all of the projects that are funded under the infrastructure program will be provided there, including their profiles. I'm not sure what the specifics of the you're referring to.
So I'll wait
Mr.
for that.
Gallagher.
I'll wait for that then.
I think I've talked through the cancellations to the extent
yeah.
we do that. And,
Yep.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Senator McKenzie. Now, Senator Pocock does have some questions, but Senator McDonald, I know he's on his way, I believe, but you've been waiting patiently. And I must just stress again, colleagues, hard marker, 5 o'clock finish for planes to catch and whatnot. So, Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to specifically ask about the Charters Towers Inland Hub that was an election commitment. And I'm wondering if it is part of the 400 million for the inland freight route Mungandai to Charters Towers upgrades. Or I'm just wondering if you can direct me to where that money is, the budget commitment.
Are you referring to the industrial precinct access?
That would be, yes, the correct title.
Yeah. So there's, I think I've got funding listed for $4 million for Charters Towers industrial precinct access, included in the budget as an election commitment.
And where would I find that in the budget papers? Is that part of that 400 million for the inland freight route?
Look, it's captured in budget paper 2, the aggregate measure that deals with all matters all matters infrastructure. It may not be listed as a specific project because the number of projects captured by that measure is substantial.
Okay, what page is that on? And I'll put a little
I will just look
post-it
at it
note in there.
BP2. No, BP2 measures. There.
Just to let the Minister know that Charters Towers has upgraded their costs on that project, so they'll be in touch with you.
One of my favourite towns.
Yes, yes, a fabulous town.
Page 160, building a better future through considered infrastructure investment.
Right, okay, so it's in one of those.
Yeah, I don't. It's not called out as a specific project.
Okay, all right, so I'll put a little tag in that. I want to ask about beef corridors, the $400 million for beef corridors. Is there a map of where that money is to be spent? Or is there a process of consultation with the states that will then identify where those roads are to go?
The latter.
That one. Terrific. Okay, so the councils that were involved in the Beef Roads program that will need to repitch for that project. So the specifically the Blackwall across to Rocky, you know, those four councils came together and pitched the Beef Roads one there. All right, that's okay. I can go back to them and talk about that.
I've got a couple more.
Okay.
So the settings are white. So I'll flick across the chamber as we go.
I wanted to ask about the $80 million for truck rest stops.
What would you like to know?
Yeah, righto. In the last term, we allocated, somebody will correct me, $400,000 or something like that for an effluent waste in Queensland, which the Queensland government kept changing the parameters with the easement on and the blah, blah, blah. Anyway, never built. And so the money went to, I think, South Australia. I think they got two. Anyway, I'm just very concerned, I'm very keen to support the government in building these rest areas and that they engage with the truck drivers and that they are suitable, because we've just done another project in northwest Queensland where the agreement between the federal and state government from the community was that the temporary tar would be left on the side of the road, because, you know, now we're not doing stop-go people on those roads, we're doing temporary tar around the side so that you speed up make it safer. Then they pulled up the temporary tar so that we still don't have any rest stops between Cloncurry and Dejara. It's just such a wasted opportunity. Anyway, so that $80 million for rest areas, do we have identified sites yet, Senator Sterle? Sorry, Minister.
I can answer it for you if you like.
I know. I'm hoping
may
you've
have,
given
but-
the list to somebody. Department, perhaps?
Yeah. That will be a program. So I think it takes now the heavy vehicle rest area program to about $140 million over 10 years. There will be a program designed and approved for the heavy vehicle rest areas program, which will take submissions, assessment processes and recommendations in. So we haven't identified specific locations at this stage.
All right, heads up.
The one, the other, sorry not to interrupt, but just Assistant Minister Brown, I think, has some responsibilities for that, who is actually replacing me after the next break, so it might be something
Oh,
you...
okay. Well, I'll hold that, because that's a question that I want to ask at each estimates to make sure that there is a high priority on building these, because it's just appalling, the conditions for these guys.
Part of the program design will include a steering committee with active truck drivers and representatives on that committee about guiding choices. They won't. We'll have to finalise the detail of the guidelines, and
Have
they'll
you
be
got
released.
Queensland truck drivers on that list?
The membership hasn't been
Determined yet.
finalised, but the program will sit within the Heavy Vehicle Safety Productivity Program as a stream, which means that it doesn't need a framework, if you like. It can kick off as soon as the steering committee provide input to the guidelines, then it can open and run through the normal processes, so there'll be no delay to project selection and funding.
Okay, so when I ask about it later, when Minister Brown comes back and at the next estimates, I'll be asking about Northern Australia driver representation and then which of the sites have they been built? Just a heads up so that we can roll quickly to those answers. And finally, I want to ask about...
You should come trucking with me in December, Senator
I
McDonald.
should.
Come to up. The offer's there.
Townsville and Darwin?
I can do your Townsville to Mount Isa.
Yeah, done.
I might just add, just to clarify, it will be open to proponents, state and territory governments and councils in the same way that the Heavy Vehicle Safety Productivity Program is. So sites won't be selected by government, it'll be an application process.
By council?
Council, states or territories can put in. So we're already reaching out to let them know about the funding and to talk to them about the general framework, which obviously is very familiar to them because they lodge applications through the Heavy Vehicle Safety Productivity Program at the moment. So the only is what's yet to be worked through with the help of the steering committee and the truckee voices is exactly what they would hope to see in terms of parameters for the rest stops proper.
Okay, great. Can I turn to Northern Australia economy? Budgeted expenses for outcome 3. Are we up to outcome 3 yet or not?
No, we're not. We're not.
Okay.
We're still in 2, and I know...
Well, then I'll come back. If I could come back to that.
All right, well, I'll just go to... Well, look, I'll go across to Senator White. Okay, Senator Pocock, your timing is impeccable.
Perfect.
Apologies.
So I'll just have an indication. As an indication, how long do you think your questioning would go for?
Depends how long the answers are, I guess.
You know, I was waiting for that because that's what I've always said. I just didn't get it in quick enough. I'm slipping up.
Shouldn't be too long.
Yeah.
A lot of them
Just
are...
an indication. I'm not going to hold you to it. Just because
10 minutes max.
Yeah, sure. All right, so Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I'm keen just to try and learn a little bit more about the Middle Arm project that was in the budget. As I understand it, the 1.9 billion was flagged as an equity investment. So just interested in what the government is buying a stake in. What does that get us?
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr McKay and Mr Roper to answer that one.
Thanks, Senator. David McKay, Acting Deputy Secretary. The planned equity of $1.9 billion includes $1.5 billion for common user marine infrastructure, so that's things like wharf, material offloading facilities, dredging of the shipping channel, and $440 million for regional logistics hubs in Katherine, Tennant Creek and Alice Springs to connect to Middle Arm and other export facilities. So and that's the 1.9 equity, those two components.
And then the federal government will own that facility?
The government will have an equity stake in it, not total ownership.
So I guess that's what I'm trying to... So who else is... Where's the other money coming from?
Yes. Yeah. So it will be the Northern Territory government
okay.
that we'll share the investment with.
So then it'll be shared ownership by NT and the Commonwealth?
That's right.
Okay. And who will operate the asset once it's developed?
Senator Matthew Roper, First Assistant Secretary, Cities and Northern Australia Division. That is something that we will consult with the Northern Territory Government about in the process of working through the equity plans that the government have announced. And they're very well advanced in their planning for the project. That's something that we will work through with them in partnership.
Okay. So would it, I'm obviously new to this, I'm trying to understand, it would likely then be run by a private company, or is this something that the government is genuinely looking at running itself?
that's something that I think the government would we will be looking at through that work with Northern Territory Government, but of course they're very well advanced in their planning for what they intend to do, and so yeah, that's still work that we need to do to confirm the arrangements for the equity and how it will actually
those details will be ironed out.
This is the right like what is the vehicle, what is the mechanism for which this equity will be held, who will be administering on behalf of the project?
So that's a matter for government consideration. What's been announced is the plans for equity, and there'll be further announcements on exactly what form that will take.
What are the options that the government could consider in this sort of arrangement?
Could be a government business enterprise, either of the Northern Territory Government and or the Commonwealth. But I wouldn't want to rule out options at this point while we are still discussing it with the Northern Territory Government. As an example would be a government business entity.
Are there any other examples of government business entities that are owned and run by the government?
Yeah, there are. They don't sit within this group, but my colleague, Mr. Halden, might
been done. So the Western Sydney Airport Company, for instance, is a government-owned company that's job is to design, establish, build, and then run the Western Sydney Airport. The ARTC, Australian Rail Track Corporation, again, a government business enterprise. Its job is to run and maintain a very large rail network through the country. Conceptually, the idea of it being an equity investment vehicle of some description is simply that there are revenues that it will generate that can pay for it over time.
Thank you.
And that's the principle behind it.
Okay, that makes sense. And just sort of looking at the, $1.9 billion is a lot of money. I'm interested in the cost-benefit analysis that's been undertaken.
So, Senator, you recall perhaps that the Middle Arm investment was first flagged as part of the Energy Security and Regional Development Program under the previous government. The considerations of that business case go to the Cabinet process around the making of the budget, so we can't go to the details of that assessment. And it was then matched as an election commitment by the current government.
Well, so without giving me details of it, but just to confirm that a cost-benefit analysis was done for Middle Arm.
Senator, I can't speak to the details that form part of the Cabinet process around budgets.
Chair, can I just seek a point here?
Yeah, sorry.
So I'm hearing that Cabinet can't be divulged, which I understand, but all I'm asking is whether or not a cost-benefit analysis was done, not any details about it.
That's right.
Okay. And the answer?
Well, Senator, the principle of not disclosing matters that are deliberated on by Cabinet would go to the material that's provided to support.
I don't want to put you in an awkward position here, so I'll.
Can I just? I actually don't think that's correct, Mr. Mackay. I think normally we would be able to ask about the kind of work done or what sort of documents are provided.
I'd be very happy to take it on notice.
If you could take it on notice it's got to be a public interest immunity that obviously not to disclose.
And
sorry,
if we can sort of find out, I don't know what the rules are to do with this, but if also I notice who undertook the analysis, and you obviously can't provide a copy of the analysis,
but as notice and come back with what we can.
Yeah. I'm interested why Infrastructure Australia wasn't involved in the decision on the Infrastructure Australia website. It states that it was set up to advise governments, industry and the community on the investments and reforms needed to deliver better infrastructure for all Australians.
So, Senator, Middle Arm is recognised as a nationally significant project by Infrastructure Australia.
Okay. My bad there. Is there this is potentially also, you can't give me, but is there a projected rate of return? Has that sort of return on investment been looked at?
Can I add that to the question that I've taken on notice?
What would be typically a rate of return you'd expect on a government's equity investment?
I don't think we would have a typical rate of return. It would depend on the nature
so you'd
of
invest in things that didn't make money?
Well, it has
Didn't
to
have a
pay.
return?
I think technically it has
Come
to
on.
pay for itself over a period of time, whatever that time is that's so determined. I think in the case of Middle Arm, the nature of the announcement that we'll be undertaking negotiations with Northern Territory about how to establish I think an equity vehicle for the project means that we will be coming back with work done with the Territory on exactly what that would look like. It's probably too early at this stage to say exactly what the vehicle is and exactly what it looks like in terms of how it's structured. And
okay, that's all right, Senator Mackenzie. Just to continue with Middle Arm, are you aware of modelling that shows the Middle Arm site could be underwater by 2100 due to rising sea levels?
I'm not personally, Senator.
That wasn't part of this exploration and sort of feasibility of the site?
I'm happy to add that to the
That would
list
be
of
great.
things that we're taking on notice. But
Great, and if you can add analysis of the economic risks of climate change for that particular site, that would be great. And then I was also interested, an NT government tender reveals that Boston Consulting was engaged for, you can call it $800,000, January this year to look at market analysis of Middle Arm. Are you able to provide that to us?
Senator, that would be a question for the Northern Territory government.
Okay. So in the collaboration, that hasn't been shared with you?
I'm not aware that we've seen it, no.
Okay.
But did you say it's a Northern Territory government tender? Yeah, it would be a question for the NT government.
Okay. So in the joint sort of process, that is not something that they have given you access to?
Not today. So.
Nothing. Okay. Sorry, just a few more on I really find this keen to ask a few more questions on this project. There are some maps on the NT government website, sort of an overview, an aerial view of the proposed site setup. And I'm just interested in the breakdown of petrochemicals versus renewables for this project. Is there a percentage split? How's that going to be?
Senator, I'd go back to what we said in answer to an earlier question, which is that the government's investment is in the common user marine infrastructure, not specific to a commercial application.
Okay, so in developing this project, you are unaware how much will be, say, green hydrogen and how much will be gas or other uses?
That will be for the
market
market to respond to, the availability of the infrastructure, but the planned equity of $1.5 billion is for material offloading facilities, wharf, dredging, etc., as we outlined.
Okay. Would you agree that the primary use of this would be gas and petrochemicals?
Senator, the Commonwealth investment is in that common use infrastructure, not specific to a commercial application.
Okay, so do you know, just to finish off, the timeline for when, given it's $1.9 billion in a time where the budget is very tight, I'm sure there's a lot of people wanting to know more details. Do you know when the public will get access to more details about where our money is going, what that'll do, what it'll deliver, what that site may look like, if it will be gas, if it'll be green hydrogen, if it'll be something else?
So, Senator, there is that work that we're doing with the Northern Territory Government starting already, and that we would expect in next year there will be further announcements made about progress that we make in that work. How much detail will be available then, I couldn't say at this point, but certainly the work is ongoing and more will be made available.
Okay. And would any of this money be spent before that work is publicly available?
In terms of the equity, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I guess costs of developing this project.
I'm not sure. I'd probably be speculating at that point. It would be a decision for government about what's made public at what point.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions about city deals.
Yes, unfortunately, we're not there yet, Senator Pocock.
I'm happy to wait.
We'll have to wait till Monday the 7th. Probably
All right,
about
that's
3 in the
been
arvo.
bumped.
But that could be next year. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I
Thanks
know
very much.
you have more questions, Senator Mackenzie, so
Thank you.
can I get an indication? Will you take us up till 5
I've
o'clock?
been given specific local projects from concerned local MPs that I just want to get an answer from, and then I'm happy to rest.
Okay, all right, well, let's give it a quick,
But
because
I
you're the
know-
last.
And I've got one.
I think Matt's got one, and Susan had some she wanted to return to.
I'm just checking because I've got some about BBRF. Is it the same?
That's not on.
It's
Yeah, we
that's
haven't
the
got
next
there
one.
yet.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Well, let's give it a shake.
You go.
I'll tell you why, colleagues, because we've got the outcome 3 people here, that's all I'm saying. So if you, I mean, it's you're entitled to go, keep going on 2. Do we send them home or
Well,
do we
these
keep them here?
will be a mixture of 2
Well, let's-
and 3. They're local projects.
Why don't
I'm
we try and
sorry,
get to-
Senator White, but these
Well,
local projects
okay,
are really
we
important.
don't-
So please don't sigh.
Okay, we don't need to.
Sorry. Not let us sign out.
I think, it's getting late. Let's keep it civil. So why don't we try and have a crack? I don't want to go between 2 and 3 if we can try and finish 2.
Sure.
But outcome 3 people, but
Can the
hang
officials
fire.
just tell me if I've got it in the wrong place and we'll get to
Can I ask, we've got Civil Aviation Safety Authority here. Are they good to go home?
Who?
it? We'd already...
I'm sorry.
They would
CASA?
release them a couple of hours ago.
Sorry, I missed that. Who you got?
CASA.
No, we told you, we said we released them an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
No, that's not under corporate. So if you're saying they can go, that's great.
No,
'cause
we
they've
just
got-
told, about 2 hours ago.
About 2 hours, no, we did
Okay, all right.
pass
That
the
was being
message through.
communicated, is it?
Yeah, that CASA could go. You didn't get that?
No, I got National Intermodal Terminal can head back to Sydney because they're not needed today, but I didn't get the...
No, well, okay, our bad, because we did make that collective decision a couple of hours ago, sorry.
I apologise if I've got that.
No, it's not your fault, we've slipped up. Yeah, where were we? Oh, right, now, Senator Mackenzie.
Local projects. On behalf of Sam Birrell, there are community development grants he'd like to have an understanding of. The first one was the Bendigo Airport, $4.5 million to the Greater Bendigo Council for the Bendigo Airport Terminal Precinct upgrade. Wanting to know what the department's done to progress that project since the grant was approved on March the 31st, 2021.
Senator Megan Hibbert, Assistant Secretary, Regional Programs. I can confirm that the Bendigo Airport Terminal project under CDG is contracted.
Great.
And I don't believe we've received information on them reaching their first milestone yet, but it's underway.
Thank you so much. That you'll have a very, very happy person. All right, the next one was the Yarrawonga Multi-Sport Stadium, $3.3 million for the Moira Shire Council. A big shout out to Yarrawonga. Wanting to understand the status of that particular project. Have contracts been signed? It was announced on April the 11th, 2022.
So what I do have is a list of ones that are not contracted, so I'll just quickly check that because that'll be the fastest way, I think.
Thank you.
Yarrawonga it was.
Yep, so it'll be at the bottom.
And Senator,
Victoria.
just in the interest
It's in Victoria if you've organised them by states.
Yep.
in the interest of completeness, I think you did ask us to let you know if we were in outcome 2 or outcome 3. These 2 are in outcome 3.
Okay, thank you. Thank
so
you, Mr.
the
McKay.
Yarrawonga Multi-Sport Stadium for...
Oh, sorry. No, Senator Mackenzie.
Yep, okay.
Because you will be yelling at me. Can we get 2 finished and then they're done? Because I know it will all go to tears on Monday week again. Can we just get an agreement amongst us to work?
Yeah, I was just
to
waiting.
the-
Now that the officials have told me.
I was going to say the menu, the agenda, with your assistance.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do 2, and then if we can get 2 gone, then we can start on 3.
Yep, and I will be staying till we get these done.
No,
if it's in
I
3.
understand. But
So, yep, fine.
So
I'll
if
come
they're
back
3,
to
they
Ms.
can wait
Hibbert.
till later. If they're 3, they wait till later. We get 2
Well,
done first.
I'm assuming they're all... okay, I'll keep going. Shepparton Food Share, that's a CDG. So that's
So all
outcome...
CDG is
outcome 3.
Yep.
Well, I guess then I'll wait for outcome 3. Sorry.
But just assist, I think.
No, I'm
it's
just following the program
Sure, sure.
here.
Well,
And Matt, then?
that's great. I want to follow the program too, so we're on a joint ticket. Yeah, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. I just had some questions about the TRO bypass project. With the right people. Could I just confirm that the Australian government's contribution hasn't changed on that project? It's due to start late this year, so I'm not sure if you've already spent money.
I think that's me. Is it the Bruce Highway Tyro flood immunity upgrade project?
Yes, Bruce Highway, yep.
Okay, so, sorry, was there a specific question?
I said, has any funding for that project changed in this budget compared to
okay,
PFO or
I've
the March
got-
budget?
So in March 2020, the project was approved at the scoping and development phase. At this time, the Australian government had committed 85.61 million to partially fund the 107 million project on an 80-20 basis.
Right.
With the Queensland government. The approval was released, so we released 12.24 million of AG funding. Do you want me to keep going with that detail?
Well,
or
perhaps if it works really well with the Rocky Ring Road, if you could give me the, could you give me the funding by year in the budget, and then we might compare it to.
Senator, it hasn't changed.
Hasn't changed, exactly the same. I've got another project here. You said 85.6. I've got a project here on your website, Bruce Highway TRO flood immunity upgrade, which I think is the one you mentioned. It says the Australian government's contributing 268.6 million. Am I?
That's correct,
Yes, that's
Senator.
correct.
Okay, so the difference between that figure and the 85.6 that you just mentioned, Ms. Ewan?
Oh, the 85.6, sorry, that was background. Sorry, that was in March 2020.
Right. Okay.
Sorry,
So
sorry
the
for
funding envelope, is that the right word, for this project is 268.6 million?
0.8 million, Senator.
0.8.
0.8. Okay, it's slightly different from the website, but not by much. 268.8, and that hasn't changed from the March budget.
Correct.
And the funding time, the timeline of that, the years of that hasn't changed either.
There has been a 0.1 million difference in reduction in funding over the forward estimates, but not over the 10 years.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I have some other questions, but I'm happy to give
In
other people a
outcome
go.
two?
Yes.
You might as well keep going.
Okay, if there's no one else. I wanted to ask about the Duns Creek Road, which is an upgrade to, I think, between Queanbeyan and Googong, sorry.
I have the profile information, Senator, if that's helpful.
Well, it's a bit different than the funding of this project. My understanding is that this project has been, the route of this project has changed recently. Are you aware of discussions around the route for this project?
My colleague, Ms Legg, might be able to share some information about the project.
Senator, the Australian government commitment to this project was only made in the recent budget, so I'm afraid we haven't heard back from New South Wales yet about details of what the project scope exactly might look like, or historical information about route changes.
Okay, so in this budget, you mean the budget delivered this week too,
Correct.
just to be clear?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and I think before someone mentioned $65 million. Is that the commitment? I noticed it earlier and wrote it down. The issue that I wanted to raise here, and I realise you may not know the history of this, given that it was probably the state government, but apparently the situation is that the New South Wales government had designed a route that went through some rural areas. Apparently, when they were designing this, they discovered that part of that route went through an offset area, an environmental offset that had been offset for some other area. And now they've redesigned the route so that it goes through a residential area, Fernley Park. So people are potentially going to lose their homes and certainly their ambience because an offset area is sacrosanct, apparently. I presume, by the sounds of it, Ms Legg, you're not aware of these particular details?
No, I'm not, Senator.
Just in a general sense then to the department, if you do come across an area that's been offset, presumably this is offset for some native vegetation or some such, is there no way around that? Are they then inviolate? You can't build a road through them?
I think it would
it
depend on the state's
regulation.
Yeah.
Right.
I would hazard a guess that you could.
I don't know, but what if it was a federal offset for the EPBC Act?
Yeah, I don't
know. Could you take that on notice? What our rules are? I realise you can't answer for the New South Wales government. Could you take on notice what our rules are for an offset that's been provided under the EPBC Act?
We can ask the department responsible for that.
Yeah, I think it'd be good for you to coordinate because I am talking about roads here, and I presume this is something you may come across at times, and it's going to become increasingly relevant, not just for offsets but also for carbon credits and and some such. Because I suppose to clarify where I'm really going with this is, can we offset an offset?
That was the point I was going to make.
Okay, so you don't know,
It would be different depending on the jurisdiction, but it would surprise me if you couldn't, but we will take it on notice.
And I suppose I'm particularly interested in what the Australian government policy is on that.
That I would.
You need to consult the Department of Environment.
No, I'd actually suggest that you ask through the relevant committee to the Department of the Environment.
Well, it's not unusual, Mr. Hallinan, for questions like this to be taken by one committee and you coordinate with the other department. You can't do that for us. So I'm particularly interested in roads here and how it affects road planning.
I think what you're asking
is
for is
cross-portfolio.
the operations of the EPBC Act, which is, I think you're asking about the operations and functions of the EPBC
But
Act.
if you take it on notice, you can ask them and they can...
We'll take it on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Betts. That was... I think I've got one more very quick question if I've no one else. Just quickly on cattle supply chains, the improving cattle supply chains. Has that changed at all, funding for that in the budget?
That's not really any bells.
I don't remember reading it in any of my top changes.
You can take it on notice if you need to.
We can do that.
Okay, I'll take that on notice. Yep. And through you, Chair, I think Senator Mackenzie had some further questions.
Outcome to the cattle supply chains and what linkages there are to the beef corridors money. Whoever was taking that on notice.
Relationship between.
Yeah, if there's any that have been reprofiled across to that, or because I assume that it's talking about the same or similar roads.
Just in outcome 2, this is about the Regional Accelerator Program. Got the right...
Outcome 3.
That's me and my sheets.
Well, there are no further questions to anyone from outcome 2. Let's dismiss the officers from outcome 2. They're no longer required. Let's use
this hearing.
Sorry?
They may be required at later hearings.
Well, are you finishing out? No, if we finish outcome 2, I'm dismissing because we have got to have a private meeting after this because we have to talk about the knock-on effect for Monday and then what happens after Monday. So
sorry, Chair, I've assumed that was today, given we'd... So I can be clear, if we say we don't need corporate again, is that for the entire...
corporate's gone?
No, is that for today or the entirety of our...
That's the entirety of the Senate estimate program.
Then, we need outcome 2.
Well, we've got outcome 2 here now.
We'll stay till 5.
So I'm encouraging... I'm quite happy to sit here all Monday with still outcome 2 and I'm giving you the opportunity.
Yeah. Well, I want to be able to talk to outcome 2 at our subsequent estimates hearings.
Well, I'll have to sit down and have a talk about this because we've never done that before, so I'm just trying to think.
That's all right, I'm happy to... We can go till 5 on outcome 2 and then we can start with outcome 2 next.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm just having a Groundhog Day moment. I'm sure I've asked about 6 times. If there are any further questions, I'm not rushing you. Outcome 2, and I've given you every opportunity. Go for it. I'm not stopping the estimate.
No, I've still got outcome 2 if that's what you're looking for.
Absolutely. We'll get it all done. When we finish outcome 2, then we'll worry about when we're going to get to outcome 3. But I do want a private meeting so we can discuss what the heck we're going to do on Monday because we've put on a few bank ups. All right? For those who aren't catching and playing. Outcome 2 still, Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. So back to outcome 2 and the $210 million for the Kuranda Range Road upgrade. Who's got that project?
I've got the profile information available if that's useful, Senator, but if you want to...
Terrific. Let's start with that.
So there is an Australian government commitment of $210 million.
Yep.
Sorry, there's... that's correct. Would you like me to go through the profiling by year?
Yes, thank you.
So it begins in 23-24, $5 million. In 24-25, $20 million. In 25-26, $60 million. In 26-27, $125 million. And that's the rest of that's the end of the profile.
That doesn't add up to 210. Oh, so the rest is in the medium term.
It must be beyond. It's not within the information I have, Senator.
Okay. Miss Every, sorry. Ewan.
It does add up to 210, Senator, just on my quick calculations.
So 5,
20, 60.
Oh, 60, I'm sorry.
125.
I wrote down 6, so that's...
There are a lot of numbers.
Yes. Miss Ewan, is that right?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, Mrs. Ewan. The project. So that was an election commitment.
The Kuranda Range, yes.
And can I ask about what business case or feasibility? They're quite specific, those numbers around the project. What data have you got to flesh that out?
The information I have in front of me is, so just to confirm, this project will widen lanes, install additional guardrails, reinforce road sides to prevent landslides on the Kennedy Highway between Smithfield and Kuranda. It's in planning. It's an 80-20 split. I'm just trying to see if I have any... I don't have any more data in front of me on that, so I'll probably have to take that one on notice.
Okay. If you could take on notice what scope you have for that, what business planning, who provided that? Was that from the Department of Main Roads in Queensland or somewhere else?
No problem.
Given that road is well beyond its capacity, it's closed frequently, and if you were to have an ambulance on that road, people will die in the back of it. It's shut more often than it's open, and it is the only connection between the Tablelands and Cairns. It's a very serious route for that part of town. This is not a solution, and there have been studies that have demonstrated that this road is past capacity, and I'm very concerned that these works will actually add to the lack of capacity, because every time you do works on it, you close down lanes. It's a dangerous road at the best of times. So I'm very keen to understand what data there was to develop this project, by whom and how, because the next time somebody's killed on it because of the inaction will be... And I guess then the second part of that is what capacity is there for the local council to get that money converted to an examination of an alternate route?
Senator, just going to the spirit of your question, the quantum of funding was an election commitment by the government, and so for all election commitments there is a specific quantum, and then we work with the jurisdiction, as I think has been outlined earlier in this session, to work through exactly what the scope and timeframes associated with that funding is.
So what jurisdiction? Oh, that'd be Main Roads, not the council, because they were trying to get that road reallocated as a federal road.
I believe it is with the Queensland government, but we can take that on notice and confirm if it is not.
Okay, that's terrific. Thank you. Can I ask the same question around the 866.4 million for the Bruce Highway? Profiling and business case. I'm sorry, were you looking for me?
So, Senator, there are a number of line items that comprise that figure. So it might be better if we took that one on notice, unless Ms Ewens has all of that packaged up.
Great.
Well, it might be, like, given that the timelines for getting the quants back might not meet our next hearing deadlines, and I guess Senator McDonald might want to delve into it.
Well, all of this information will be in the table provided to Senator Canavan,
Awesome.
which will contain all projects.
And the profiles.
And their profiles, yes.
Now that Minister Brown is back, can we just go back to the rest areas? Can I just ask, is the $80 million, was that in addition to the previous commitment of $65 million, or is that replacing the $65 million that was there under the heavy vehicle safety?
So during the election campaign, you would be familiar with the fact that we announced a commitment of $80 million.
Yes.
For rest areas.
Yes.
And that has been that has been honoured in the budget that's
Yes.
just been handed down. And the good news is, and I know Senator Sterle, who champions this, and I'm sure you do too, Senator McDonald, is our intention, and there'll be further information put out about this and further announcements. It's our intention to make sure that the rest stops, the truck drivers that are actually using the roads will be front and centre in the determination of where those rest stops go.
So while you're out of the room, we did have a preliminary enthusiastic discussion about how great it will be to have more rest areas. But can I just clarify, is that in addition to the $65 million that was in place previously or not?
Senator, yes.
Yes.
Terrific. So we're now talking about $145 million for rest areas.
It's $140 million.
14.
$40 million.
The $5 million, Senator, is administered, is departmental funding for the program.
Terrific.
Great, isn't it?
Thank you.
Good news.
Yes, very good news.
So, Senator McDonald, sorry, I know Senator Pocock just wants to get a clarification. Are you still on track?
No, I'm done now.
Are you done?
I think Senator McKenzie.
Okay, so Senator McKenzie, just let me go to Senator Pocock so you can clarify something from a previous answer. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Just on not seeing any climate modelling for that, the sort of Darwin Harbour and Middle Arm, just on notice, could you just check and see that you haven't seen the CSIRO and Bureau of Meteorology, as well as the IPCC data that suggests even in a low greenhouse gas emission scenario, parts of it will likely be underwater. Would be great.
Include that in what we've taken on notice.
But to the best of your knowledge, that hasn't been part of it.
Certainly not to my knowledge. Okay. I've been in this role a reasonably short time, so we will make sure that's part of what we take on notice.
Okay. Which is a follow-up, is looking at climate modelling part of big infrastructure projects generally? Is it?
Senator, it would vary from project to project as to what the proponents put into a business case.
It's not a hard and fast, you should look at climate models.
I think it would vary between projects.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Senator McKenzie, Senator Davey did indicate that she wanted to ask some questions. Do you want to work it out between you?
2 or 3?
2.
Excellent. Go.
I was very cautious there. I have a couple of questions. I note there was a lot said about promising for the high-speed rail, fast rail, what are we calling it these days? I've got the right people?
I think it's a gradation of speed.
Yeah. I know it's not the Inland Rail because we've worked out in long ago estimates Inland Rail is not fast or high speed, so that's fine. So there was a big song and dance made about the high speed rail, and I guess it's comes down to a lot of the focus is the Sydney to Newcastle, and there's been $1 billion commitment, or is there still the $1 billion commitment for the Sydney to Newcastle, Tuggerah to Wyong faster rail upgrade, roads, rail, transport.
So I think we just need to clarify what your question is relating to. There was the High Speed Rail Authority, which just passed, I think, through the lower house. Yep, and that's got a $500 million commitment to corridor protection and early works on. So it's corridor protection and planning for the whole project, and a key focus on the Sydney to Newcastle leg of high-speed rail. That's distinctly different from, I think, potentially two commitments on faster rail, which is one established, I think, through work done by the National Faster Rail Agency for $500 million for rail speed improvements between Sydney and Newcastle on the existing rail infrastructure, and another announcement from the New South Wales government for $500 million for improvements in speed on the Newcastle Sydney rail leg. So they're distinctly different projects, and they are still on the books.
But they're both. So we've got two agencies, the National Faster Rail Authority and the High Speed Rail Authority. I'm sorry to laugh, but to me, faster is high speed. So
I can clarify that. The National Faster Rail Agency is intended to have part of its functions roll into the High Speed Rail Authority, and part of its functions roll into the department as the High Speed Rail Authority is established. So that will happen in due time as legislation allows and development of that HSRA occurs. And some of the projects identified and developed through the National Faster Rail Agency are on the books between the Commonwealth and state, and they will continue to be so until such time as they're either built or a government has a different decision.
Right, so my understanding is $1 billion has been set aside for the Tuggerah to Wyong faster rail upgrade. So that would be upgrading existing lines for faster rail. If that piece of work is going to take $1 billion, and there's only $500 million set aside for corridor protection for high-speed rail, when are we going to see high-speed rail in this country? I mean, is this another headline, setting up an authority, doing more desktop audits, and we'll probably only ever be lucky if we get patches of faster rail?
No, look, I think it's a firm commitment from the government to establish the High Speed Rail Authority, and that will be an agency with express intent of designing and constructing high-speed rail from Melbourne to Brisbane through the eastern seaboard major cities, with the first leg and first focus being a Sydney to Newcastle leg, where the population centres are most dense and most close.
But the last time that project was costed, seriously, it came to over $100 billion. So with the best will in the world, it's going to be a long-term proposition.
Sounds a bit like the suburban rail.
Yep. The $500 million, is that just for corridor protection between Sydney and Newcastle, or is that for corridor protection across the whole length of, because I'm struggling to see how 500 million would even touch the sides of anything further.
It's not enough to do a construction from Sydney to Newcastle.
To actually purchase the corridors and the easements.
It's establishment funding for the agency itself, and to get all the planning works underway and take actions that it can within that budget constraint.
So, and when you say corridor protection, it's protection rather than purchase. So it might be entering agreements with the state that one day down the track, potentially in the never, you will go back and negotiate the cost of purchasing the corridor. but at the moment it's just flagging where you think the corridor might go?
Well, I think ultimately that's going to be a question for the High Speed Rail Authority itself. I'm indicating what I think the funding would be used for by that authority, but it will be independent with its own board. I don't think there's enough in the budget to do substantial construction activity, but there's certainly enough in there for detailed planning, some corridor protection, negotiation with jurisdictions that would be required for a high-speed rail corridor, and then starting the work on Sydney to Newcastle.
Somehow I think we've been here before with high-speed rail, but anyway, I will move on for the in the interest of time and noting.
Sorry, are you just moving off the high-speed faster rail thing?
Yes.
Can I just ask a follow-up?
Oh yeah, if you've got a question on high-speed rail, go for it.
Sorry. So when you said that the 1 billion Sydney to Newcastle, Tuggerah, Wyong faster rail project was still on the books, has the profiling of that 1 billion changed over the forwards?
I'll need to take it on notice to confirm, but I don't think it has.
Okay. And I was up there the other day, 1.6 billion for the Brisbane to Sunshine Coast Beerwah Maroochydore rail extension. What's the status of that?
That remains a commitment.
Remains a commitment. Has the profiling of that 1.6 changed?
To answer your first question, Senator, there was a change of 50 million that was moved outside the forward estimates in relation to the Sydney to Newcastle Tuggerah Wyong. And then you were just asking about the Maroochydore.
Yep.
Brisbane to Sunshine Coast Beerwah to Maroochydore rail extension, I believe, Senator. Shorthand, there has been $200 million moved outside.
Hang on, sorry, I missed that.
$200 million moved outside the forward estimates, but I can go through year by year if you'd like.
I would really appreciate that, because that's a lick of cash.
So there's a total Australian government contribution of $1.6 billion to that project, with a total project cost of $3.2 billion. Which by my maths would mean a 50-50.
50-50.
Yes, very good.
Not always the case with Queensland. Well done.
In respect of that profile, the first funding is in the 25-26 year, $50 million, $100 million in 26-27. Then in 27-28, we have $150 million. In 28-29, $200 million. In 29-30, $350 million, again $350 million in 30-31, and ending in $400 million in 31-32.
Okay, thank you. And it was an honest question, the difference between high-speed rail and faster rail, please.
And while we're on that, because I remember in the early 2000s an exercise very much like this for very fast trains. So very fast trains, faster rail, high-speed rail. There's a lot of fast trains going around. Can you just differentiate for us? 'Cause
I can take on notice something. I've seen different definitions of both terms, but as a general principle, high-speed rail is
5-minute warning, colleagues and witnesses. 5
All right,
minutes.
well, that's a debate for another time when we get you back at the spillover day.
I look forward to the dictionary of trains coming back.
I do have the definitions available if you'd like.
There is one more rail project, though, that I would like. You've got the profiling, Mr. Mayor, you've been very helpful. The $1.1 billion Brisbane to Gold Coast project.
Beenleigh, is
Well, I
that?
didn't go there. Beenleigh, I can say. That's about the only one in that little train track. Could you just give me the profiling of that? Has that changed between the March budget and the October budget?
So Brisbane to the Gold Coast, Kurrabi to Beenleigh faster rail upgrade.
Yes.
Total Australian government contribution of $1.121 billion. The net result of this budget is a movement of $150 million outside
the forwards?
The forwards. Would you like the breakdown, Senator?
I would love that, thank you.
So the funding profile begins in 23-24 with $70 million. In 24-25, $50 million. In 25-26, $150 million. In 26-27, $225 million. In 27-28, $275 million. In 28-29, $351 million, and that's the
Don't you
end.
love like one?
It is unusual, Senator.
Senator Davey, if I can just clarify as well, your question about the Sydney-Newcastle Fast Rail project at $1 billion was correct. My advice about the $500 million was incorrect and outdated.
Oh,
So
what's happened to the 500 million?
Well, it's $1 billion. So you were correct. My advice in response was incorrect, and the team here provided you with accurate information.
So the faster rail upgrade Tuggerah to Wyong is 1 billion, and then there's 500 million, which is separate for the establishment of the High Speed Rail
Correct.
Authority, and one day the National Faster Rail Agency might be blended into that.
It will be,
sometime
yeah.
down the future.
So that is the policy, is that Fast Rail Agency functions that fit within the High Speed Rail Authority's remit as established through the Parliament will be rolled into it, and those that don't will be rolled into the Department.
And then we'll all be going home faster from Sydney to Newcastle. Maybe not high speed, but certainly faster.
That's if we live there.
2 minutes,
Sorry.
colleagues. Is there one last question?
Yeah, sure. The Great Western Highway has been delayed 2 years. Just wanting to know what the consultation process was in that decision.
So Great Western Highway, there was consultation with the state. That's one where I think the state government will have come out and said that they it's a Commonwealth choice, and I think in this case we can say that in that discussion the choice of the deferral does come largely from the Commonwealth in that conversation.
Right.
But it goes to the nature of that project. We took into account in forming advice on that views of Infrastructure New South Wales and others that said it should be deferred to make sure that it's in line with the ability of the market to deliver for equivalent major projects through New South Wales.
Infrastructure New South Wales
Correct.
requested the delay.
Infrastructure New South Wales, in its state infrastructure strategy, most recently identified a list of projects which were large, including Great Western Highway, and it said the New South Wales Government should reconsider the urgency of these projects. Projects that proceed should be sequenced and commence procurement only when other existing mega projects are stable and in mature delivery. That's the advice of the New South Wales Government's independent infrastructure advisor to it.
And it being 5 o'clock,
Like the version
the
of-
time has expired. I just want to take this opportunity, Mr Betts, to thank you and your staff. Well, apologies for those that didn't get on today. But I'd like to also, on behalf of my co-chair and myself and the rest of the members of the committee, sincerely thank that diligent, hard-working crew up behind us. Thank you very much. You're wonderful in broadcasting in Hansard. Jerry, old mate, you and your crew, and Emma, fantastic. That concludes today's hearings. Minister, go with our blessing. You've got a plane to catch, and the committee now stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.